Emi Lokon, don't turn, Ebi Lokon. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, my Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How common man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now kill, they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emi Lokon, don't turn to Ebi Lokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence, 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Aso Rock maintenance, 5 billion for food and refreshment, 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. Oh. Emi Lokon, OTB, Emi Lokon, Baba, Emi Lokon, Edaku, Emi power. Emi Lokon, OTB, Emi Lokon, Baba, Emi Lokon, Edaku, Ojeti. Tinubu was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our refineries, where we not promise to fix. I've been a Dangote refineries would they depend on how much.
Okay now.
Okay.
mama m si na nwa m etogo kwa maka na nwa m jere mba o wee bute ike ọganiru na-ebute ilo nwanne m ọ na-agawa nke ya dịka akpa ya chọkwa obodo jisi ike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
Ejemini ekibo, akobi ewe ayo, ewe tumeje, itulo ni ọtún ẹṣẹ, ìfà ló ní kan fà ìmọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlòkò. Wọ́n wọ̀wọ̀ bá tẹ̀ mí, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. wọ́n ń pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdà dẹ ọmọ bá ìjẹ̀bù léèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ tí ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun.
And there it is right there. Oloma Pada Lenye, may God never depart from you. I've explained that endlessly, so you should all know what it means by now. So now, I've explained what that means, so you should all know what it means by now. Let me just start off. You are not seeing double dot still. I am still in the process of migrating from one system. So the system that you can see me on now visually is my old system. The system that you can see the avatar that I use after the readout is my new system. So I'm still in the process of migrating all of the stuff from this old system to the new one. But I've migrated quite a bit, so I'm having to straddle two systems in order to stream. So hopefully because I've not had the time to really fully do it. That's just the thing. Time is at the premium always for me. So I will try and do it maybe by tomorrow. I make no promises, but I will try. So I'll try and do it by tomorrow. So I hope you are not too discombobulated by seeing two images when you're used to seeing one. So that's the explanation for that. So that explains that. So the usual protocol, I've not even said good day to you yet. So good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So we always start with that. Hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully you can hear me. Good day. Indicate in the comment section, by the way. I'm sure if you're not hearing me, you'll be telling me already. Good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So we start it off with the greeting. And then from the greeting, we go to the protocol. Click on the like button. So as I'm inviting you to do it, just carry on and do it. So because we're not seeing sufficient enough, the amount of viewership that we get is not at all anywhere in tandem with the number of likes. Even with the people watching in spite, people watching with the Tanu are still, the like numbers are just too low. So we need to be correcting that. So if you have no objection to clicking on the like button, then you have every reason to do it. So if you have no reason not to do it, if you're not some ardent, if you're not some ardent, dyed in the wool, subsumed with the fervor obedient type, if you're not some tribal lost cause, then you have every reason to click on the like button. So do that, especially for reasons that you daily digest, the diet of this platform every single day. So whether you're watching it in spite or you're watching it in delight, you have every reason to click on that like button. So that's the only contribution. We're not attacking your wallet. It is free of charge. So I see no reasons why you should not be doing it. So you watch it every single day, and the only contribution being invited from you is to click on a lousy like button. So click on the lousy like button, and let's get the numbers up. So click on the like button. If you're not already subscribed, same principles apply, same arguments in place still. So click on like, and if you're not already, and by the way, if you're watching on watch back, please do that as well for all of the arguments already presented. So if you don't viscerally recoil from the idea of clicking on the like button, then you're somewhat duty bound to click on it. So let's just get those bloody numbers up. Let's get the numbers up. So click on like, and then click on subscribe if you're not done that as well. We need numbers going up. So click on like and subscribe. Either you're watching me live now or you're watching me in replay, do it now. So do it as I'm inviting you to do it, so the numbers can visibly go up to the view of everyone. So click on like and click on subscribe. And then if you want to come and join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is let me send it in, so it's very immediate to hand. So I'll send the hyperlink now. If you want to be an active participant, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will bring you into a studio space. Soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen. Just as they're seeing me and the avatar, we'll be seeing you as well, or your avatar, and then I'll engage you in a conversation. There's nothing complex. We're discussing Nigeria and matters pertaining to our country. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come and participate, and then share the links as well in your social media spaces. So copy the link, put it in your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, your Instagram pages. All of those are funky spaces that you go and while away time. So do that. So just to expand the scope of the reach. So expand the scope of the reach. And that's reach, by the way, REACH. You know, so I know my thick set or your accent, straddling the English language is somewhat of a struggle, the leap over. So do that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, share the link. Yes, and click on the $ at the bottom of the screen, super chat, super sticker towards the stream. So yes, we have the anticipation of a minimum of super interactions with every single stream. We've been hitting that somewhat, but we want to hit that wholly today. So be the first one to set us off with a super chat, super sticker. Anticipating 5, so you kick it off. So you kick that off as I kick this off. So you kick that off as I kick this off. So it's a myriad of it's a licorice all sorts. You know, it's a potpourri of a news presentation. So it's a little bit of here and a little bit of there, and we'll still be on that Otapia girl who has not left yet the headline space. So let's launch into it. We kick it off, and we kick it off with this one. Nigeria passport are treated with disdain in foreign countries. This is the federal government telling us what we all already know, at least those of you who carry Nigerian passports. The federal government has described, and by the way, we want to speak to the reasons why this is the case. Nigeria, do I even want to play you clips towards this? There are clips I could play you towards this, but I don't want it to get too controversial today. Nigeria passports are treated with disdain in foreign countries, federal government laments. The federal government has decried the disdainful treatment given to Nigeria's passport in foreign countries across the world. The Director General of let's do that again. The federal government has decried the disdainful treatment given to Nigeria's passport in foreign countries across the world. The Director General of Voice of Nigeria, VON, Jibrin Baba, said though Nigeria is not a perfect country and has its challenges, the treatment given to Nigerians with Nigerian passports is unacceptable. So, yes. Is that not a consequence of how Nigerians conduct it? There's so many things that I could say here, but I'm just trying to watch my words, which are unusual for me, but I don't want it to go controversial. But we all know what underpins this disdain that is claiming Nigerian passports are being treated with. And Nigerian passports are treated with disdain in foreign countries, federal government lament. The federal government has decried the disdainful treatment given to Nigeria's passport in foreign countries across the world. The Director General of Voice of Nigeria, VON, Jibrin Baba, said though Nigeria is not a perfect country and has its challenges, the treatment given to Nigerians with Nigerian passports is unacceptable. Baba partly blamed the poor treatment of Nigerians in foreign countries on negative narratives that have flooded the internet and media space concerning the country. The VONDG stated this during a visit to the Deputy Governor of Rivers State, Peter O'Day, in his office in Calabar on Wednesday. As a person, when you travel out with a Nigerian passport, you are treated with disdain, unbefitting of your status. This unacceptable treatment is traceable to negative stories people have peddled about Nigeria. We may not be perfect, but we are not what is being portrayed. Let us partner to tell Nigeria's story, especially in this era of social media distortions, outright lies, misinformation, and disinformation. Our country is not all about negative news. We have great things happening here too. We should all join hands to tell the positives that we are known for, Baba said. He added that the voice of Nigeria has a unique role in telling Nigeria's story and Africa's story intentionally and deliberately. He explained that the time had come for the country to tell its story. Voice of Nigeria has a unique role with a mandate to tell not only the story of Nigeria, but the story of Africa as a whole. And we do this in 4 Nigerian languages: Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, and full day. So, how widely spoken is full day for it to be a language? I can Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo. Those are the Nigerian languages. So, what's the full day doing? For the international languages, we broadcast in English, French, Arabic, and Swahili. So, why even Arabic? Why not Chinese? Telling Nigeria's story is something that all of us should be intentional and deliberate about. This is not a time for us to do good and be quiet. We must be unapologetic in telling Nigeria's story confidently, Baba stated. On his part, Uday promised collaboration of the state government in ensuring Voice of Nigeria achieves its mandate. Uday said through the Office of the Commissioner for Information, the Cross River State government will partner with the Voice of Nigeria. We need Voice of Nigeria to publicize all our activities, showcase River State to the world. Henceforth, we need active participation of VON in the coverage of our flagship tourism festivals, Carnival Calabar, and other lofty programs and projects of Prince Otu-led administration, because we are investing in infrastructural development. So yes. We all know where our bad reputation is coming from. Anyway, let me just leave it at that. In fact, if we really want to push it, even as early as today, people were sending me stuff on this. Let me see if I have it. Let me see. As early as today, people were sending me stuff on it. You could go and check the names of Nigerians in prison in Addis Ababa, and that will tell you then where this problem is. And Addis Ababa, well, go to Malaysia or South Africa or America. Go and check the list of the names of Nigerians being arrested, the names of Nigerians in prison in any country in the world, and that will tell you where quite a chunk of our bad reputation comes from. A chunk of our bad reputation: nothing will happen to me. I am a Canadian citizen. Nigerian woman who threatened to poison and kill Yorubas and Edo natives in Canada boast. So not at all anything like repentance. This Amaka patients. Patients Samberger, the Nigerian woman who in a viral audio clip threatened to poison and kill Yorubas and Edo natives in Canada, has boasted that nothing will happen to her as she is a Canadian citizen. There have been calls by some Nigerians, including the House of Representatives, for her arrest and prosecution. In yet another viral audio clip, Amaka, while speaking in a TikTok space, dismissed claims that she has been arrested and will be deported. Somebody just sent me a message saying they have arrested me and are about to deport me. With my passport, I am a Canadian citizen. Mad people, she said whilst laughing. She showed a video of her living room to prove she was at home and not in police custody. So here is the way. She looks well in her 50s, by the way. So this is not even some young rascal, but a lot of responses to her. But let's have a little bit of a flavor of what she has to say.
Tell all these people with Bini Oba picture, make them sit down, make them go find job to say we're not ready for their nonsense.
Somebody just send me a message. Let me go and find food. Let me go and find food. Somebody just send me a message. Send me they say I don't. They arrest me at the airport. They want to deport me with passports. I be Canada picking.
Let me go and find food and eat.
I be Canada picking.
You know, say many of them are very primitive. Many of them never travel out. They don't even know how to walk, and they don't even. Most of them are in uncivilized country, so they think it's Nigeria, where one person will just go to police and say, "I want to arrest this person," without any question. You don't.
So there she is right there, still pinning and peacocking. You know what they say? They say, act in haste, repent at leisure. Act in haste, repent at leisure. But a lot of people certainly going into that space. We're still waiting for Peter Obi to respond to all of it, of course, but he's still mourning the death of Sokoto minor emir that was killed by bandits of his own people. So he's still in mourning over that to respond to this. But Atiku responds. Atiku condemned death threat against Yorubas and Benin people by women living in Canada. So this is Atiku now forced into that space. Former Vice President of Nigeria, Atiku Abubakar, has condemned the threat of death made against Yorubas and Benin people by a woman living in Canada. Atiku, in a statement on Thursday, said the development again brings to the forefront the need to promote unity and oneness amongst Nigerians. He also commended the relevant government agencies for their prompt and decisive action in addressing the threat and exposing the woman behind the threat. Taking to his X account, the former presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, wrote, the contentious virtual chat room clip wherein participants made threats of ethnic cleansing against the Yorubas and Benin people is unequivocally condemned in all aspects. So we're still waiting for. We will not hear a pin from Peter Obi. He's still busy mourning some minor emir that was killed in Sokoto, and he will mourn that until another disaster happens in Sokoto or Yoruba land. I am informed that the identities of those involved have been disclosed and that calls have been made to the pertinent law enforcement agencies in Canada to prosecute the offenders. In this regard, I commend the House of Representatives and the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission for their prompt and decisive action in addressing this incendiary rhetoric and preempting further escalation. There has been further escalation, by the way, and I'll be showing you a clip of that in a moment. This disconcerting episode underscores once again the imperative of uniting our people and our nation. Our rich diversity is our most cherished national asset and must be vigilantly protected. Our correspondents record that the federal government has revealed the identity of the woman behind a viral video clip threatening the mass killing of Nigerians in Canada. Her identity was revealed by the chairman of the national of the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Abike Dabiri Arewa. The woman, in a viral video on social media, threatens to poison Nigerians living in Canada. She added that she is a resident of Ontario, Canada, and dared anybody to report. And by the way, they've also brought out her address, and I've got her address and everything where she lives. A lot of people have sent me a lot of information. Her business address, her home address, what she does, her movement, everything is known. She added that she's a resident of Ontario, Canada, and dared anyone to report her to the Canadian authorities. The woman, who spoke mainly in Pidgin English, is believed to have made the threat in a virtual meeting on TikTok. She vowed to take poisonous substances to her workplace and poison any Yoruba or Benin person she came across due to the hate against the Yorubas. This thing has been escalating. Let me actually see if I can bring something up. This thing has been escalating a lot. Hold on. Let me see. Yes, this thing has been escalating a lot. Let me line something up for you for later. Just wait there one moment. This thing has been escalating quite a lot. Actually, it's been commanding the media space. Yes. Let me see. Yeah, let me see if I've got it from this guy. Just wait there 1 second. Right. Yes, I think I've got what I wanted to show you. Yes. Let me just let me blow it up. Let me hold on. All right. Okay. So this thing has been escalating a lot, as I said. Atiku comes out to comment on it. Of course, we know we'll never hear from Peter Obi because anything that criticizes his own home base is like kryptonite to him. She vowed to take poisonous substances to her workplace and poison any Yoruba or Benin person she comes across due to the hate against the Igbos. However, on Wednesday, August the 28th, Dabiri Arewa identified the woman as Amaka patient Sumberger. In a post via her X handle, the NIDCOM chairman or chairwoman, she is a woman, disclosed that the woman has deleted her TikTok account, but added that a group of Nigerians in Canada are reporting her officially to the authorities there. So there's that. So there is that. I think I've got one more thing. I've got two more things on that space. So let me see. Hold on. All right. Let me bring you this one. Let me bring you this one. So let me bring you this one. Abika Dabiri writes, Mayor of Brampton over Amaka's threat to poison Yoruba Igbo people. So they are circling around this woman quite aggressively. That's just the thing. So that's that. Oh, Honorable Dr. Abike Dabiri Arewa. So there she is. Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, Office of the Chairman CEO, Honorable Patrick Brown, Mayor of Brampton City, Mayor of Brampton City Hall, etc., etc. We wish to inform your esteemed office that NIDCOM is in receipt of a video circulating online of a Nigerian woman resident in Canada who has been who has been inciting violence and calling for the killing of persons belonging to a certain tribe in Nigeria. The said woman, known as Mrs. Amaka Patience Sumberger, who apparently lives in Brampton, Canada, is a disability support worker in Brampton. It is worrisome that someone who works with one of the most vulnerable demographic in the society made such a comment, as she may be a danger to the vulnerable people she works with and needs to be investigated, checkmated, and stopped for the society's good. Furthermore, whilst we have been informed that this matter has been brought to the attention of the Canadian authorities by Nigerians living in Canada, we also want to lend our voice to the effort of ending such issues at its root. In view of the above, we ask that this issue be properly investigated, not just because of a threat of poisoning persons from a particular tribe in Nigeria, but to determine her attitude at work with vulnerable people. Please accept the assurance of our esteemed regards. So this woman has been destroyed anyway. That's the long and short of it. This woman, they say act in haste, repent at leisure. This woman has been destroyed. What about that? She's going to have a criminal record, and it and is finished for her in Canada. This is I can assure you, no organization will engage Amaka Patience Sumberger here in Canada. Her employers has just sacked her. No house owner will give her a house to rent, and nobody here in Canada will patronize her private business of clothing. She is now regarded a security threat, as she was already interrogated by the police yesterday. So the police are already onto her, but this is a woman whose life has been destroyed just because she wants to flap wings on social media and act tough. So there it is. That's the price being paid. But like I said, there's been, let me show you the danger of what this woman has done. Because we were saying as early as yesterday that people of less sophistication might take what she's saying literally and decide to act upon it. Those were prophetic words, because they've already started acting on what that woman calls them to do. What's this?
You now video the and the oil.
Wait, put it so not even 1 p.m. I do nothing.
Red oil.
Yeah.
It's red oil that is inside. And what she is holding is not red oil, it's urine that she is holding.
Menstruation.
Menstruation urine.
Yeah, she's asking. Yeah. Talk now. You, I say. She starts to pour.
Okay, she was asked to pour this oil. As you can see, this is a bigger container of the red oil. And she was asked to pour from this to this other one so that it can be easily used. And she dropped the oil, went and urinated inside the cup that she's holding. What she's holding is menstruation urine. Intention was to pour the urine
Open your hand.
into the red oil, but fortunately for her, our boss caught her red-handed with what she's holding. That is,
she's an Igbo girl.
She's an Igbo girl. Where are you from?
Imo State.
From Imo State.
And her name is Faith.
What's the other name?
Bring the cup down a bit so that you can see inside the cup.
Don't let that thing pour into my this here. And what's your surname? I can't hear you. Odemena. Her name is Faith Aduchi from Imo State. Where's your village in Imo?
It's Abia.
Abia. From Abia State.
Okay, she's from Abia, not
from Abia State. What's the name of the village? Umozonike. So she's an Igbo girl from Umozonike in Abia State.
So there it is right there. So you can see already that woman's call already been actioned. So this is where it's escalating to. And just to remind you, all because somebody was rejected at the polls in an election. All because somebody was rejected at the polls in an election. This is where we are. But is that the end of it? It doesn't actually end there. Let me bring you this. So let me bring it continues to rage and rage. This is Call Me Goddess putting out on I think on Twitter space. It says the rage in me spoke to my Yoruba husband harshly today. I did not know when I started cursing him and telling him I am not happy about any Yoruba person in this life any longer. I was crying and asking him if it is fair my people are being killed. Tears just rolled down my cheeks. So I'm not aware that Yoruba people are especially killing Igbo people. So if maybe she should take that up with how is Igbo people being killed in Igbo land by unknown soldiers or unknown whatever it is, all part of the Nnamdi Kanu Simon Ekpa troop What has that got to do with your? Are we having reports of Yoruba people being or of Igbo people being killed by Yorubas? No, but this is the sort of they whipped up that frenzy now, and it's now in their head now. So some girl trying to poison her Yoruba boss somewhere. I think that might well be in Lagos. A married woman raging ethnically against her husband, all off the back of somebody losing an election. The rage in me spoke to my Yoruba husband harshly today. I did not know when I started cursing him and telling him I am not happy about any Yoruba person in this life any longer. I was crying and asking him if it is fair my people are being killed. Tears just rolled down my cheeks. So there it is. Peter Obi needs to pull back all these things that he's doing, because ultimately, when it blows up, I don't think he'll be able to contain it. That's just my thinking. Peter Obi really needs to pull back all this nonsense that he's doing. All right, let's carry on. Hardship. Nigeria's economy is beginning to make a recovery. Donyi Okukwe counters Afenifere. Everybody can see that Nigeria's economy is making a recovery, and anybody that is not seeing that, more for you. Former presidential spokesperson Donyi Okukwe has claimed that the Nigerian economy has begun to make a recovery. We see quarter after quarter growth in GDP, so I don't know what a recovery is other than that. Pardon me. Former presidential spokesperson Donyi Okukwe has claimed that the Nigerian economy has begun to make a recovery. He stated this was reacting to criticism of President Bola Tinubu's administration by Afenifere. So I think they should start detaching Pa Adebanjo's commentaries from the Afenifere banner, because Pa Adebanjo has a personal gripe against Tinubu, not to be conflated with the Afenifere space. Because Pa Fashion Royalty has told us quite categorically that Pa Adebanjo is on a journey all of his own. So I'm not sure why it's not yet been removed from that space. Former presidential spokesperson Donyi Okukwe has claimed that the Nigerian economy has begun to make a recovery. He stated this was reacting to criticism of President Bola Tinubu's administration by Afenifere. Correspondents report that the Yoruba group had expressed concern on Wednesday over the situation in the country, lamenting that the economy was on the verge of collapsing. It is not. The economy is actually quarter after quarter is recording good numbers. However, speaking to newsmen on Thursday, Okukwe argued that the economic indicators showed that the country has begun to make a recovery. According to him, it is commendable that Afenifere, it is condemnable that Afenifere, a pan-Yoruba social cultural organization and now political group, has always lived to its nationalistic stance. This is done by criticizing the government. It is commendable, not commendable, not condemnable. Condemnable. So let me start that again. According to him, it is hold on, water. According to him, it is condemnable that Afenifere, a pan-Yoruba social cultural organization and now political group, has always lived to its nationalistic stance. This is done by criticizing the government of the day, even though a Yoruba man, Asiwaju Tinubu, is the current president of the country. This is one of the outstanding and commendable attributes of the Yoruba people as a race. And Afenifere has been consistent in this patriotic display of true nationalism. However, whilst it is true that the country and its citizens are undergoing very harsh socio-economic conditions, principally because of strong and brave economic policies put in place to correct the economic quagmire brought on the country by the previous administration's economic by the previous administration, economic indicators show that the country is beginning to make a recovery, and an obvious turnaround is now clearly observable. Okukwe stated that all hands must now be on deck to support the administration to succeed in its efforts to revamp the economy. So, much to the chagrin of a lot of people, the country making a recovery. You know, the country is making a recovery, and they cannot hide away from it anymore. So they will want to hold on to the bitter end. These are price of Gary, but that price of Gary is going down. We have verifiable independent reports. A verifiable independent report, high cost of foodstuff. Nigerian government issue 1 month moratorium for traders to reduce prices. So is price gouging now taking place? That's entirely what it is. The Nigerian government through the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has given traders and market stakeholders a 1 month moratorium to reduce prices of to fair levels. So let's take that again. High cost of foodstuff. Nigerian government issues 1 month moratorium for traders to reduce prices. The Nigerian government, through the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, has given traders and market stakeholders a 1 month moratorium to reduce prices to fair levels. The announcement was made by the newly appointed Executive Vice Chairman of the FCCPC, Mr. Tunji Bello, during a one-day stakeholder engagement on exploitative pricing held in Abuja on Thursday. Bello noted that the Commission was taking the step to address the growing concerns over the affordability of basic commodities, which had continued to strain the finances of many Nigerian households. News Agency of Nigeria reports that various market associations were present at the engagement. Bello stated that the meeting aimed to address the increasing trend of unreasonable pricing of consumer goods and services and the unethical practices of market associations. He stressed an example from the Commission's findings. A fruit blender called Ninja was priced at $89, approximately 140,000 naira, in a popular supermarket in Texas. But the same blender was being sold for 944,900 naira in a supermarket in Victoria Island, Lagos. Bello questioned the rationale behind the arbitrary price increase compared to the Texas market. He pointed out that unethical practices, including price fixing, was jeopardizing the stability of the economy. Under Section 155, violators, whether individual or corporate entities, face severe penalties, including substantial fines and imprisonment if found guilty by the court. This is intended to deter all parties involved in such illicit activities. However, our approach today is not punitive. I, therefore, call on all stakeholders to embrace the spirit of patriotism and cooperation. In this spirit, we are providing a 1 month moratorium, that is September, so September will be that month, before the Commission begins strict enforcement. Bello explained that the government was aware of the issues raised by market stakeholders. We have listened and recognized that you have genuine concerns. The government has a responsibility to address these problems. However, we must also hold ourselves accountable. He added that some traders were colluding to exploit consumers. Some market stakeholders at the engagement attributed the rising prices of goods and services to factors like high transportation costs, insecurity, and multiple taxation. Mr. Okonkwo, chairman of the National Association of Nigerian Traders, FCT chapter, noted that the charges on imported goods at the port also contributed to price hikes. He urged the Commission to establish a task force and involve the association in enforcement efforts. So there it is right there. Iya Oloja is going to Kirikiri. That's just the sum total of that. Mama Aisha is going to prison, according to what this one tells us. Let's go on to the next one. We're not even seeing the beginnings of anything that looks like a supercharge. Red line test run. So this one is for Solly, by the way, that told us they've abandoned the red line. They're now test running it. The Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation, Mr. Oluwaseun Osiyemi, yesterday led key officials from the Ministry of Transportation on a non-fee paying ride aboard the red line. The journey, which took place between Ikeja and Agbado, marked a significant milestone in the testing process. For several weeks, the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Association has conducted test runs without passengers, achieving a 90% success rate. The current phase, involving non-paying passengers, aims. What does 90% success rate mean? If it's working, then it's working. What is it? I don't even know what that means. It's quite concerning. That what's 90% success rate? This current phase, involving non-paying passengers, aims to study passenger behavior along the corridor and provide Lamata with valuable insights to fine-tune the operations before the official launch to passenger services. So that's the red line now on board. So hopefully Solly is listening. That's your response to one of your grievances against the Nigerian administrators. Ajayi, a new dawn, a dawn of a new era at DSS. So this is the rallying call of the new chief in that space. Right, the video, which has gone viral on social media, of workers at the headquarters of the Department of State Services, DSS, jubilating over the change of guards at the leadership of the organization, aptly captured the words of the Christian Holy Book at Proverb 29:2, which reads, "When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice." This opens the I don't know quite. This sounds like, I hate people who try to write like Wole Soyinka when they're just journalists. So we've done this one. Nigerian passports are treated with disdain. I think we've done that one. We've done the Abike Dabiri Arewa one. Have we done this one? Yes, we have done this one. There are gang ups to exploit consumers. FCCP PC gives trader 1 month to reduce prices of goods in Nigeria. So yes, I'm certainly on board with that. So yes, I can't be deported. Canadian woman threatening Yoruba Benin people with poison balls. So I think we covered that one. We covered this one as well. It's our last one. So yes, 2027 presidency, you lack power to decide articles fate. Timmy Frank tackles Bode George. So that never ending saga then to octogenarian. So I think we've done that one as well. So I think we've done all those. Let's play the Kegite music, kick the session off. Let's play the Kegite music, kick the session off. Where we say it, we always struggle. Yeah, there it is, the Kegite.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, water. Only water, where they see my Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. national ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o petro sódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. ikú kò ní ríwà gbèsè o.
So there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agbeche may that have nothing to do with us. So Ikuko Niru Agbeche joining us, man of prestige, always a delight when prestige is here. Ekene, who will sound half asleep, no doubt. Adale Koko is in the house as well. And Thomas, hopefully to take over the after hours. So there it is, gentlemen. So good to be in your company. How are you? There's still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to jump on. Let's kick it off and let's start it off with Prestige. Prestige, are you ready to go?
Yeah, one man. Good evening, and everybody. I'm eating right now. Can you go to the next person? I'll be done by the next. Please, I would like to come in. Before 9 o'clock. Before I'd like to come in next, please.
All right, brilliant. Who's ready to go first? Can He's already Alpha, one man. Alpha dinner. Alpha. The Alpha. I do. Did they hear me? Hello?
Oh man.
Can you not hear me?
Oh man, I can hear you.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Good to have you here. So yes, talk to us. What have you been looking at? There's a lot to go through. Now, certainly this woman now saying that she wants to buy Yoruba and Edo people. Surely you've heard about that. What's going on? When are you guys going to just accept defeat over this election?
Who is the guy who accept defeat as her?
Not heard of the woman saying she wants to buy people because Obi lost an election.
Did the woman say it's because Obi lost an election?
Why else would it? Why else does she want to buy people? What other reason is there?
Not because we never said Obi lost the election. Because a lot of bigotry is going on in Nigeria. So some foolish Nigerians are queuing into it and belonging to the bigotry that is going on. So it's not because Obi lost an election. It's because there are some most Nigerians today are living in bigotry. So it happens everywhere. Even here self, somebody has said he will buy me in one section like that. A guy called Ades. And even you one man, many people never said anything against him. Even the host that day was trying to shield him from that kind of comment. So you can see that it's something that many Nigerians has to caution themselves against. It's very condemnable.
We're not hearing you properly. I wonder if it's just me, but we are not hearing you properly.
Okay, if the government had, are you hearing me now?
Yeah, that's a bit better.
If the government had a caution or punish this bigotry at the initial stage, I don't think many people that is doing it today will have the right or the audacity to come and do it. But when the government feels so relaxed without fighting it and without doing anything about it, other people that don't know how to talk, how to control themselves, will still come up and do it because they know that our institution is very weak to take action against such attitude. If they have started it, especially when the election was won, there was people like Bayo Nanoga who exhibited such character. Then
it almost sounds as though you are excusing this woman.
I'm not excusing her. I'm saying that the government would have started dealing with this kind of issue at the initial stage so that the people like this woman wouldn't have come up to be doing such thing, knowing fully well that our institution is very weak to fight against such character. And that is why they continue in that. You understand? People started it and they see that no action was taken against it. And they continue to pile up. You understand? So starting from the time election was won by Bola Tinubu, a lot of comment has been made. How many of them has been caught to face the law by creating this unity? But you see, when people start doing it, other people will still come up knowing that nothing will happen to them. I still want government to take action against this individual creating this unity among Nigerians.
Her life has been, by the way, because it's been reported to the Canadian authorities, and she's now on a register now as a threat. So I think her life has been ruined.
Whatever they want to do, let them do it. As far as she faced the law. And when they're doing it, they should also remember other individuals who started this kind of trajectories.
You mean like Nnamdi Kanu? He's already in custody.
Whoever, even in your platform, we have somebody like Adesh who said he will buy me.
When did Adesh say they will buy you? I don't.
Well, you were not on. You were not on. You were not the one hosting the show that day. You understand? So it's a character that has been eaten up. Most Nigerians who don't know how to control their feelings. So let the government know. Let them face the law. I'm not in support of anybody that does it. So the people that started it, the people that is doing it, they should face the law. Let them be dealt with according to the law. So that is it. So let them not relax. If they really want to fight it, let them fight it. And let everyone who is involved come and face the law. There are a lot of them. A lot. Both from Igbo side, both from the Yoruba side, and other places. I think this TikTok are using it to spread such attitude, which is not good. So whoever that is involved, let them do something about it. So
do you think Peter Obi should speak on this space? I'm only really saying because we're seeing a trajectory now. We had the incident with still this sort of group on still that platform TikTok that were reading and writing against the Oba of Benin, calling him all manners of names, and then off the back of the sort of what they generated out of that space. This woman now is now saying they should be putting otapia in the food of your Yoruba people in their waters and the Edo people. And now we're seeing a little girl attempting to do that. So, and all of these things align with the Peter Obi narrative. I don't think anybody can dispute that. So do you think he should come out and pull that space back?
Nothing concern Peter Obi with all these things you are saying. How do you mean that is because of Peter Obi narrative? What do you mean? See, this is what I don't like. If we should go in that direction, you understand? The government of this day itself started it. And there's somebody that started it and was doing it was even serving in the government of today. And nothing is done. So let's not go that narrative, that direction you are trying to direct it to.
You don't think it's P2B that is directing all this?
Did you see P2B come out to say that people should go and be insulting individuals? Why should you be shifting it to P2B?
It sent a dog whistle now.
It's dog whistle as how?
Let me play you something. Let me play you something.
I read very well, and everybody can. Yes. This is a WhatsApp sent by Tinubu's group. No, read it out. I want to read it out. Everybody can.
Forward plan led.
No.
Okay.
Yes, just read out what it says.
Yoruba, shine your eyes on. If you vote for Tinubu, is automatically voting for seaport in south and southeast. The Igbos will stop coming to Lagos State to invest, rather they will go to Delta and River State. They may even stop building houses in Lagos. It will affect a lot of Yorubas. Yoruba Renu.
This is your context. He don't see the value of let's have something better. He needs all the confusion. And that's it.
So it is that sort of narrative, narrative that's led us to where we are now. That sort of ethnic.
Which what did he say here to subscribe to what you are saying?
Oh, all right.
See, we see all these things every day playing out. You understand? At the heat of campaign, this is the only thing you can say that and bring it to P2B. Then I'm disappointed in you as well.
I've got a lot.
You understand?
You don't want me to play you.
Whatever you want to play, whatever you want to play. I have a lot. We have also a lot with the APC and their gang.
Let me play you one more.
I don't want to. Don't play me. With the first lady, when you are playing, you play the one of the first lady, you play the one of Bayonanuga, you play the one of a lot of them.
The politics. That's what's led us to
P2B never ethnicized any politics.
All right.
Take it. P2B did not ethnicize any politics. This is your narrative, and I'm beginning to think maybe many of you guys are trying to create this thing to make it look like P2B send somebody that that lady to be saying such thing. So he never ethnicized any politics. It's your narrative. What is bad is bad. Whoever that did anything bad should face the law. I have a lot of them.
Let me give you the. Ekene, are you with me?
Who is talking?
The star. I want to agree with you. It's not Peter Obi, but it's what many of us we'll experience last year by our and even the before man. Hello.
Yeah, breaking off a bit.
Before man and God, I experienced it. My wife experienced it. My wife,
even at her place of work, you could see one man. If you notice the trend of the people that are going on a Facebook, on a social, many of the Yorubas, they were afraid of the attacks of the Igbos. If you check my Facebook wall, February 4th or 2nd, you will see that was the day I went to the Facebook to even declare. Before man and God, I had a call just because of my comment on a channel TV. A lady that I have known since 2019 called me by my name. I am disappointed in you. He started attacking me. I said, oh my God, just for my personal opinion, and that is average what every average Yorubas they'll experience in the hands of our people. in Canada, in everywhere. So you cannot, what that lady did, what she did, that is the average of the way many of those have been bigot, tribal bigots in support of Obi. That was what they did. You cannot see Ekene go and check. You cannot see a Yoruba person that goes into that in social media like that and say they should poison the not how much more in Canada. For goodness sake, that means that even the fact that the lady is in Canada here, the tribal bigotry still was still with him. You can imagine in fact, look at that is going into their workplace that we poison. It was, you cannot say any other person saying that. So it is just unfortunate. So I had a personal experience. My wife had, and so many of us even in Canada here.
See, this is just that we are not educating ourselves very well, and we want to follow the line of the politicians to be destroying ourselves because of nonsense politics. I don't want to say Yoruba do this or Yoruba do that, or this is what Yoruba did, but we know how the last election went. People that said, don't vote. If you vote, this will happen. It started from there and all of that. So even day before yesterday, when I was in a bus, I went somewhere. I was in a bus. I had some two Igbo guys at the back, me at the center, one Yoruba man with the Yoruba driver. They were complaining about the price of things and all that. So those Igbo guys were trying to make some silly comment. I told them, no. The fact they supported Tinubu or the countries like that doesn't mean that we should start to mock them. Leave them. Maybe by next time they will understand how to vote. So that's what I told them. You understand? And everybody kept quiet. So nothing concerns to be with what is going on in the country. And that is what I don't want people like one man to be telling.
A lot of it concerns Peter Obi because what we are seeing now is an offshoot of that election. I don't think, because before the election, we did not have it. After the election, which the loss was taken bitterly by the Peter Obi space, we have seen signs that a year and a half after that election, they are still not letting go of it. It still rankles. And the language is getting increasingly aggressive.
One man, let me tell you.
It all links back.
Let me tell you. I'm not supporting what the lady said, and I will never support it. But when Oba of Lagos threatened the Igbos in Lagos, you never said anything. The video of the wife of the president spreading all everywhere, you never said anything. The Lagos media and all of them, you never said anything. MC Oloma, you shielded him. The threat against Igbo not to vote in Lagos, you never said anything serious about it. I never hear your voice. I never heard your voice like this.
You were here when we were condemning it. We all condemned
it.
So
no, we never trace it to Tinubu. You never did that. So let's leave it where it is and let the law take its course. If the government really want to fight against it, we had a lot of it coming from both sides, and from high-ranking member of even the society. By or none, a lot of them. So I don't understand the concerns of placing it to be or whatever. The video of First Lady is there. We never played it in this platform. You understand? So let us keep it where it is. People started creating this narrative. When Oba said his own, Obi was not there. In the picture, Obi was not in contention. It was somebody.
Because he felt that somebody will got the vote of the Igbos more. And he threatened the Igbos to throw them into the lagoon. Where was Obi then? So let's keep it there. If we don't really want to give fair judgment in this, and we are not the judge, we are not the one to give the fair judgment, let the law take its course. Oba was never arrested. Bayanoga was never arrested. Or Lagos PD, I never know his whereabouts. Many of them. But I'm not saying if the law have to catch up with this person that they should not, because I'm very bitter seeing people living in another man's land, trying to create this unity for us staying here in Nigeria. It's quite pathetic, and you should not fuel it. Because we know where and how it's coming.
It's viral all over social media already. I don't think anybody's talking about anything else. Even article came out to condemn it. So why is Peter Obi? Why is Peter Obi running commentaries about an emir?
If nothing concerns you whether Obi, nothing concerns you whether Obi condemns it or not. I never see Tinubu condemn anyone.
Is that not part of the ethnic politics criticism that they level against him?
I never see Tinubu condemning his own wife.
So
you understand? I never see Tinubu condemning the video of his own wife.
Let's have a conversation now. If Peter Obi is running commentaries about some grade 3 emir killed in some outpost in Sokoto, and he continues to tweet that I'm still mourning about it, I still can't get over it. He's tweeted about 3-4 times on that topic. So if he's commenting on topics like that, why is he not commenting on what the whole country is talking about? Why?
Peter Obi condemned the killing of, is it emir or whatsoever? It's never a tribal issue.
Right.
So why should you hit your head when he never condemned anything?
If he has concerns about matters that pertain to the country, and he has concerns about the unity and well-being of that country, there is nothing that threatens more than this. Even an article came out. So what
will Obi saying anything over it? What will it add to your life? Or what will it be? What benefit is it to you?
Then because people are accusing him of shielding whenever any. You know, there were about 7 Igwes killed in the southeast over the course of the period that Peter Obi has been mourning about on lower grade emir killed in Kano, in Sokoto, may so rest in peace. But what people stand him accused of is that he is never ever critical of anything that happens in his region or are committed by his people. And that's the ethnic politics that people accuse him of. So if he's running commentaries on national issue, and this is the foremost national issue, Abike Gabriel Arewa is writing to Canada. Article is condemning it from Dubai. Nigerians in Canada are circling this woman with the police. Nigerians in Nigeria are enraged about this commentary, and he's still mourning about some grade 3 emir that was killed in Sokoto. So that's the ethnic politics that people accuse him of.
When M. Solomon said that Igbo should not vote in Lagos, or people that will not vote APC should not vote, and not only him, and that narrative was carried out. Did Tinubu condemn it? This is before the election. Did he condemn it? Because he knows that it will benefit him. So let's not just come here and be saying what just to create a narrative against one man. I'm telling you, even if you don't want to vote Obi, keep it to yourself. Nobody is begging you to vote him. It's not the president. The president knows his duty.
So you are happy for me not to criticize things that Igbo people
I will not want him to dabble into any issue that is of this nature, because that is what you guys are using against him.
But he does already now. He does already.
He does. He does not.
He does it along ethnic
lines. This is not Obi we are talking about. We are talking about a particular lady that made an ugly comment from Canada. Not
yes,
Obi.
but she's
So
calling
if
for
the law
genocide.
if the law should cut if the law should cut up with this lady now, does it concern Obi?
No, why is it not condemning it?
Why must he? Is it because one man said it that he will do that?
No, because
are you
condemns,
the one to tell him what to do?
No, because it condemns similar incidents whenever it happens in other regions.
Are you the one to tell him what to condemn or what he will not condemn?
So
you have the right to do so.
So it's condemning along ethnic lines. Is that what it's
saying? That is how you see it. I gave you narrative. Why did the Tinubu never condemn vote against APC in Lagos State? Why didn't he run a commentary against it? Let's be civil. Stop doing that. Let's be civil. Nothing concerns Obi in this. If this woman should face the law, let her face the law. Nothing concerns Obi with it. You understand? We have seen a lot of it happen. People started it. When Oba of Lagos did it, Tinubu was there. Obi was not in contention. Oba did it. Somebody like Oba, Akol of Lagos started it. That he would throw some people in lagoon if they never vote for a particular candidate. Tinubu never condemned it then. And Obi was not contesting the election then. So we know the root of all this. Because the law never caught up with such people. People were running with it. And today you want Obi to come and follow you to be discussing this kind of things that APC is creating among Nigerians.
All right. All right. Let me take you to another topic. Were you party to these discussions? There are gang-ups to exploit consumers. FCCPC gives traders 1 month to reduce prices of goods in Nigeria. So the law now asserting itself over this price gouging by you marketers.
There is a gang-up again to exploit consumers. But if this is what this government wants to do,
they are giving you 1 month to reduce your prices. Everybody, from the market women,
they should also reduce their own price. They should not be telling the citizens to reduce their own price while they are hijacking their own price every day by day. You understand? If they continue to jack up the price of petrol and Nigerians are not feeling comfortable with it, then they don't have any right to tell the citizens to lower their own price. You understand?
Ekene, can I interject you briefly?
Okay.
So if you as a trader decided to arbitrarily exploit your customer by increasing the price, let's say 80 or 100%, knowing fully well, or decided to create artificial scarcity, do you expect the government of the land to fold their hands and watch traders like you exploit other consumers? Do you think government should fold their arms and not do anything about it?
I'm not with the situation and the high price of things and the interest rates and all that. I think profit should be about 250% or even 300% before you can sell any item. You understand? So that will match up with the price of interest rate. You know what it means on 30% interest rate. So if I should borrow money to do business, then why should I reduce the price? Where's my profit? Where am I going to get my children's school fees? That is in a very high side today. Let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish. Am I going to come to you at the wallet to borrow me money to pay my high rentage? The rentage today is almost at it's more than 300% increase. The rent in Nigeria now is almost 300% increase. Every other thing, foodstuff, rice, whatever, Rice is still it's something thousand naira. So if I should lower my price because you don't know how to use your brain to govern, I should be the one to suffer for you while you are there buying private jet and doing all sort of nonsenses. If you don't know what to do, just say you don't know what to do. You came out with the policies of Binances and all that. At the end of the day, the dollar is still going up, and they're even creating their own coins. I saw it on the news today. The one they want to accept. Why are they bringing it back into the system?
Who's
So
creating what coin? Who's creating what coin?
You can go and check the news. So if you should tell your government to go and think. Let them go and think and not suffering the masses. Allow them to have a little peace. Let everything not be on the citizens trying to stifle the citizens because they don't know what to do. We are telling people to decrease their own price while you are increasing the price of petrol every day by day.
But nobody says you should sell below. Nobody says you should sell below market price. It's the arbitrary increase of price that the government is talking about. Okay? By the time you factor every other indices into your goods, you realize that the majority of people are out to exploit others. And
nobody is exploiting other. Let nobody Adewale, nobody's exploiting other. The price of go to your border today. If you have any,
who said the price that
nobody? The government is one exploiting Nigerians. The government is one exploiting Nigerians. What are you even saying? What are you trying to explain?
Comparison is not valid.
Okay. The government said the government said that they remove the import duties on foodstuff and all that. That is an audio thing. They never did it. The importers came out clear and said they collect their import duties on a full. They pay it in full payment. What did Tinubu say anything about it? Did he caution the custom? Did he caution the custom services in doing that? He just announced it and went back and sit down. The importers, the food import is still receiving, the medical import, everything is still receiving the same, is still paying the same amount they used to pay before, even more than now. Do you know what flight charge is now? And you come here and say people should reduce their price.
Let me give you the example that the head of that agency used to make the point. It says, it stressed an example from the commission's findings. A fruit blender called Ninja was priced $89, approximately 140,000 naira, in a popular supermarket in Texas. But the same blender was being sold for 944,000. So 944,999 naira in a supermarket in Victoria Island. So no matter what the importation charges or your profit margins are, that cannot be right. You're selling something that is worth 140,000 naira for $1 million naira. You know, so that cannot be right.
I don't know that what that is all about. But my point still remains that the government cannot control price when they know that them themselves cannot even control their own price. That is my point.
Egane, can I interject? Egane?
Okay.
Look, those people are just grandstanding. They don't have the right to tell private business or traders on the price to sell their commodities when government did not pay for that product. When government did not subsidize that product, government have no right to tell private businesses on the price of, you know, their product. It's just as simple as that. It is what government paid for or subsidized that government can control. Like the case of oil, petrol, government paid for it. Government subsidized it rather. That is why government can control it that, look, it must not be more than 600 naira per liter. So, but what government does not pay for and subsidize, you can't control it. Look, woman, the man is just, it shows that he doesn't know what he's saying. Even the product, let me land. Even the price is making reference to, it's not even an essential product, for God's sake. It is not. If somebody, he says he bought it at $140, okay, and then what? That man borrowed money from the bank to purchase hard-earned currency, forex, and to ship those products to Nigeria. The container cost of shipping now, it has tripled in recent time. It is triple.
Almost 30 million.
And when that container, arrive in Nigeria, government itself has increased tariff on imported goods. And then after that, after paying for high tariff, cost of warehousing, cost of transportation to warehouse, and then to the final place where he's going to sell that product. He has workers, he has to pay them. Cost of living in Nigeria is high. Everything is high. What is he talking about? He doesn't know what he's talking. By law, it is what government make an input that government can control. When you make input,
there are statutes in the Nigerian Constitution that protects the consumers against price gouging. He quoted sections of the law.
Woman.
So that man that is selling ram, that Hausa man that is importing ram from Niger or Burkina Faso, if they are selling that ram for 50,000 in Niger or 50,000 in Burkina Faso, and he's selling it 500,000 in Nigeria, you want to say, okay, you want to take him to jail. What of all the risks he took and transportation and everything he took to bring it to Nigeria? All the insecurity that he passed through to bring that ram to Nigeria. I mean, this is just senseless.
You don't know, Baba.
They don't know how economy. They don't know how economy works at all. They don't have the clue.
Baba, I don't even have to debate this. It's not debatable. Let them just come with whatever price they want to come up with. Let them just come with it.
Maybe when they start to seize goods,
let them start to seize it.
Ekene, do you know that the job of Consumer Protection Agency is not just about ensuring quality of good, but also arbitrary exploitation of customers is also one of their jobs, right? So when
is it only when it comes to the people?
To dissuade citizens from importation that will put more stress on forests. There are certain goods that government did not waive. You are complaining that, the tariff that was announced by the federal government, that they are still collecting custom duty. Federal government set the date. I believe it was this September, not August. So when you have people that are jacking up the price, even the goods that are not even essential, because to you it's not essential, but to others, for example, somebody who is into bakery and confectionaries and all that, those items will become essential to them. right? So when you have someone who jacked up the price almost 1,000%, right? And you have people that are depending on this particular final product from this
So
using
you
this.
didn't listen to all those factors and
Imagine
for the price.
those factors do not account for the margins at Ajande Cocoa. Imagine something that costs and by the way, they're talking about supermarket prices. So something that costs 140,000 naira in an American supermarket. So these people that import, they're not buying at the supermarkets, they're buying at bulk. So they'll be buying it for around about 90,000 naira, and they're coming to sell it for 1 million. That's ungodly.
You guys,
one man,
because
one man.
I mean, for people that doesn't have the experience of import and shipping, then you can talk like that. Go and ask people that are doing importation. They will tell you what their eyes is going through. I used to ship things to Nigeria before, but I stopped it because I know I'm not going to make money. To do that now, in present day Nigeria, I'll be running at loss. So these people, the risk that they are taking to even, do you know a lot of people that are out of businesses like that, retail business.
Baba, there are some items. There are some items.
A lot of people that have
there are
closed
some
down
items you
their
cannot even import. That is even going out of our market today. You cannot import them because when you import them, there are prices you know you cannot sell it.
You can't sell it.
So most of those items now are being scarce in the market.
Like
so
I said,
when you are here, you are just giving.
Do you realize the government is trying to make sure
forget
that
what the government is doing. The government is not doing anything. Let me tell you.
No, there are times of countries that
let me tell you, Adewale. These transport people that you know in Nigeria transporting goods, it's not only the fuel price they are battling. They are also battling the price of maintaining their lorries and vehicles. Do you know? Let me finish. Do you know what it costs today to maintain a lorry? To buy even one tire. To buy a tire, do you know what it costs?
I want to ask you a question. Between buying a luxury items and food item, which one is much important?
Food items is much important.
Which food items much important? And what did the federal government did? They waived tariff on food items, right? So if you are importing a Mercedes-Benz or any automobile, you are expected to pay a tariff 100% because it's your choice and it's not considered essential, right? So any price you see it out there is what you're going to buy. But when you have essential items the price is being gouged in the market, you don't expect government to fold their hands. Besides, government is trying to dissuade you guys from depending on importation. It's indirect impact so that you won't
then
be
impacted. If that is what let me tell you, I don't see Adewale, let me tell you this. You cannot do without importation. All this you are saying government is trying to discourage you guys from doing importation. Is that why they increase the tariff and all that? That is nonsensical to me. Even the ones you are producing, you have to import. No country that don't import today, even the producing ones, they import. China import a lot of their facilities, a lot of materials before they use it for production. So when you guys come here, I don't even know the kind of economics you guys are practicing or what you are trying to tell Nigerians. What are you trying to tell Nigerians? That importation should not exist. Which country never imports? Even the Americans import a lot. The China that I know today that has most factories in their country import a lot. Go to their seaport and whatever. So I don't even know your own economy, Nigerian economy. Why the government is creating this narrative? We are trying to gauge importation. People should not be importing. It's killing the economy. Somebody that is importing goods and there's somebody that is hoarding dollar, who is even better? He even makes the business to be moving. He go to the market, buy the dollar, import goods, circulate it in the system, make his own profit. The government makes its own interest and all that. Then go back to the bank again take another money and import another thing. Who is better than your government that is even hoarding your money in their own warehouses? The money is not in circulation. They just pick it and go and hoard it in their own warehouses.
Let me say something. You see, those guys, like I said earlier, they're just grandstanding. They don't know what they are talking about. And they don't know how importation or, import of goods with the present exchange rate, they don't know the effect of it on the final price of.
Well, why would they not know the effect? That's their specialism now.
They don't know.
What do you mean? You can't say that now. Well, how can they not know? Of course they know.
Yeah, because when you see what is making reference to, it's just making reference to one product that as if, he just buy.
It made an example.
It's senseless because it's a senseless example. Okay, let me tell you this. What they need to concentrate, like I said, is what government paid for. Now, Tinubu have given, approval for medicine and some food to come in, and there will not be tariff for them for 6 months, right? 1 month, right?
Yes.
When those food, those medicine, and those commodities, when they landed and they are in the market, those are the ones that they should focus on because government paid subsidy for them. Government give them free tariff. They didn't pay no tariff. And government, it gives some kind of subsidy. Those are the products they should target.
So if traders if they are gouging excessively with prices, the Consumer Protection Commission should not. What's the Consumer Protection Commission?
Who want to gouge? Do you know the consequence of gouging? Do you know it scare customers away? Do you know when you gouge?
Not when it's done with the cartel. They're saying there's price fixing going on.
Look, let me tell you, when you over gouging, you understand what I'm saying? You gouge more than you're supposed to, and it's so exorbitant. Like you're saying, do you think that product that you make reference to, do you think Nigerians will be buying as much in quantity as they used to sell 5 years ago? No, because the price is just too exorbitant. People will not buy. When you people will scare, they will not come and buy
anything. Nigerians buy anything.
No, that is not true. It is economy where people have money that they buy, but people don't have money now in Nigeria. They are.
But they do. Everybody reports that they do. Everybody that goes to Nigeria.
Let me say this.
The
government has the opportunity.
He left from Canada, so he went with dollar. Why can't you buy anything? And he lived among the rich people in Nigeria. He was carousing around them, and they were going together, riding their own car. It doesn't mingle with ordinary people, and it's coming to say, "Oh, Nigeria people are having fun." Why won't people having fun? Or is it Kulata you want to?
Let me say this: if the government really wants to do something, they should reduce the price of their tariff in the system today. The price of tariffs is very high. Even that price they are adding, people can use it for profit. You understand? If they should remove, let's say, 20 million naira from the price of clearing container today, I don't think any importer makes up to 20 million naira in a container. I don't think so. And you see the price dropped drastically. Because if I clear the goods very cheap, I would like to sell very fast to make another turnover. Business is all about turnover. I will not want to keep my goods in the warehouse. If most of them are even on credit, so they have to remove money to sell to be able to remit, so that their supplier will supply them more goods, and there will be availability of that product in the market. So if the government should remove, let's say, 20 or 50 million naira from the tariff they are collecting from the people by the custom, you see that price drop by either 50 or 20%. And that is what they should be targeting. Not when they collect their own exorbitant price in the system. They now want the people to drop their own price. How are they even thinking? If after I clear my goods, I punch my calculators, I know the cost of my products. I calculate my house rent, my food, the expenses I'm going to make in the market. Then I sell my goods. That's how it is. You don't expect an increase of more than 300% in the house rent today in Lagos and in every part of Nigeria. And you want me to be selling with the same rate I'm selling before, just to make you happy.
Very quick.
So do you know what, even to drive container from Apapa to Alaba, do you know what it costs? It's close to 3 million naira from Apapa to Alaba here.
Did you watch that video?
Which video?
The one that you play one time where the chiefs went to the market to talk to the market people.
No, all the market people are gouging prices. We all know that. But
I'm trying to show him that as a good example of price gouging the people the government is trying to work against with.
Work how? Chief going to the market gouging prices.
They were sensitizing those market women from
sensitizing them as how? I don't even know what you guys are discussing. The government knows what to do. You can't expect me to export a trailer of tomato from Sokoto to Lagos. It's not 1 naira. It's not 1 naira.
All right.
This product before, like, let me finish one man. This product you are seeing today, most of the goods were, because I work with some. There's this particular college that I'm attached with in Alaba here. It's Lagos to Port Harcourt. Before that full container traveled from here to Port Harcourt for about 450,000 naira. Even before Tinubu came in. I'm talking about Buhari. You understand? But today that same container is traveling from Lagos to Port Harcourt for almost 2.5 million naira. What used to transport, and when they calculate it, they tell you, if my tire burst, I'll buy it for almost 500,000 naira. If this happen, see this one, they are selling at this price. Then the price of this and that. And they're even crying after the whole thing. What is my gain? Am I not going to pay my children's school fees? The children's school fees are on a very high side. This is a new section. I have 4 children. He will calculate. This one is 100 and something thousand. This one, where am I going to get the money? Is it not from this my business?
All right.
And you guys will, and somebody will be sitting in the comfort of his office, buying private jets, buying a lot of cars, doing as he wants, and be telling Nigerians what to do. If they don't know what to do, let them just keep quiet and govern in peace. After their 4 years, let's know how to do with them.
All right, let me take you to one more space. A brief commentary on this, and then we're going to Prestige. Hopefully, we'll be ready then. Nigeria passports are treated with disdain in foreign countries. So this is the federal government lamenting about the airport experiences of Nigerians overseas.
Well, I don't know. Me, I'm not a traveler that much, but with the experience and what I see with friends and all that, I think that is the case. Nigerian's passport has a very bad name. But am I the one doing it? I don't know. Even we have bad politicians and even bad citizens. You understand? So we have crooks as leaders. He said it takes 1 million people to build a great reputation. Or they just take one stupid fool to destroy everything that has been created. So it's just up to a lot of us to take it upon ourselves to build a greater reputation. I believe one day Nigeria will come alive again, because the only opportunities for Nigerians today is just how to make quick money and survive. Because if you should follow the process in our system today, you will die being a penury. Apart from being a successful businessman, I don't think there is any other thing that can make you successful in Nigeria today. Unless you are doing it in a mago way. Look at your even in your police system. Let me use that as an example. The policeman of Nigeria today cannot do without bribe. You see them on the main road, maybe at the midnight. You think they're there to check your papers or whatever. No. Once you punch your brake, put your hand in your pocket, give them whatever you have, then move on. They'll collect it throughout the whole night to support their salaries. And that is why the job is still lucrative to them. So if they should depend on their salaries, do you think they will be doing the work? No. The answer is no. So the system is creating dubious attitude in the citizens, dubious characters in the citizens. If you tell government today to pay a police officer, let's say 400,000 naira, would they do that? Look at their barracks and wherever their lodge and whatever. Look at it. Look at how it is. Come here, self. Come and see where they are living. I don't think a normal human being can live in that environment. You see their toilets, you see the environment, you see just very nonsensical. So who are you to blame? So the system has created it that the only way to survive in Nigeria is by dubious means.
It's not in Nigeria. It's it's the conduct of Nigerians internationally. That's really the thing. How many times have we seen those clips of a Nigerian woman excreting parcels of drugs from the different orifices of our body?
It's still the same
How many
thing.
times have we seen the Nigerians being paraded in
It's
India,
still the same
Malaysia?
thing. It's still the same thing that the system creates. That many Nigerians today are into wrongdoings to earn meet. Yeah, we have to tell ourselves the truth. Tell me, how many graduates today is surviving with their certificate in Nigeria?
A lot.
A lot. But you would have checked the magos, whatever indisciplined life they have gone through to be able to achieve that a lot. Check your DPOs, high-ranking officials in the society. Check the fortune and whatever that happens in their life before they were able to achieve something. But if you say you should keep it clean, do you think it will take you there? So the only thing that can make you money in Nigeria is politics. If you want to make money, just enter politics. You make it overnight. You see rituals happening here and there in our system, just for people to survive. So Nigerians are going abroad because of that narrative. But if our system is working very well, you know that after spending 4 or 5 years in the university, you are going to get a clean job, work here in Nigeria, earn good money. Do you think it's good to live even in that abroad? Somebody like me don't like to live abroad because I don't want to stay very far from my country. I don't want in a situation whereby I will want to come back to Nigeria I'll be looking for millions to either do my paper or pay for a flight or whatever. I want to be here so that if I want to go to anywhere in Nigeria, I will go. If I have opportunity to travel for business, I can come back. I don't have the appetite.
All right.
So and a lot of Nigerians want to live like that. I don't think somebody will be happy to stay in one man's land for 30 years, 20 years without coming back to know how his father's house is. Rebuild it and make his environment to look good. How do people enjoy it? We see people, sometimes they send us messages. Your brother is there. He's almost close to 80 years. Nothing, know how to come back again. No way. It's just do family contribution. Let's know how to bring him back. Sometimes they come back, many children don't recognize them again. So I don't know how to put it, but we still have a long way to go to create a system that is very conducive for the citizens to reside and be successful. If we can do that, I think other countries will respect us. Our passport will be great, but they see us as if because they know. They know. I had a friend here who came back from Dubai a few years ago. He told me his experience is almost the same thing. When he entered Dubai, Dubai people were mocking him. He said, your Nigerians has money, has oil, has everything. Nigeria is richer than Dubai many years ago. Look at you. Look at your government. They have destroyed your country. And you come here, you'll be working like a jackie, and they are paying you peanuts, abusing you.
Okay,
Many of them stay 5 in one room.
If I can chime in real
And this
quickly.
is abuse being meted on Nigerians by these Oibos.
I think Prince wants to come in, and then I want you to wrap up so we can move on. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can hear me. Thanks, Akene. Yeah, it's not about what you have, Akene. It's about what you can do with what you have. So it's all about leadership. Yeah, Nigeria may be richer than Dubai, but it's what we have, we do nothing with it. But to the conversation you guys were having earlier regarding this price gauging. Let me try Kamala's term, price gauging. Adwale chimed in, and of course, when it comes to practical business logic or practice, I don't think there's anyone on this platform that can challenge Ekene because he understands business. Not only that, he does business. And then he dropped one term. It's a business all about turnover, which is absolute, especially in retail. So he understands that. You can't debate him on that. But what are the government's what has the government done to demand that the prices should be reduced or to prevent price gauging? I do only mention that they remove tariffs. Fine. What about the actual product itself or the produce that is sold to consumers? What have they done to increase the supply? I mean, I just want to see the justification for it. Of course, I'm not for price gouging, but nonetheless, what is the government's again? What have they done for them to demand such reduction in price?
Well, you've already said what they've done, Prince. They've lowered or removed tariff in order to support supply and profit for business people. But business people are still, it's essentially still price gouging, isn't it? So they import at getting all of the benefits that the government tries to insulate the market by, but not transferring those benefits to the end users. So they import something for about 90,000 naira and sell it for 1 million.
Well, Mama, it's not as easy as that. See, I know the Nigerians. We're greedy, and greediness is in every country where there's no adequate mechanism to control things. People abuse the system. It's nothing new. But again, what percentage of pricing of the price of commodities would the tariffs add or rather remove from the price they sell to consumers? Are they trying to are they trying to improve the local supply of these goods or what? So they're trying to rely on importation and at the same time control the pricing of the sellers. That sounds pretty fishy to me. It don't sound right, like a policy that's adequate. No, that's not to me. That's not enough.
Prince, the only thing there are two ways that local supply can be improved, either through importation or through manufacturing. Nigeria doesn't have the infrastructure for manufacturing, so we're an import-dependent country. So how do they ensure supply sufficient for affordability? That is by managing the tariff system, which they have done.
Right. Well, man, I'm assuming that we quite in this conversation we're trying to be specific. I don't think we're talking about manufacturing corn or manufacturing Gary. We're talking about mainly about food produce here. I don't care about the importation of generators or air conditioner. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about removing tariffs on those. Okay, we're talking about food specifically here. Okay, so now again, what have they done for the increase of supply in the local market? Okay, that is so adequate to impact the price that they sell. If it's strictly based on importation, of course, the sellers have the right to be risk averse in how they price, in how they import, and in the volume in which they sell. Again, what has the government done to alleviate the pain of the business people?
If we are narrowing it to food, Prince, then really that's probably where the government is acting the strongest. They are supporting the agricultural sector more than ever in the history of that country. That's one. And then they've also removed tariff on the actual staple foods that Nigerians eat. You know, rice, maize, millet, flour, all those things, zero tariff for 6 months. So as well as waiting for the agricultural cycle to kick in, they've also removed a tariff to insulate that space. That's why we're seeing prices fall so dramatically. By the way, when they have created the enabling environment for abundance, then they want to be seeing that abundance reflecting on the end user price, but that's not reflecting because of the greediness of the traders, and that's price gambling.
Well, man, you are into business. You know, no such policy will produce an immediate um, um, solution to the problems that we have right now. And in fact, all the things you mentioned so far, most of them, by 80% or so, sounds to me to be things in the pipeline that have not manifested yet. So what you guys are asking from this business people, I think, at this point in time, is unfair. Okay, it's totally unfair if you ask me. Again, we care about the consumers. We don't want them to pay through the nose, but at the same time, the government, they've not done anything sufficient, I would say, to bring down the price. It's eventually when they have oversupply or enough supply, yes, it's going to impact the price of commodities out there. But at this point in time, unless they are going to subsidize, I think somebody said it earlier, the business people, especially those that sell agricultural products, directly in their losses, yeah, then that sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, man, can I come in just a moment and throw light into this, please?
You don't think they should because I think they should start seizing some of these goods and auctioning it at giveaway prices as to example quite a few of them to straighten them up. Seize the goods, auction them at giveaway prices. Yeah.
Well, if you pretend to be, or if you claim to be in a free market society, in the capitalist system, I don't think that's ideal.
One man, are we running military administration where you go and grab people, you go to people's stuff, warehouse, grab them and auction their stuff? What section of the law have they violated that you want to do that to them?
There are elements within the consumer protection laws.
When they imported goods, they pay their tariff, custom, duty They paid everything, and then you want to tell them that they are doing price gouging when government did not give them anything as a way of subsidy.
Can I come in, please, one man after Aja?
I mean, we have to stop thinking. A militaristic approach to things. I don't understand, woman. Just go to the store, carry everything, auction it, and then walk.
All these people. No,
can anyone hear me?
I said that yes, Papa can't come in, but I said that partially in jest. But I would not be averse to them seizing a few and make a demonstration, an example of what the ambassador call it, carrot and stick. Baba.
Baba, 1 minute. Baba,
okay.
1 minute.
Okay.
When the Diagbon did it, it was those goods, those items that government subsidized, that they went break into warehouses and sold it off at a very cheap price. That was the days of rice and some other products that government give import license, and they give them special rate, exchange rates to import this thing. So even the military, they comply.
That would make more sense.
Confine of the law.
They go to Alaba market, parade a few of these greedy gods in handcuffs.
One man is planning against me, but it will not work. I know.
Can I come in now?
We want to watch Ekene on TV.
Look at it. He has built 10 mansions in Dubai of the price gouging. Yes. Baba.
I think for farm produce, one man, you have put it well, even better than what I intended. You understand? Because you can't be providing all materials necessary at subsidized rates, and these things are still turning out from the farm. You put it well, but I'm going to speak more on the hardware, finished products being imported. You understand? I'm glad Ekene brought this matter up. This is something we've been discussing behind the scenes. You understand? As regards Lagos market or spare part market, I know much about it. The problem with let me use, because Ekene is here, let me use Alaba traders, for instance. We have behind the scene told them to form, they have the structure in that marketplace, as in Ladipo too, to approach the government as a unit so that the government can do the needful and remove a lot of encumbrances. I'll put it in quote, on the way from the port to their warehouses. Take, for instance, from Apapa Port or Tinkan to Alaba Market, there are about 4 places or 5. You have to pay money to faceless people. When I say faceless, there are not many in uniform. Let me use even for instance, from Ojo instance, when you want to turn in with your container, you have to pay. That is to Ojo police station, a certain heavy sum. When you get to Agboju, the Omonile comes in and they have to pay the Omonile. Look, this thing is a cartel. I don't want to, I talk to my people behind. I will not go into the cartelness of that place. And when your warehouse is beyond the Alaba market itself, going to towards Ajangbadi, your Monile will still accost you. You will still pay. And when you turn into the street of your warehouse, before you can open that container, before you can discharge, the street of Moniles and the Bales, you have to pay them. All these things, if they are removed, they are not there, prices of hardware will come down. Am I lying, Ekene?
You are saying the actual fact.
Prices of
those
goods will come down.
Those things can make up a profit for an importer, but they don't know.
Because this is why we are telling them, look, you have the structure already. The Alausa offices are open to you. Go approach them. Go approach them and let them remove all of this. Maybe your containers have to line up and come at the same time so that you are not subject to this kind of harassment and payment, huge sums of money. So a lot of these are the things that is affecting prices for hardware markets in Lagos, for instance, which I know very well.
But in your own words, you have to tell us why you think it's okay for the government to arrest people for price gouging. What have they done that you think is satisfied or warrants that?
When it comes for price gouging, when it comes to issue of produce, that is groceries, you understand, one man has put it well. Because for these things to get to the market as finished harvested products, they give them poultry feed free. They give them dairy this thing feed for free. They give them fertilizer for free. They give them seeds for free.
Baba,
All these are in aid. No, let me finish. All these are in aid to moderate the prices in the market.
Yeah, those things sounds good. Who are they? Who are those getting it? I'm confused about that part. Who are they?
They give it to the so-called farmers. I don't know the system they use in identifying the farmers, but I don't think government system is stupid.
Okay, so is it the same system they use the governors to distribute certain items that they hoard or they sell, and you think truly all these benefits are getting to the common farmers? I don't think so. Maybe large scale farmers they're getting those benefits, but I don't think it is reaching those people. Just like with us palliatives, it doesn't reach the common people. So I'm not sure why you think all this benefit will reach all the common farmers.
Prince Daddy, 3 days ago, like every other person I saw on YouTube, where the Lagos state government was distributing all these food farm products aid to farmers. Even there was a soldier in uniform who they all applauded that a soldier farmer. This is a good example of our soldiers who are not on the battlefield chasing terrorists to use their time to farm. Because in a lot of the barracks, like Ojo barracks, for instance, there are hectares of lands, expanse. Soldiers are planting. Though commonly they plant cabbage and lettuce and stuff like that.
Lagos
I
State to
saw
me
it
would
with
not
my
be a
eyes,
good
and they were
example.
giving it out in Lagos.
Lagos State would not be a good example, and also to mention that we know Lagos to be a place of excellence. Is a place of excellence, so it's always an anomaly. Well, maybe
Because you are in
if Timber
Lagosian,
comes,
right.
if Timber comes here and tell us otherwise, then maybe I'll listen. All right, one man, thanks.
Thank you, one man. Thank you, Ekene.
Thank you, Baba.
Okay, Baba.
And thank you, Prince. And thank you, Ekene, as well. Let's go on to Prestige, Ekene, just to manage the time. Prestige, you're up next. Oh, you are there. I thought you were so quiet. I thought maybe we lost you to sleep. Prestige, come into the conversation at whichever entry point you'd like.
All right, thank you very much. Greeting everybody, ladies and gentlemen. And Ekene has taken more time, but I'm not going to spend that much time because I'm praying for time. I have to go watch Kamala Harris' speech at 9 o'clock, so that's more important to me. But anyway, so I have less few minutes to work. Please,
does she have a lisp? Does she have a speech impediment? Does she speak with a lisp?
What kind of ignorant question is that, one man?
No, I was trying. I'm for Kamala Harris as well, by the way. So I'm on your side.
Okay, what did you say about speech impediment?
No, I was trying to listen to her, and I thought she spoke with a lisp. Maybe, but maybe I've not heard enough of her.
No.
What is wrong with this man of faith? On this,
please, minimum interjection. It's my turn. I don't have more time.
We know you don't have more time.
What is wrong with you on this, Kamala Harris? Why are you too emotional?
Come on, give me my respect, okay? I respect you all. Let me have my time, okay? I don't know how many time I have.
We are all
Kamala has multiple personalities.
Stop this. You are too emotional.
Relax, Prestige. Not a big deal.
It's not a big deal.
What is not a big deal?
Kamala has multiple personalities.
Asif, give me my space. I don't have time to interact with anybody.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry,
then I'm gone. I will come back. I think you'll be done by 10 o'clock. I will come back, and make more commentary. But anyway, one man greeting to everybody. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. If time permit, I might speak on three subjects. One of
Sorry,
them.
Prestige. I was stretching a Kenneth to make sure you're ready. I was waiting for you to indicate that you were ready, but carry on. Give us what you have.
Yeah. I've been
We're
ready since
talking.
almost about 45 minutes ago.
Yes, we're talking about the Otapia woman. We're talking
Yeah.
about the
I'm
Nigerian
familiar. I'm
passport.
familiar with the list. That's
All
one
right.
of them. I'm going to talk about. That's probably the main one while I came in. But if I have time, I was going to talk about the abrogating of Nigeria image in abroad. That's one, the price guardian. So, but if I don't have time, then I'll come back after 10 o'clock when she finish speaking. But let me proceed. The main one, the main topic while I came. Um, I came in because of this dogmatism going on in Nigerian space. I mean, the situation is getting out of hand. And before I proceed, I unequivocally condemn that lady to the highest order. I mean, when I was reading and following the whole space, I said, is this lady insane or what's wrong with her? I mean, how can you make such an utterly statement? Threatening people's life. It doesn't matter who it is, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, I know the beautiful, the two tribe that, she concentrated. That's nonsense. And that lady, being that she's a Canadian citizen, they're not going to deport her. I think she responded today that nothing's going to happen to her. She has not been arrested, but in my own understanding, I think she's done. I don't know what she does, if she's a registered nurse, so she has to be certified, I think they take board like every, I don't know how often they do, retake the board. Even I thought she's what they call CNA, that I think that's registered, certified nursing assistant. They have, they work with certification too. So definitely she's done in that regard. I don't know if she's going to have a criminal record. I don't know if they're going to prosecute her. That I don't know because I don't know about the Canadian law, for trading, somebody from another country. I don't know how that works. But in my own opinion, what she said was not a welcome place in Nigeria. We are going through a lot already. That is unbecoming of what's going on in Nigerian place. All this dogmatism needs to stop. I'm just speaking for myself because I'm nobody's father. That I can't tell people what to do. I was just lack of speed about that. So having said that, I completely condemn her, and I think she, her career is probably done. That's my own opinion. So I don't want to dwell on that. But then I will pivot back of what has been going on, in between Nigerian places, and none of the people that say something previously, neither Yoruba or Igbo has been featured, but definitely the one I'm familiar with this Legopedia.
Man of Prestige, sorry for cutting. I'm very sorry for cutting you. I've not joined the section since Monday. Today is Friday here. I've been listening to everybody. This lady you're just talking about, I know you guys discussed about it yesterday and day before yesterday. Where do you see the hatred coming from for somebody to utter that statement online? How can you phantom where the hatred is coming from? Because it's my brother, it's not even about election. Can you say that is coming from somebody losing an election? Then you want to take somebody out because of why do you see the hatred coming from, my brother? Thank you.
Well, I'm not in the lady's mind. I can't come here and insinuating what I don't know. I don't even know the lady. All I know, her name is Amaka Patient, probably married to a German lady because the name sounds like a German, but that notwithstanding, I don't know where hatred comes, whether you want to link it to the election or whatever, so people should have their fact. I know one man was painting that narrative, but hey, that's one man, that's the way she played her platform. That's the way he played her platform. So I don't know what's in her mind, but this bigotry, which are called dogmatism, has been going on in Nigerian space, and it has amplified to the highest level, since after that election. When I was growing up, I don't know anything about that, so I'm not coming here to say, the people that I go to school with, my girlfriend, that's not my place right now, But the situation in Nigeria right now is very deplorable. So I don't know what has to be done. If we don't take time, we're going to be pivoting to what the genocide that happened in Rwanda. We know what happened. Over 1 million people died, and this is where things start. It's not looking better. So the government, the effort rate, this lady, is it what's the name of that Nigerian this in overseas? The effort that she put on to fish out this lady. She, the government should use the same effort to, to fish out other people, that have perpetuated this kind of dogmatism in Nigeria. It's not helping Nigeria. Even the Lagosian guy, that said, I think his name is Bolaji Olamide. How come nothing has happened to her? Because I'm not coming here to make false equivalent, but it goes both ways. You can classify which one is more, outrageous or whatever, but they're all bad in my own opinion. Finding somebody is look at it, to the next, like she has taken it to the next level. So everything that is happening is bad in Nigerian sports. So I totally condemn and some other people. I don't know what they're going to do to her, but in my own opinion, nothing is probably going to happen to her. But her reputation, her career is probably done. So the ones in Nigeria that the name has been exposed, themselves need to be held accountable, at least invited for questioning. That's where that's supposed to be. So I just want to come here and make a little bit of comment in reference to that. That I totally condemn what's been trending recently in Nigeria, because this is all over in Nigerian space. It's bad, and one more thing, even in this platform, one man, people has put that kind of that kind of bigotry. I've seen it here, So you, the owner of the platform, and I'm not going to come here and tell you to try to control it. So, but that's your
No,
platform.
What bigotry have you seen here? Because I've
oh
heard you
no,
try to
do you want me to? I don't want to start
No,
naming names. Even you,
but
wait a minute.
I see you in other spaces where you are violently ethnophobic and bigoted, and you chime in all the time. You with your CMs and Ekenes and Pansat, just insulting Yorubas for endless hours every single weekend.
Me? Can you give me an instance? Before you make a comment, you need to be honest
It's
yourself.
countless.
Give me an instance.
We
are bigotry.
I've never heard you once on that space make all of these sort of inferred inferences that you come and make here. Not once have I. The most verilously bigoted space known. We all know it. We hear them every weekend. So
Okay, that's okay. That's fine. I'm just gonna continue my narrative. You can say what you want, but let me finish on this area. You can accuse me what you want, but I know what kind of person I am. So it doesn't even bother me, because I know we are standing that kind of dogmatism when it comes to that. Because everybody, we are all one person. There's no difference. Everybody, we're all Nigerian. That's the way it's supposed to be. So, but you have your own point. But let me finish what I'm saying. There's some people that have spooned that here. I'm not here to name them, but I know them. But if I have to name somebody, who has done it to a minimum level stylistically, yeah, you see one man, you have perpetuated some, you may use it, you may call it like a banter, but in my own opinion, some people may say you're trolling people. I don't really believe that, So whatever you call it, you're not helping the matter. So let me call it how I see it. Okay? I'm not in your mind. You're not high spoken outside. I don't find you to be that kind of person, but you have used your platform, to stylistically, perpetuate such a negative, I'm not going to use word dogmatic. So let me use a simple word, fanatism. Yeah, I put you in that context, okay? So I'm done with that. Anybody who want to interject on that can interject for a few minutes.
I would like to hear you go to the spaces that you do go to and make this level of impassioned commentary.
Believe me, I don't have any issue making all this passion in any platform.
Well, you're there all the time.
Nobody feed me. I'm not scared of no human being.
When they're insulting all manners of everybody, and you just grin from ear to ear, cheering them on.
I mean, you just saying it.
Don't be a hypocrite.
People in this platform have seen me that I'm a destabilized person. They have seen me. So, are you just being pained because I mentioned you a little bit? Is that why you are being painful about what I'm saying?
Look, I'm never pained. I know.
Okay, then I'm not pained. I'm not pained about what you're talking about.
There's somewhat of a hypocrisy too.
Well, not from me. That cannot be from me.
From you.
Wait a minute. When the Ronu Lagos came out before and the Logopedia, I came here and I condemned them. And the reason why I came here is to condemn this Amaka. Then
yes,
then I have to say the root.
We all condemn Amaka, but you go to you go to the most virulently bigoted space known within this sphere that we occupy.
Look, I can go to any platform. I go to Mayegu, I go to Dr. Damage, I go to VA. That's the only.
Tell
me what platform you have seen me. Hold on, tell me what platform you have seen me in the last 1 year.
You know the hypocrisy, but carry on.
No, tell me what platform you have seen me in the last 1 year.
Well,
beside Dr. Damage and beside Ovie. And I listen to but I don't appear. So let me tell you that. So I don't have any issue, and I can speak my mind anywhere because
we're not allowing advertising on other platforms, by the way. But carry on.
Nobody can tell me what to do. I'm a grown man, so I'm a refined person, so it don't bother me. What anybody said about me, I have a very thick skin, so that don't, it doesn't make any sense. But I'm done with that subject. I totally condemn whatever all this bigotry, what I call dogmatism coming on in Nigerian space. It's a very damaging thing from all sides. It's not just one side, so don't make it like a one-sided thing. We are here. We have seen it. What has been transpiring, where has been amplified to the. I don't want to hear naming them. Everybody know themselves.
Okay, are you going to condemn Peter Obi for not coming out?
I'm not going to go there. I'm not going to go there with you because it has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with Peter.
So there it is.
Obi is not the leader. Obi is not the leader of Southeast. He doesn't. Other leader of Southeast can condemn Hanese, Opus or Ginger or Soludo. They have a right. Obi is not a leader. Obi is just a person who contested from that extraction. He doesn't have to, if you want to, he condemn it. But I'm not going to come here and say because he hasn't condemned it. If you're going to say so, if you're going to say so, has the president condemned what has been going on? And it's coming up from his leadership. Is it not buyer or non that are making all those threats? If you want to go there, has the president condemned it just because he sent out it? Has they fished out the people I just mentioned? I'm glad this lady they fished this lady out. Maybe that would be a lesson for other people spooning, this bigotry. I'm against all. So I'm not going to come here just make it one-sided. It doesn't matter what side it come from. So you can say anything you want about me. I don't care, and I don't give it. Yeah, go ahead.
So do you support the move by being made by Nigerians in Canada to get her arrested and
definitely? Oh no! She should be arrested if they can arrested immediately. If they want to deport her, put her to jail for the rest of her life. If that's what the penalty warrant, power to them, hell to her. Because I was disgusted. I'm going to have that to the highest level.
Okay.
Yes, unequivocal. So one man, you can say what you want. Like I said, I'll still be coming here unless you don't want me here. I'm not going to come. It's not a big deal.
Always welcome here. Anytime you
right. But I'm gonna speak my mind. If you're gonna allow me to come here, I'm gonna speak my mind. I'm gonna call you out where I see it fit. What I'm not gonna do is to insult you. But I'm gonna call it how I see it.
No, call me out anytime. Everybody calls me out, so why can't you? But obviously, I retain the right to push back as well.
No, definitely, definitely. We're all grown people. We're all grown people here. So, but anyway, that's it for that one.
Prestige, sorry, woman. Yeah. Can woman and everyone, will it be fair to us to be telling everyone in Canada? Don't be annoyed what I said. I'm just saying this is a suggestion. Since they said in their offices, in their house, we will be fair telling people to stop going to people that that they can poison you, because some people can carry out this act. Some people can carry out. Stop. If you have a friend that he comes from that part of the country, stop eating in their house. Stop taking food from them.
Thomas, if I can find it, I'll play it here. There's a WhatsApp message circulating already around that people should not buy edibles from people promising to put otapia in their food. Whoever sent me that clip should send it to me again. That clip of the voice note circulating that they shouldn't be buying food from people wanted to put otapia in their food.
One man, this thing we are discussing is a serious thing, no? People are just talking it like a levity.
All right. I don't know if you missed this or not. Let me play this again, just to show you that it's not a joking matter.
You now video the. And the oil.
Wait, put it so not even 1 tier. Let's do another.
It's red oil.
Yeah.
It's red oil that is inside. And what she is holding is not red oil, it's urine that she is holding.
Menstruation.
Menstruation urine.
Yeah, she's asking. Yeah. Talk now. You, I said. She starts to pour.
Okay, she was asked to pour this oil. As you can see, this is a bigger container of the red oil. And she was asked to pour from this to this other one so that it can be easily used. And she dropped the oil, went and urinated inside the cup that she's holding. What she's holding is menstruation urine. Intention was to pour the urine
Open your hand.
into the red oil. But fortunately for her, our boss caught her red-handed with what she's holding. That is.
She's an Igbo girl.
She's an Igbo girl. Where are you from?
Imo State.
From Imo State.
And her name is Faith.
What's the other name?
Bring the cup down a bit so that you can see inside the cup.
Don't let that thing pour into my this here.
Aduchi.
And what's your surname? I can't hear you. Odiemena. Her name is Faith Aduchi from Imo State. Where's your village in Imo?
It's Abia.
Abia. From Abia State.
Okay, she's from Abia,
not from Abia State. What's the name of the village? Umozonike. So she's an Igbo girl from Umozonike in Abia State.
So that came out today. So that's somebody already actioning what that lady directed right there. So
I've not even heard this.
Come on, give me the space. I'm almost done, please. I don't have more time.
Floor. You have the floor, please. I've never seen this video. I'm just seeing this for the first time. That is just what I'm thinking. Thank you. Go on, Mamnos Pesich. Yeah.
Okay, so one man, I don't know what that video is trying to portray. It has not been authenticated, but having said, I'm not here to dispute about until it's actually authenticated. Because you have
don't
this
worry.
thing.
Go
Hold on. You have this thing
wait.
to buttress what you're saying.
Go to Mayego tomorrow. It will tell you that it's a Yoruba girl.
To buttress their narrative. You have this in. You have this now to portray your narrative when you put something like that, So are you going to tell me that most people in the Southeast are so green that because of what this lady said, because of what they said, they are so green that everybody has, decided they're going to poison the other tribe? Is that what you're trying to portray here?
Not everybody.
Man of prestige. Let me.
Hold on.
No. It's okay. Ken, I don't have more time. I'm going to come back later, so I don't have more time. So I don't want to.
No, hold on, Prestige. The fear is not that the abundance of the Southeast are sensible people, and they will disregard this woman, and they will take your position that she should go to jail. But it is the gullible, and every society has gullible people.
Tell me which region doesn't have gullible people.
What did I just say? I said every society has gullible people.
But anyway, let me proceed.
Let me just make a comment.
Don't just because you've spoken for 2 hours already. Let me have a conversation.
Look, I'm done. I'm done with that narrative. So let me go to the.
Can you hold on? Oh God.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
You have to do active listening rather than combative listening. What I'm saying to you is that there are gullible people in every society who can be misled. And that girl is cited as an example of that. So she did not have the sophistication to digest what that woman was saying as just a bit of blowharding. And she's acting literally on it. And that's where the fear is.
Yeah, no, that's possible. That's possible, but it shouldn't be generalized, but that's possible because the narrative before you play this was, yeah, don't go to Igbo, don't go to the southeastern neighbors if you're in overseas, because you might be poisoned. So that's before you pivot to this thing. So what are you trying to say? Every educated somebody or somebody who has sense, will know where this is leading to when you play this video. But if that's not what you mean, yeah, the video could be possible. There's a lot of gullible people. I mean, I've seen it here, even in the state, so it's not a new thing. So my final submission, because I don't have time to speak on the price guiding, let me talk about the Nigerian passport, trading as disdain in a foreign country. Yeah, because of the image we created, like I said, we have a lot of, learned foods, which are called Morosoft, that's what they are in diaphragm. I mean, they're messing up our image. Like what I just watched today, you watch Lunch Club, right? You watch Lunch Club, the guy from UK. I don't know if you go and watch it. I was going to send it to you. I don't know if he was going to play it. About the four Nigerians, four Nigerians that was scamming people, forging marriage certificate document. They have been given 16 years. This just happened, they've been given 60. This happened, it happened in your neighbor, one man. Four Nigerians. They started perpetuating this from 2019 to 2020. They just been sentenced to 16 years. Even the oldest one, there's one woman in India. The oldest one is 54 years old. So that person is going to get at least 6 years. By the time he come out, he's going to be 60 years. So that's just one of damage, and a lot of them is going to be deported. I mean, like again, what's going on in Nigeria right now? Before you go to Canada, let's assume you want to go to school there. They're not going to take any bank account from Nigeria because according to the Canadian government, even I don't know if that happened in London, but I know about Canadian government. Any team, any bank account in Nigeria, because they don't trust Nigerian bank because they claim that you can you may not have any money, you may not have any money in your account, but Nigerian bank will say you have money. They play that kind of abracadabra. So, but anyway, if you come at the airport, it has in many instances, a lot of people, if you come at the airport, let's assume, you come there to study and you have to show the proof of income. They have to, they say you have to send, they have to transfer the whole money, in Canadian bank or coming with cash. So they don't trust anything about Nigeria. So that's where we are. If not, the latest one that would just happen, this guy, in New York, I don't know if you heard about the story that was arrested at JF Kennedy Airport. Actually, he was scamming people. So he scammed about 10 million naira and $10 million, and he live in Nigeria and in America, but he was caught at JF Kennedy 3 days ago. Now he's being sent to Boston to go face you know, to go face the jail time or whatever is going to happen in that. So the point I'm trying to make, yeah, we're spoiling our image. It's not only, don't blame the government only. We don't like ourselves. Let me call it what it is. We don't like ourselves. I mean, whatever is perpetuated in Nigeria, just because the government is corrupt, and when you have the opportunity to come here, doesn't mean you have to be corrupt. So we have a lot of issue. I mean, instead of trying to make our have our image better. We're here causing trouble in a different man land. So, but anyway, one man. I think I'm done with that. I have to go. I'll come back later. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent man of prestige who always comes here to falsely accuse
Can I,
me. So,
one man, can I stay here? Or if somebody, if you want to remove me, you can remove me. But if you don't mind, I stay here. I'm coming back.
No. We're always happy for you to stay.
Okay.
If the room fills, I might put you at the back. But whenever
no
you're
problem.
ready, just say in the private chat, and then you get back on screen. So that's
okay,
man of
I'll be here. Thank you very much.
Right, going to worship at the temple of the Democratic Party. So that's prestige. We've lost him to Kamala Harris. So there it is. Gentlemen, let's whisk through so that we can get through voices quicker. We kick off about 10 minutes monologue. We kick it off at Dande Koko Baba, Prince Daddy Larry. We go through the room. Dande Koko, are you ready for us?
Yeah, one man. How are you?
I'm good. Look at Prestige coming to first player. As if we don't know him and all the places he goes to. But look at this guy, the hypocrisy of it. But this passport situation, Nigerian passports treated with disdain in foreign countries. So that's not even breaking news. But why?
Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. A lot of things are responsible for that. Nigerians, some Nigerians, very few Nigerians, have committed a lot of criminal acts. And as such, they have painted us so bad that we are not good people. We have to be thoroughly searched at every airport where Nigerians arrive, and so these bad ones are the ones that are destroying our image, and as such, our passport is the face of our nation. So the person holding the passport is holding that passport as the privilege of the state, and so it's a state-owned property. So any Nigerian traveling outside Nigeria to any other part of the world is representing Nigeria. Is an ambassador. That is what some of us doesn't understand. When we go abroad and go and partake in criminal act, so we are representing our country as when we have that passport with you. So that is what is responsible for that. We are ambassadors of our country in the foreign land. So even though we are not what do you call it? We are not diplomatic. We don't carry diplomatic passport, but that passport is a representation of the the state. So that is what is responsible mainly. And over the years, our leaders have failed to take a very, very drastic action to correct the situation. Why I said they failed is that Nigerians, particularly those that traffic, hard drug, they how they were able to make it through the, that airport, that checking point at the airport, into the plane and to the foreign land where they are caught is what has damaged the country the more. It shows that our country is just, we are just corrupt people. So they have concluded that Nigerians, anything coming from Nigerian is not guaranteed. They have to thoroughly search it and, and be sure that those, hard drug are not in the luggages. So that is why they give us that kind of ridiculous, embarrassing treatment at the entry point in the foreign land. Nigerians will be taken to a separate line and go through a thorough searching, sometimes for hours. It is very ridiculous. Wole Soyinka has been thoroughly charged before. A Nobel laureate. It's not his personality that matter, but that passport that he carries. It carries the image of Nigeria. Nigeria is not a reliable country. This guy is from Nigeria. He is representing Nigeria. Let's check him. It doesn't matter. His title, his status in the world does not matter. As long as he's not carrying a diplomatic passport. So it's the government failure. If the government has taken a drastic action, like maybe, firing a lot of immigration officer, put them in jail for a long time. If those that were at the checking point when that flight took off, those that were at the checking point when that guy passed through the checking point, all of them, they have been firing them. I think they would have sat up right, even right from the top, that if incident like that should happen, you as the number one in that department will be fired, and your other staff on duty. Everybody will have sat upright and they will have done their job diligently and in patriotic manner, that this kind of bad image given to Nigeria, would have been prevented. So it's barbaric, one man. It's just a failure from our government and our people as well, that are not looking for easy way to make money, fast way to make money, and that's what I think is responsible. Are you there, woman?
Yes, yes, I am. All right, brilliant. Do you want to make any commentaries on this Otapia woman? Article condemns death threat against Yorubas and Benin people by women living in Canada. So, was I wrong in having the expectation that Peter Obi should speak to that space? People. All right. I think Adana Koko may be taking a call. So let's go to.
I'm here.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. So, look, Atiku has done well. Atiku has done well to speak. Atiku has done well to speak on this issue. It shows that what that lady did carry so much weight, so much concern. A lot of people are very concerned about that statement, that how should a citizen be calling for, his tribal people all over the country to go after a particular tribe and, poison them if they have the means to do so. It's so worrisome, and I think that thing carries so much concern, and that is why Atiku spoke to it. So Peter Obi, I think, for his political reputation, I think he should speak as well. He should speak in such a way that Igbo people are not people that ever committed genocide against others or ever carry out such an act that the lady was calling on them to do. So you should speak passionately, you should speak with, it should reflect something that, Igbo does not stand for such thing, and call for all Igbo not to listen to anybody that call on them to do any harm against their fellow Nigerians. So he should be able to say something so that he will show to Nigerian people that he loves all Nigerians, and that is not only when something is done against his people that he speaks, because most of the time when he speaks, recently, anytime that anything happen against the interests of people, he will speak quickly, uh, you know, to defend it. So this time around, an Igbo lady says something that is very, 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 very bad. Nobody can ever imagine that a fellow Nigerian can go online and say such a thing. Yes, we are tribal people. Sometimes we say some bigotry statement, but not to the level of calling that, hey, let us go and poison all Yorubas and all those. That is too extreme. And the lady in the recent video is not even showing any sign of remorse. She's still like she has not done anything wrong.
Ajale Kuku, please, sorry. Can I ask you this question, please? Why are we not? Yes. Supposedly, this lady is, I don't know if that's been confirmed. Supposedly, this lady came from the part of the country. Don't you think the leaders in that community, in that part of the community, Nigeria, should have come out and make like a disclaimer, like Peter Obi now? But because I know Peter Obi, if Tasha Bagbe Omadiye in somewhere else, he will speak on it, he will tweet on it. I expected Ohaneze speaking now, make a disclaimer.
They have
yes.
condemned it, yes.
Oh, yes. You know, I didn't join you guys yesterday. Maybe, yeah. That's good, yeah. Continue.
Yeah, so Ohaneze, good that Ohaneze, spoke quick and condemned it. That is very, very good. They represent they represent Igbo people. They are leaders of Igbo people. So, but the political leader in Igbo land today, whether we like it or not, is Peter Obi. Peter Obi should speak. He shouldn't have waited 24 hours. He shouldn't have let it pass 24 hours. He should have condemned it with that urgency. He should have delivered that, condemnation very fast so that everybody can see that, his followers around the country, particularly from his part of the country, that are very, very bitter for the election that he lost in 2010. They are still very, very bitter. He should speak so that they won't, nobody will take action in this regard, according to what that girl was called on them to do. Because
Babaja, nobody is bitter about the election, no. Even we that fought for the election, nobody is bitter about it. So I don't know where that narrative bitter about losing the election.
You are bitter. Don't you yourself? You are bitter. You are still saying the
I'm
election.
not. Nobody is bittered.
You can't speak for everybody. Speak for yourself. What do you mean by
understand? All this bitter election loss. I don't know where it's coming from.
You are bitter.
Ekene, have you been on TikTok?
Let us lie to ourselves.
Ekene, have you been on TikTok? Go and see what is going on there. You will know people are still bitter. Abajalo Koko, you are right.
A lot of them are still bitter. So Peter Obi should have spoken. I don't know what is holding him behind. It's just, if by this time tomorrow he have not spoken, that'd be very shameful for him. It will just show that he is not a man that is fit to be in a political leader, in a political leadership, or even be in a position of leadership at all. If Atiku all the way from the north, his tribe, the lady did not call for for articles tried to be poisoned, but Atiku spoke within 24 hours. What is Obi doing?
Babaja, let me tell you, let's not go that route. All these politicians has a war of doing their own thing. When that girl Deborah was killed, Atiku never said anything against it, even though that one happened in his region. People drag him.
We condemn it.
You condemn it, but him personally never said anything, even up to today.
He condemned it, but he later
I never saw people use it. People use it to campaign against him. You understand? So leave politicians with their politics. Tinubu himself never condemned Obakiolo.
Peter Obi
So
talk
leave
about
politicians with their politics and face Nigerians with their issues.
So you are saying
all of
that
them have their own flaws.
So what you are
where
saying,
they never condemn.
So what you are saying is that for Obi, since this incident happened, as Obi have not spoken, it's good, it's okay. Is that what you are saying? Is it okay?
Hold on, Adane Koko, you can only say leave politicians to their and you can only say that if Obi was not condemning everything else. So he condemns everything else. So it's not as though he doesn't run commentaries on social issues.
Obi don't condemn everything else. The last thing that announcement.
Should we go to his Twitter page now?
Let me make a point. The last thing that the government roll out, their policy they roll out about education and all that. I think Atiku spoke about it against Tinubu. Obi never tweeted about it. So they differ on their whatever they want to speak. Obi spoke about the man that was buying in Sokoto. Atiku based on that age limit for taking a WAEC, and even called Tinubu somebody that doesn't have certificate and all that, trying to kill educational system in Nigeria. So all of them have where they pick their interest and do their politics.
All right. So if
that's why I said leave politics for politicians.
No, we can't leave politics for politicians. Now, if they're looking to govern you, then you have to pay attention to what they say. If you are saying Obi condemned what happened in Sokoto, how is this lady's incident different from that?
I just told you. If you are making example, you make example. Tinubu wife have a video circulating online.
We're talking about Obi now.
No, let me finish now.
We're talking about
Tinubu wife has a video circulating online where he was saying, "I don't trust this Igbo, this and that, and everything he said about Igbo." Let me finish.
Don't finish, because you said that already 3 times earlier on. But that I wasn't asking you about Tinubu now. I was asking you about Peter Obi.
No, you start from where it begins. You cannot be speaking. You cannot be speaking on recent. Why you leave the where the matter started from. You leave it behind. And you are the wife Tinubu. That is his wife, and he never spoke against his wife.
All right, it's fine. You've already said that, so let Adane Koko carry on.
So yeah, I think it's good for him to speak. Ekene, you cannot defend it. Don't defend Obi. When a leader is too slow, you know, you have condemned Obi before. You supported what's the name of that guy?
Kenneth
Okonkwo. You know, you supported him. So look, this is what a leader must show leadership when it's time to show leadership. So on this one, I think the fact that it's too slow to speak and he have not spoken is going to 48 hours now. It is not good. It should show leadership at the right time so that people can know that, yes, he is really a true leader. So let me leave that. Look, what he did, what really happened. Look at the video of that young girl that was caught trying to poison the palm oil of that Yoruba woman. You know, that young lady. could we say that is that video of that lady that influenced this young girl?
And somebody is just saying Obi condemned Lagospedia as well. So Obi condemned Lagospedia. But how is this different from Lagospedia?
Yeah. So
he was calling for the arrest of Lagospedia.
Is qualified. So on
look at the hypocrisy.
It's not doing good. It's not that, you know, people hate him for going after him for his.
It's the ethnic politics that is playing, which everybody can see.
It's just not good. It can't be too slow. You can't. People are not stupid. People can read along the line.
Babaja, you and the one man seeing it as an ethnic politics, but you are not seeing the other one as an ethnic politics. You know, when somebody came out and say these particular people, if you're not voting APC,
no,
don't come out.
All of those, yes,
so,
I agree with you.
That is what I'm saying.
Hold on now, those ones are wrong as well. But what we are saying, are you supporting Obi for staying behind, not speaking at all, going to
when they condemn the Lagospedia for the same thing?
Yes.
What I'm saying is this. Obi might still say anything or wouldn't want to say because he's not in the government today. Let me finish. He is not contesting any election now.
He doesn't.
You understand? So he has the right to say whatever he wants to say and whatever he doesn't want to say. But I'm saying this for you to know that also.
People have the right to conclude as well. People have the right to conclude as well.
You can conclude whatever you want to conclude, but just know that as you are concluding, I am also concluding on my own.
Why did they condemn Lagospedia?
Why did Tinubu not condemn people who saying that this individual has to not come out to vote, even though that happened in his own state? Yes, all of them are the same. They are the people that created this bigotry.
No, can you answer the question, or you let Ajale Koko carry on? Why did
they are the people that created the bigotry?
Oh, okay, thank you. Can I let Ajale Koko carry on? If you can't answer the question, Ajale Koko, why did he condemn the Lagospedia?
Look, one man.
The hypocrisy is alarming.
That one is you know, I agree that with you. Look,
sorry, Ajale Koko. Lagospedia said Igbo people should be chased out of Lagos. Peter Obi spent a week on Twitter asking for his arrest. This Amaka lady is asking that Yoruba people be poisoned, and his radio silence. Peter Obi is still mourning about some satellite emir in Sokoto State. He can't say anything about it.
Look, let me tell you.
This is the hypocrisy. And it's not ethnic politics.
What Ekene doesn't understand is that a lot of people, a lot of Yoruba voted for Peter Obi in Yoruba land. And you see one idiot from the east calling that Yoruba should be poisoned, that all Igbo, wherever they are, should poison all Yoruba. And you got several, maybe some, millions of votes in Yoruba.
Tinubu condemned Lagospedia, by the way.
That's right. So, and you as a leader, that a lot of Yoruba still believe in Peter Obi, and they are saying somebody is calling on to go and poison all those Yoruba, and you that they see that their leader, you are not speaking to condemn it. Look,
I'm not saying that Yorubas didn't vote for Obi or whatever.
That is not
many Igbos, both online and offline, never condoned this girl. You understand?
Forget about
even the Igbo leaders.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let me ask you a question, and please don't go to Tinubu's wife or whatever. Peter Obi condemned Lagospedia that said Igbo people should be chased out of or out of Yoruba land. He pressed very hard for the government agencies to go after whoever is after Lagospedia and prosecute him. So now, is what this lady is saying, is it lesser than what Lagospedia said, and why is Peter Obi not condemning it? So don't go to I'm not asking you about MC Oduomo or anything.
All of them joined together. All of them don't join together. What I'm saying is that whenever anybody commits such crime in Nigeria, the government should take action
But that wasn't
against
the
that
question.
individual.
I said,
Let me finish. Let me finish.
No, don't finish. Can you, if you don't want to answer the question, just say you don't want to answer it. So I'm not asking you for a broad stroke answer. I'm asking you about Peter Obi, and I've given you the example of something very
I
similar.
will not. That is the why I will not bring Peter Obi, and I never wanted to bring Tinubu into it. Is because you guys are using you guys are using it for politics already, and I wouldn't want it to go that round. You understand? Individual that committed crime should be treated with their crime and forget using it for politics. This one condemn it. This one don't condemn it. It's not good for our politics.
Was Peter Obi using it for politics when he condemned Lagos?
Did Peter Obi said he's using it for politics?
I'm asking you.
We Nigerians should understand our problems and leave these politicians. What we should be calling?
Don't do shouting now and forget philosophical whatever. Nobody wants to hear you philosophize. We're asking you direct questions. Peter Obi condemned Lagospedia for asking that Igbo people should be chased out of Yoruba land. So he condemned it for a week solid on Twitter. I can bring you his Twitter thread. So this lady now has called for the poisoning of Yoruba people. So the two are aligned. Those are two of the exact same thing. So why is he so vociferous in the condemnation of Lagospedia and his radio silence when this is coming out of his own camp?
Well, that is your own narrative and the narrative you want to paint it.
Right.
My point still remains that if any individual in this Nigeria commits any crime, Nigeria should come together and condemn it, and government should arrest that person. I'm not saying that it belongs to Tinubu or it belongs to Peter Obi. And that narrative is what is killing. And when you continue to portray it, Nigerians understand it and begin to divide ourselves.
People are not stupid.
The government has the capacity to arrest. The only area that I will say anything against will be if this girl is being arrested and he come against it. You understand that? Or anybody say, why should the government arrest you?
Let me ask you one last question, and please don't philosophize. Just go straight to the question. Was Peter Obi wrong to condemn Lagospedia? Was he wrong?
That is the genesis of everything. That's why I said any individual can choose to speak on what. If I decide not to speak, I will not speak.
No, don't speak then. If you can't answer I asked you a direct question and I said don't give me philosophy.
It's not every question that is direct, and it's not every question you expect me to answer the way you want to. My answer might not go to your direction.
No, your answer to every question is a philosophy, like broad strokes. Let's all be nice and all that. That wasn't the question. So if you don't have to answer it, say I don't want to answer it.
If we cannot all be nice, then we should not be calling for the unity of the country. If we want to not be nice.
All right. So everybody can hear us, by the way, and then they form their own conclusion. Ajale Koko, back to you.
Well, it's just unfortunate that Ekene is not trying to face the reality. The reality is that, it is not the best thing to defend your leader, your political leader, when it's wrong. You can say, oh, my leader is wrong this time. He should have done better. And we move on. Defense.
Wrong as if he's the one that sent the girl to go and say what he said. Nobody sent the girl. If the girl said what she said, let her face the law. Did Obi send her?
What the lady even did, what she called for is even more detrimental than what Lagospedia called for. More.
I don't think so. All of them are. Even that one is the genesis of everything.
Hold on. You know that Igbo boys have a lot of restaurants in Lagos. How do you want Yoruba people to feel now? Going there.
It's not only Igbo boys. If it touches the nose, it touches the ear. If we should take it that way, you understand? A lot of Yoruba.
You are interrupting me. Let me speak now. You have been speaking. Let me speak. What I'm just saying is that a lot of Yoruba people might be so scared that, well, I don't know. These people might do something in compliance to what this lady called for. I don't want to eat at that Igbo place again. No, that owner, that restaurant owner, her business will suffer because of one stupid girl who live in Canada. So
Baba, the issue is this.
These are the more reason why Obi should have
The
spoken so that
issue is
everything
this.
he can give assurance and he can calm things down. What you don't know, your defense.
The issue
What
is
you
this.
don't know, hold on.
The issue is this.
Listen now. What you don't know.
Let Adale Koko speak. Now, you've already told us about MC Odomo and the Oba and Remi Tinubu.
Already had.
You don't want to ask.
That's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to.
You don't want to speak
tell
directly
him
to
that
the issue.
I'm trying to tell him the narrative is all out, because if you are putting it that way, even if you come to the market today, a lot of Yorubas are also selling. So should we continue to portray this narrative, Obi do this, Obi do that, this and that, instead of we ourselves taking it upon ourselves to condemn it and move on and encourage our people to live in unity?
No, we are condemning it, but we are asking Obi to condemn.
Don't put it on one man. Obi is not the owner of this country. I don't even know where you Obi. Leave Obi aside. Let's move on as a nation. So if Obi didn't condemn it, you will not leave.
No, because we want to highlight the hypocrisy and the ethnic.
Highlight which hypocrisy? Let him live with it if it is hypocrisy.
Yes, he will live with it because we will highlight it. The hypocrisy.
What are you highlighting? If you are talking about Igbos buying this, in our market today, we have a lot of Yorubas and others selling foodstuff. Would I say because of this and I would not go and buy from them?
It's up to you.
What are we even insinuating?
It's up to yes. If you want to know what is being not even insinuated but said, then you have to listen and don't steamroll people. With Lagospedia asked that Igbo people be chased out of Yoruba land. Obi condemned it vigorously, went on social media, pushed very hard, made hue and cry about the ethnic undertone of what was being said. So he did that. So now this woman Can you let people speak?
I think you are even the one spreading this entire country.
Can you let people speak? Can you let people speak?
Can you let people speak?
Too much analysis on what doesn't make sense.
No, can you let people speak? Are you going to let? Oh, okay, if you want to speak, then you speak. Then, but once you are done, you have to let me speak. You speak.
My point is, well, let us stop making too much analysis on what we know that will continue to destroy the country for what.
Kumi, do you mind? I can remove you. You know, Kumi. I said let him speak. What's going on?
Let us keep ourselves together. Leave these politicians aside.
Yes,
because if we continue to make this analysis, Obi do this, Tinubu do this, this is further dividing the people, and that's my point. Because we are still creating the narrative that should I go and buy from Yoruba? Should I go and buy? Even me, when I'm not thinking about that. I have a lot of my customers there that are Yorubas. Should I not buy from them because one nonsense lady from Canada come and sell rubbish? Then I'll begin to pour it Obi and Tinubu, continue to give analysis to poison the mind of the people further the more. That's my point. Too much analysis destroy things too much. So let's move on and forget Obi and Tinubu.
Can I speak now? Without interruption. Because once you are done. Now, what's being said is Lagospedia asked for the cleansing of Yoruba land of Igbo people. Everybody condemned it. Peter Obi was at the forefront of that condemnation. He made a lot of whistles about the ethnic undertone of what was being said by Lagospedia. That was what Lagospedia said. So now this lady advisedly, I'm not sure if she qualifies to be called that, she now calls for the pieing of Yoruba people and Edo people via poisoning. So they asked for the chasing of people out of a land. This one went a step further, asked for the ending of the life of people, a genocidal call, which we are seeing being actioned in some form. I played you the clip. So if Peter Obi felt so passionately about the call for Igbo people to be chased out of Yoruba land. Where is that equal passion when an Igbo woman is asking that Yoruba people be killed? Is that not ethnic politics? If it's not, then I'd like to know what is. Ajan Lekoko, carry on.
Mama, it's just sad that some of our friends that are Igbo, sometimes, look, man of prestige did very good. He condemned this thing. He said that lady should be prosecuted and even sentenced her to jail for a long time. That's a great man. You can't say one of your own. You shouldn't defend one of your own that have done something very, very wrong, particularly very, very bad, that can cause pains, everlasting trauma to humanity, and you defend it. That is not the way. It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that. Nobody, no Igbo person should defend this lady. Every Igbo person.
Coco, sorry. Why do you people want to carry the Nigerian problem on this woman's head?
No. It's not Nigerian. Look, she's calling for, genocidal action.
I know, but what you said is nothing new.
To commit genocide against Yoruba people and Edo people in already charged up country, already politically toxic country. So, in order to show, for the Igbo to show that, no, we are not part of this stupidity, everybody must condemn it, so that at least give the Edo people and Yoruba people that peace of mind that, look, yes, we can live together in pain. But when people are acting like Ekene trying to defend
that's a political speech you are giving. No, that's a political speech. You give Yoruba and Edo people peace of mind. I don't think so. She has no bearing at all in what happens to those people.
You think so? That's what you think. Because you don't.
Because the problem is she's not the originator of the problem or the strife that exists. She's just a reflection of what's been going on for such a long time.
We are not talking about the origin. We are talking about what is currently trending now. That is giving everybody concern. Do you think for government agency in Nigeria? Hold on. Do you think for government agency in Nigeria to write that letter to the city?
I'm sorry. Let's be serious. Let them go deal with Boko Haram. The people that are actually killing people and stop this nonsense. This is garbage. The people killing people. The other day, woman showed a video from young people, of young people in Sokoto State go to face the terrorists themselves. And you get to concern about some French woman in Canada that wants to pay your back, and who cares? Who cares? I mean, there are people that said so much worse things about.
If you don't care, I care.
No. Let's face reality. Let's face reality.
Even the same bandits are on TikTok now, releasing a lot of video. You cannot even trace them. All the bandits today are in TikTok, releasing videos.
Were you not here?
Releasing videos, showing the money they gain from kidnapping and all that, saying a lot of things, putting more threats to the Nigerian
That's a real problem.
The government is not doing anything about it.
Yes,
the real problem we are facing. We will come here and we'll be talking about this.
We condemn
even many Nigerians and many Igbos I see today has condemned it. The only problem you have is we have not tweeted against it. Ohaneze has condemned it. And you will have even a lot of these terrorists on Twitter today. They are on TikTok releasing many videos.
Obi need to tweet about it. Obi need to condemn it. Obi need to do that.
He quickly condemned Lagospedia for their stupid statement too, that all Igbo should be driven out of Yoruba land. He quickly jumped into the media. He condemned, he tweeted, he did everything. So we are calling on him. This one that is even more dangerous than he should condemn it as one of the
quickly.
political leader in Nigeria.
I agree with you. See, Obi is, I said it before, Obi is a politician, right? He only does what benefits him. He's not gonna criticize.
He's a dangerous politician. He's showing an image of a dangerous politician and heavily tribal politician. This is what he's doing.
I understand. It could be.
And that is very dangerous. Is that the person you want to hand the nation to?
Of course not.
A heavily tribal politician.
The one you have funded it to,
allow me, Obi has an antecedent, and a woman talks about it all the time. He never condemns anything that has to do with IPOB and obedience. But any other topic as remote as the village in Sokoto State, Obi has a comment about. And I do agree with you that Obi should make a comment about it. But if it's not going to do it. So me, I'm not going to lose sleep over Obi trying to condemn anything or not. It's irrelevant. But again, see, when the Nigerian government
that is what we are speaking to. That's what we are speaking to.
But it's almost irrelevant though. Again, when Abike Dabri can write a letter, whatever she did, and the people in Tinubu's government are so up in arms about some fringe lady with an English name in Canada saying she's gonna pie some people, and we lose a sleep over it. Are we kidding ourselves? Let's just go home and deal with the issue that we have at home. Let them go deal with it with them terrorists.
You're saying something very disturbing. I'm sorry to say this, man. You're very disturbing. I'm surprised everybody here don't see anything wrong. You're saying you don't care about a woman saying they should go and poison Yoruba people. Are you serious? Are you kidding me? So if they poison your mother tomorrow, now you come here and say it didn't matter. If one Igbo kid, that one gullible Igbo person see your mother tomorrow and poison her, your mother Yoruba. Hold on. Don't. That's what you said was very, very annoying. If you were in my face, I would knock you the fuck out. Honestly.
No. Settle down.
I literally would have beat the shit out you, man. For real. How can you say something like that, man?
No, Mike. I can't have that.
No, Mike is playing. Mike is playing. He's just playing.
Let's not make it personal. Let's not. Let's leave it to the politicians, but let's not make it personal. Adanle Koko. And by the way, sorry.
Let me land my point real quickly. Let me land my point.
Make your point, Prince Daddy.
Okay. So to my point, I think we try to address people accordingly. Now, Mike, you can express yourself, but talking like a child, okay, like a little child, it's embarrassing. I don't know who you're going to knock out, but let's just leave that to the side. I don't even care what you say. When people can hold emotion in an environment where we have adults to have the conversation simply because you disagree, so you're going to do it's even, don't worry about that. So to the main point, so if this lady, if she's committed a crime before, or she's poisoned some Yoruba people, or any person for that matter, I understand. Every day we see videos, we hear people say things that are so obnoxious and so condescending all the time, and even dangerous online all the time. People do that. People do that all the time. So, but people are so emotional. Like
compared to this,
people are so emotional, like Mike, because
question. I want man.
No, just let him carry on.
And just asking question. He says people are sitting and say,
"That's enough." Carry on.
People are so emotional talking about some lady is going to poison some Yoruba people.
What is going on here? See, the same
in the West.
Wait,
can you let him carry on, please?
No, let us talk too. Because this is what they always do.
No, guys. No. Can you not do that, please? Let him carry on. When he lands, you come in. Let's not make it rowdy, Prince.
What else? To that point. Oh yeah. So again, this lady, we see, unlike if she said that, I don't know, maybe in Nigeria or some third world country, maybe take a little bit seriously. But now they expose the lady. She lives in Canada in the West, and they have system in place. And we talked about it a couple of days ago that she's more likely to lose a job given the kind of job she does, maybe in the medical field. And we can almost guarantee that she will pay for what she said. We know that In the West, she's more likely to be punished for what she said. Okay, but again, to me, and we all are expressing our opinion on this matter. But I'm saying that with all the regiments of the government, to address this one woman for what she said, I think they can put more effort towards a bigger problem in the Nigerian space, such as terrorism, banditry, kidnapping. They should talk more about that, so we can we can have passion about it. Oh, Tinubu and his government, they actually do something about it, so we can be proud about it. But people jumping up and down like little kids trying to insult people because some damn lady talk on YouTube or on the internet. You guys should go get a grip. It shows how shallow you guys are.
No, don't
All
take
right,
it
cool. Let me come
personally.
in.
You two
See,
don't take it
I didn't have a
personal.
problem with you.
We
If you
value
saying the
our
government,
ethnic. We have value
Mr.
me as
Wonder,
value
after
as value
Mike, it's
let,
Yoruba.
let,
gonna be me.
We
let,
value our ethnic. Nobody should
no,
tell.
no,
We
oh
value.
God. No, we are not doing that. Let Choma come in, and then you come in after her, Mike.
well, I'm supposed to go first now. One man.
Yeah. Go in the
Let
order
me
I've
let me just
said.
make my quick
No, go
statement.
in the order that I have just said. Choma comes first, and then you come after. Choma.
Hello, guys. Good evening. I know the discussion is very heated, but I promise you guys, no one is poisoning anyone, And then we also have to consider, we think so little of ourselves, even our leaders, that we want them to focus on something so trivial. Like, I've never seen President Obama or, even Trump get on a podium and have a press conference about a racist rhetoric on social media. The reason why I don't want to speak so much into this ethnic stuff is because I don't want to give that platform like views. I don't want to fuel it. I don't want people to recognize it. Like because I feel like the more people talk about it, Nigerians, they love saga, they like drama. It's gonna fuel the whole ethnic, drama, and I don't want that. She's famous. This lady can freaking open her own page and she will have followers, or maybe other bigots that will be following her, and she will start her own YouTube page and start making money, profiting off of it. We don't need to, we don't need to give those people more relevancy, and we need to think better of our leaders and expect them to do something big, and not paying attention to one depressed lady in the UK or the US. It's just, I don't like this. We need to focus on more important stuff. And on behalf of P2B, if you guys really want to hear this,
Why Obi cannot condemn what? Why
I'm
Obi cannot
condemning
condemn
it
the
for
lady?
him. Let me condemn it for him. On behalf of P2B, we the Igbos condemn this lady. I'm not sure she's even Igbo, but if she is, we don't accept her. She's not Igbo to me. I wouldn't want her to be in my community. I'm not proud of her. So that's why I don't accept that she's Igbo. Honestly, it's something of a shame. So she embarrassed me and every other Igbo woman out there. And this is not what we stand for. And that's why I just don't want us to talk about it, because it's embarrassing. Honestly, it's really embarrassing. So I'm so sorry this lady is causing this ethnic division. I love Yoruba people so much. I love Yoruba man, I like Kulata, so.
All right. All right. Thank you, Choma. Mike, you come in next, but let me just add this. Choma, it's not actually even about the Igbo people. I don't think anybody of any right thinking thinks this represents the whole Igbo thinking. I think, at least, let me speak for myself. What I am focusing on is Peter Obi especially, and I'm wanting to highlight the hypocrisy of how he politics. But Mike, Mike, come in.
Well, so Choma, well, first of all, we won't have to be addressing this if the leaders like Obi and the people that are supposed to be addressing their people are doing it their job. Even IPO and all these people who never have been addressing them, because I would have just seen them as non-entities, criminals. If their leaders had been addressing them, but they don't do that. They just, in fact, they will even join behind and support them, give a politically correct statement. So that's why we have to address them. Now that's one. Now for Prince Daddy, here's the deal. If you came and said the government should focus on terrorism and things like that, yeah, that would be good. But to be telling me, a Yoruba man, that from Ikorodu, where I don't have problem of terrorism, Boko Haram or anything is happening, where someone wants to poison my people and they have his people living around my people, and you are telling me that what's more important to me that I should be talking about is Boko Haram in the north. That this one, I shouldn't be. I should keep quiet. I should be. That's come on. That's very insensitive. You know, dude, that shit is. I'm sorry, man. It's just terrible. Like right now, I can't even know who to trust. Which Igbo person to trust around me. I'm serious. With all this bigotry hatred that's going on, with this kind of statement, all these things, their leaders supposed to be holding conferences talking. These things got to this point because their leadership is terrible in that region. Like this, this whole thing should have never got to this point. Because when this bigotry thing started with 2015, before 2015, tribalism was dead in Nigeria. Nobody, we always knew was the bunch and Don Jazzy teaming up. I didn't even have any kind of. I wasn't even seeing Igbo people as any kind of tribalistic people. Everybody, tribalism was dead in Nigeria until 2015 when IPOB was created, and they started this bigotry thing, and their leadership kept quiet to the point people were guys, address your people. A child that's 10, like 5 years old in 2015, today is 14. A child that's 10 in 2015, an Igbo child that's 10 in 2015 is 20. So he spent his, and most you they spend time online, he spent his 10 years of his life, more than half of his life, consuming bigotry from someone this region saw as a supreme leader in American. So how did you, and you guys are shocked that we have a lot of young Igbo youth that are bigots, they become bigots. This kind of, I didn't know Igbo to be like this growing up. Now, it got to the point where, okay, their leaders couldn't deal with address their people and do this. Now, Yoruba people are at a point where a young Yoruba youth that's probably 5 at that time is 15 now. He spent his whole life hearing Igbo people being bigoted towards him and all these things. So we got here because their region have terrible leaders, terrible people like Obi. And that's what we are having conversation about. You can't tell Yoruba people we have to keep quiet. I'm not going to keep quiet. Most of our life, we're quiet. I mean, since the end of the war, people raising their children and telling them, lying to them that Yorubas are the one that stopped them, this and that and that. And we had elders during that time that kept mouth, our Yoruba elders too, they kept their mouth shut. They didn't do anything. They when the people speak bigotry, they keep quiet, they do Omoluabi. But this new generation of Yorubas, we got to nip it in the bud. I can't address this, man. If you have to break the country, so what? But not in our land. If you want to do bigotry, go to your land and do it. You're not going to be in our land and be, be bigoted towards us. We have to address it and deal with it. Period.
Can you give me a minute? Just a minute.
I was going to ask Ajale Koko to move the topic away from that.
Ajale Koko, please give me a minute. Just a minute. Mike, you speaking. Believe me, I've heard even in the late night show. So you are so hypocritical. I mean, you are probably one of the most dogmatic person I've seen in this platform. So
because I respond to your bigoted tribe.
Yes, you.
Because I respond to pushback.
You're probably one of the worst perpetrators of bigotry, dogmatism.
Yes, towards your fucking tribe. But your tribe is a fucking useless tribe now.
You need to look at yourself. You need to look at yourself.
Dude, go and die, man. Fuck you and your stupid Igbo tribe, man.
No, God Almighty. No. We cannot have that. No, we cannot. No, we cannot.
That's exemplified.
No. When I say stop, everybody stop. Ajale Koko, move us from that. Please, we cannot.
Okay, give me another topic. Which another topic?
This sort of language.
Yes.
No, please, we cannot have that sort of. It's not what we want to project. We can have impassioned discussions without being guttural with the language. Ajale Koko, take us to the government's plans to seize people's goods and auction it. So just give us a little soupçon on that, and then we go on to maybe a steady voice like Larry.
Okay, steady voice.
And Larry doesn't like any of these ethnic stuff, so won't love any at all.
Larry. Well, look, let me tell you, woman. Like I said earlier, it doesn't make sense for government agency to say we want to go after people on price gouging when government did not pay subsidy on that particular product that they claim they price gouge on. That is not the way it is done. You can only go after people selling product that government lowered the tariff, imported product that government lowered the tariff in order to make it affordable for people. Government can go after them because by lowering tariff for those imported goods, government have sacrificed some revenue. Government have paid subsidy for those items to be affordable for the people. But for products that government did not pay subsidy on, and you say you want to go and challenge them on the price they're selling it, I think it doesn't make economic sense at all, because private business, you know, if not for the high cost of living in the country, high cost of, even borrowing, cost of borrowing is so high, the exchange rate is so high, and then the cost of freight now is so high, and the tariff is so high, cost of warehousing is so high, police at every junction when you are transporting this thing to the warehouse, you pay police, you pay omonile, you want to pay for your store, you want to pay for electricity tariff that has been increased. Look, it is a shadow chasing when government want to say they want to go after people for price gouging. You can only go after them on specific products that government has given subsidy on, not everything. I don't know what that guy is saying when it's making reference rather to a particular thing imported from America that it costs 1,500 in America, or is it 140 or 1,400? He said, and in Nigeria they're selling it to 1 million. If you come and ask us now, how much do they sell iPhone in Nigeria compared to how much iPhone is sold here? If you come and compare it, how much is iPhone here? iPhone 15. How much is it sold here? Now look at how much is sold in Nigeria. Look, what they need to focus on, all those products, all those items that government have, identified as duty free. Those duty free products or items are those ones they should go after. Because for government to say it is duty free, government has regarded them as essential commodities which must be affordable for people in the country, so that people will not go through hardship, consumer hardship. In order to eliminate that consumer hardship, government, remove tariff so that it can be cheap, and that is in itself, it can stimulate economic growth, because when people buy, when people spend and buy, then you see it stimulate economic growth. So I don't know what they're trying to do. That guy need to do his own work well and tell us specifically what they really want to go after. I don't know, maybe you didn't read all the entire article. Maybe it says some things that will have given off a full insight into what is, but to say, oh, we are going to market for price gouging. What kind of product you want to go after in the market for price gouging? We want to know. That is very important. So thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Before I go on to Larry, let me just apologize to Ekene and Kumi. I think I may have raised my voice at you earlier on. I was only really trying to open that window for me just to make a comment. So if you were jarred by that, apologies. It wasn't meant to be offensive or anything. Larry, come in. Larry.
Good evening, woman.
Good evening. It's a hot one tonight.
Our gentleman is here, Larry.
No, these are all those.
Change the tone. Change the tone. Let's see.
No,
Larry, it's only you and Aja will concede to. So go ahead.
Sorry, Baba.
No. I support one man. This is not my topic. Let Larry come in.
Baba like to listen to Larry now.
No,
you have not had it several times. You say, "Oh, I want to see Larry to come and comment on this." He likes Larry.
No, yeah, you are my daddies now. Oma, this ethnic thing, it causes a lot of tension, and and at every time when we discuss it, you always see, everybody will always want to defend, where they come from, and it's a whole lot. So that's why most times, I always run away from it, right? Because there's no way you would discuss this that you will be objective. There will be a little bit of emotion coming in, and that's why I run away from it most times.
All right. So let me rattle you through the topics. Nigeria passports are treated with disdain in foreign countries. This is the federal government lamenting. So I'm not going to give you the Otapia Pia lady, which article condemns. And then this one here, it looks as though Dunyo Okupe has now made the full cycle to now join the APC. Hardship. Nigeria economy is beginning to make a recovery. This is Doyo Okupe defending Tinubu's government against Afenifere. Our partnership with Nigeria to establish an airline was politicized. This is Ethiopian airline speaking to that CD Hadi Sirika narrative. And then government now are looking to the price gouging thing that is going on. High cost of foodstuff. Nigerian government issued 1 month moratorium for traders to reduce prices. So there is that. And there's and then the new DSS guy promising us a new dawn at the DSS. I'm not sure if you saw the clip of DSS functionaries celebrating as the last guy left. So take your pick and just give us a
Yeah, I saw it. Let me start from the price control thing. Oh man, I've always said something here. You see, some things are good for the media, but when you look at it practically and you ask yourself, are these people intelligent? Now let's be practical. You want to control price. Can you control what you don't influence? Nigeria is a space where you don't have the correct data, right? There is no universal weighing system. Because if you want to control things, those are things that you look at. Now, government said, I've heard people here said, oh, they kind of like, tariff and some other things. Do they even have accurate data regarding that tariff reduction, right? And where exactly are they really giving that to? So those are questions that are so open. I've heard people said, oh, they gave the farmers, they gave them fertilizer, they did this, they did that, right? Do you have data regarding the people that you gave that to? Or you just kind of like distribute it the way you just say it, right? without really monitoring that distribution. So it's a whole lot of things. And this universal, oh yeah, we're giving you 1 month. For me, I look at it, I heard it, and I felt this is stupid. It doesn't really make any sense. Right? So what exactly are you expecting? Do you expect to just take, probably military, take the military to the market and start seizing things or what? It doesn't make any sense. And what I just see is just that most of all those guys, they just say things probably for the media, for them to, when you call them out and they kind of like say, oh, yeah, we are now working. So this is what we are going to do. And you ask yourself, on what basics? And I can tell you, it's on ground zero. They don't have a basics for it. There are ways you can. Does someone want to say something?
Hello, Larry. Can I put a question towards you to you?
Okay, sir.
Well, I think I agree with you that it may be difficult to control those prices because we do not have that mechanism, a serious mechanism in place. But do you agree that probably the government should speak to the morality of it? Of course, I know people will definitely want to be moral, of course, because just last week I was speaking to someone of the Federal University of Agriculture in Abeokuta, collaborating with an alumni to produce about 9 hectares of maize. You get it?
Okay. Oh, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you. You continue.
Oh,
Oh,
we can hear you. I think that it dropped. Carry on.
okay.
You'll be back.
Let me just answer. I think I heard some of the things he said. He was talking about probably government talk about the morality and some of all those things. See, government is not moral police, right? Government is not moral police. And this is just simple economics. When you want to talk about price control, can you control price when you're not really having any influence over supply? You can't. And sometimes when
Hello,
the
Larry.
yeah, I can hear you now. You can, yeah, I think you're back now. Dorothy.
They asked them. Yeah, I'm hearing you. They
Okay.
asked them to go into the farm. You are going to pick 7 corns for 500 naira. 7 corns for 500, big ones. So if you like, you can pick as much as 100 of that seven in folds. So, but they're going to calculate it. When we divided it, it was about 71 naira to each corn. But this same set of Nigerians, we go out there, we still go out on the street and say, oh, I Tinubu this, Tinubu that, 400 naira per corn, 300 naira per corn.
Did we lose him? Did we lose Dorothy again?
Yes, I think it dropped again. Its system can be a bit erratic, but carry on.
Okay. So I understand where he's actually coming from. He's talking about morality, people doing the right thing. Now, the thing is this: nowhere in the world will you have people doing the right thing, right? Every human is selfish, right? Now, where does government actually comes in? Like what you just said, oh, we're probably, hectares of land and people want to be greedy. Yeah, it's normal for people to be greedy. The thing is, if you are being intentional, right, with some of all this intervention, you give some of all this intervention and you follow it up. Take, for instance, now, government is, when you don't have data, right, you can put farmers into cooperatives. And when you put farmers into cooperatives and you know that, okay, fine, these are things that you're doing for this particular cooperative, with that, you can, one way or the other, look for a way to influence pricing. Another problem that most of the farmers face is transportation, right? If you're able to really subsidize that transportation to an extent where it's easier for them, an average farmer from the village, if you're really conversant with the market in Nigeria, does not really care about too much profit. What the farmer in then when I was in Nigeria, when I was still, very small, we go to the market. Now, the people in the market, the villagers, they come very early in the morning, right? They just want to sell because they are not really interested in making too much profit. There's another set of people that buy from those villagers. Those ones in the Yoruba, we call them alarobo. Then those ones will kind of like put some margin on it and sell at higher profits. So now those are places where government can actually come in. Those farmers, if you can put them into cooperative, and the major problem that those farmers have is transportation. If you can look into that transportation, at that point, you're able to control the value chain till it gets to the market, right? And at that point, it's easier for you to now, with those people, then you can actually cut the alarm off, right? And with that, things will actually come down. But this blanket of, oh, we're giving you 1 month, sometimes I laugh. We all know that this is not even possible, right? It's not even possible anywhere. Do you need to start locking shop? All those things. I know some people will say, oh, probably they did it during Moritala and all those. And I'm like, it doesn't even work in this present Nigeria. So probably they need to go back, go and sit down. All of them need to go and sit down.
Larry, good evening. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine,
But
sir.
I was chatting with my elder sister living in Abeokuta. He told me he buy a gallon of red oil. He bought a gallon of red oil 4 months ago. That was 45,000 naira. But the one he bought recently was 35. And I was asking, I said, wow, so Nigerian now, they cut their price as they buy their good. He said, yes, they are experiencing that in Abeokuta. Since if things expensive, when you get the market the following week, following month, the market sellers, they are cutting down their prices. So I don't know. That's what I will just discuss this evening.
This is the practical thing. Why are they cutting their prices? It's not because they just want to cut their prices. It's just
because they buy cheap. If you buy cheap, you sell, you put your profit on what you bought. You understand what I mean? Yeah.
So the thing is this: why they are cutting some of the prices are going to be probably number one, there is increase in supply, right? And once there is an increase in supply, every business person does not even have a choice, right? Because your product is not the only one controlling the market. There are several alternatives, and once there are several alternatives, you don't even have a choice than to bring it down, right? Those are places that I think the government is being intentional, right? That is when you go directly, and that's why I said in most cases, you see some of these distributions that you see, oh, we gave so truck of fertilizers and all those things, because you can't kind of like come in and say, oh, we are distributing it. You don't have the correct data regarding who exactly are the people collecting those things. And that's why for me, I'm more like, yeah, where you don't have data, put them into short cooperatives, right? If you put them into short cooperatives, know that you're giving these cooperatives and what is coming from their farm goes through this cooperative in as much as they know that you are there, right? You want to be that person to kind of like, help them to really get some of those things out. They don't even care. So those are ways for me.
Hey, Larry, sorry, along that line, if you want to address, I think you heard Baba and one man mentioned it earlier. They talk about the government giving the farmers fertilizers, I don't know, soil and some seeds and some other farming supplies in order to influence or affect the price of the market. Does that even add up? Would you say?
Yeah, that's why I said, I heard them, right? They gave this, they gave that. But we don't even have the data regarding the people that some of these things are going into. That's why for me, I believe in giving a group than you just sharing and you take, because once you do that, people can do whatsoever they want to do with it, right? And when they do whatsoever they want to do with it, you don't even have any influence over what they sell. So, but if you have a group and now everybody knows that, okay, fine, you've been able, they have small cooperative and you give those people and that thing goes round, right? And at that point, we all have a face to some of all those things. Government is doing a lot, but the problem is this: you can be doing a lot without doing nothing. and doing nothing, right? You can say, oh, I've distributed all those things, because there is no proper planning regarding that distribution, right? You just distribute some of those things probably for the camera and all those things. So at the end of the day, people will still keep telling you that they are not really seeing the impact of what you're doing. And if you ask me, that's why I believe that they need to go sit down and reanalyze some of all this implementation of some of all those things. Because the way they are kind of like implementing it, it's just kind of like a blanket implementation, which it's not really being tried. And at the end of the day, people will still tell you they are not even seeing anything from you. That's what I just think. I don't think it's possible for them to now say, oh, I gave you guys 1 month. I gave you worst case scenario. If people see that they lock their shop and sit at home. And there's nothing you can do. You can't go break into their shops and take things out, right? They can sue you and, make you pay a lot of damages.
Larry, please borrow me 2 seconds from your time.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, thanks. Is one man there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Long time.
It reads small now.
Yeah, walk on. Let me see road, man.
Really?
Yeah, I just will reach us now. Normally, if I reach out like this in the morning, I try to close my eyes, make I sleep. Because I get my shipment in the evening, so I try to run my things, then come back late and try to sleep. But at the year, on I show even my channel if it goes off. Anyway, can I quickly give small submission before I sleep? Larry, please, your time. I know it's your time. I beg. I'll join with you later.
No problem.
One man, you said Tinubu said there's food now. He will lock the shop if they don't crash the price.
Yes, they are going to be breaking through all those shops in Alaba market,
and I'm breaking out.
They will sell it in Banjo auction.
All your solar panel for Nigeria. Solar panel.
I think one man, but I beg one man die for laugh. I think one man by talk this story. One man, are you really serious or you are joking?
Yeah? No. There's a directive that the headline is there now. They are giving them a month moratorium to crash the prices of goods, or otherwise government will take action.
Leave Tinubu and the shenanigans. Nothing is going to crash. What's in the system? Shipping is not really, export is not really, or import is not really coming to Nigeria. Because you think Yemen, what they call these rebels in Yemen, you think they are joking? Shipment don't leave most of the big countries. We hardly ship from Japan to Nigeria. They have to take double routes. Which food? The shipment he's talking about, as they arrived in Nigeria, he said he wants to import food to the country. I think Ogbeni he's a big farmer. Ogbeni reduced his price. As Tinubu have been 1 year in the government, is 1 year enough to produce enough food that will feed the country? Jalikoko, you don't farm before now. Can Tinubu farm for 1 year to just feed the country? Jalikoko? Jalikoko, are you there?
Yeah, I don't tell them. I don't tell. Say
this kind of is Thomas Sankara. When he tried beat hunger for Burkina Faso for 3 years, he put a bit 2 or 3 years, was farm and he still didn't meet up. Military regime that time, everybody must go to a farm. Talk of Tinubu talking what? When insecurity is scattered not. There are things you will say now. There are things you will say that you have respect, and just will say that you will lose value. And things you will say that people will listen to it, and the people will just sound stupid. That is, for them listening to it alone, make the person that listen to it sound look stupid. It's rainy season. Rainy season just finished. Tomatoes were abundant. Corn was abundant, and maybe a yam, which everybody do the festival, New Yam Festival. Which food? How much is a bag of rice? Which rice? He said you want to open the border for tomatoes and all that. Have they come in now? Have they gotten to Nigeria?
The price of tomato is crashing, but what piece? Just give us a short submission for the benefit of our.
Yeah, I want to leave. Yes, I've just finished about food. No, I'll get people for Nigeria, man, not forget also food never cheap. But I encourage people to go to farm, and I encourage Tinubu to tackle the insecurity in the north and in the south, south. and this thing. Fertilizer, they were talking about fertilizer. Fertilizer they bring it, don't share to people in South South. South land is good. They say to the north, and the north, the people in government share the fertilizer among themselves, like somebody was saying. How can you give account who they give fertilizer to? We don't know the racket they are doing. But that is that. The second topic about that lady on this thing, we should all condemn this art. The way hate is going in this country, if we do not stop, this country will burn down for crying out loud, or for Christ's sake, sorry. All this said will not help us. Tinubu, aspire Tinubu, economy is not good though. It will not help us. It's already the president is the president. Go back to the drawing board, withdraw your plan, and contest 2027. Gaslighting, hate will not help anybody. In short, I have not seen other people challenging their government, except from the people from Edo State challenging Obaseki every day. Edo State people don't care about Tinubu. They don't have any business dragging Tinubu online. They didn't vote for him, so they don't bother. He didn't give any nothing, and they're not worried. Challenge your governor. Your governor collect the biggest money on the budget. The budget Tinubu shared 25 trillion. He didn't share it among himself. He shared it among the 36 governors. You're not dragging your governors. You go to the center and be dragging. I don't say Tinubu is free, but first of all, drag your governor. Not tired for this Nigeria, this things. Well, I beg. Larry, take your time. Thank you.
Yeah, well, please, you must come when you have more time so you can tell us how you are progressing with your space. So that's Warpace, one of the founding members of the platform. Thank you, Warpace. Back to you, Larry. Back to you, Larry.
So for me, I want to see the plans, right, regarding how they really want to achieve some of all those things. I want to see. I don't want to just see things on the pages of newspaper, because that's exactly what I've been seeing. Oh, we are going to do this, we are going to do that, right? Oh, we're going to reduce tariff on pharmaceutical. Later, they came out and they said, oh, that has not even started, right? Probably it's going to start sometime in September. So, but they are good for the headlines, it's good for them, but they shouldn't just, just put those things out without really working out plans as regards how they're really going to implement it. That's what I just say. Like I've always said, politicians put a lot of things out that's good for the headlines, but when you look at the practicality of some of the things they put out, then you ask yourself, are they really serious? So, let's go to another thing. Okay, what other thing do we have?
All right, Larry, let me move it around a bit. I only wanted to come to you to break the tension of the session, but you still hang there. I'll look round back to you. We go to Baba, please, Daddy, and then come to you. I'm not sure if Dewale is still fully with us. Baba, you're up next. I just needed Larry to pull us away from the tension.
Yeah, woman, I salute all of you. You've done very well. You've done justice to the topic. These are not my favorite topic. We are in an inauspicious time. I think I will pass. Let Prince Daddy carry on, please.
All right. You don't necessarily have to speak to the Otapia or something. You can speak to whatever is foremost in your thoughts around the Nigerian space.
No, it's not like I'm afraid. I'm just looking at anybody near my age or my age who have lived or is living will know definitely that most of these people, I will still consider them young people. They've not seen anything about life. One question I just asked myself of Madame Somberger is, if she wakes up one morning, her son or her daughter walk in with a Yoruba man or a Yoruba girl or Benin girl or Yoruba Benin boy as somebody they are going to marry, what will she say? It can happen. What life has taught me, I like to teach those that are willing to learn. See, when I was young, between me and my older children, There is just one generation gap. We play together. We play games together, music, everything we do together. Whatever I wear, I buy same quality for them. We play Scrabble, daybreak during weekends to the wee hours. Some of them will play chess. And in between, we talk. And I don't hide anything from my children. They know I tell them we joke about white people. I've had white people as my bosses. I've had them as underlings working under me. I don't hate white people, but I don't like half caste children. Never like half caste children.
You know that phrase is now passe. They don't say half caste anymore, Baba. They say mixed race now.
Yeah,
They don't even say
I'm
mixed.
still old school.
They say mixed heritage now. They even mixed races now is now passe. They say mixed heritage now. That's the politically correct.
I never
do you
liked
know?
it.
Do you know half caste in Japan is an insulting word? They call it halfu, meaning you are half black, half something else. It's bad
Yeah,
word in
well, I don't
Japan.
know. I'm sorry, I use it as old school. I don't use it anymore because it's like I
We
joke
all
with my
grew up on
friends.
half caste. It wasn't even a swear word, but now you can't even you can't say yeah.
Like I tell my friends and things like that. Look, when God slaps you at times, it's based on what you grew up with. You understand? And like joke. I was home. My son arrived from Europe one day with a Scandinavian in tow. And you know, nobody is more Caucasian than a Scandinavian, a dental surgeon for that matter, whose family breed jumping horses or horses they use for equestrian, and they breed exotic dogs. And like everything, it's like the whole household knew. I'm the only one who didn't know. So they were like watching my reaction. And it's like I calmed myself down and I waited, and introduction was made and everything. But I observed that the lady was like, relax, no problem. And the second day, she walked herself into my study to meet me, shut the door. I was like, and she confronted me with my bigotry or racism. She confronted me, not in a quarrelsome way or a way, but like a discussion. And I had to moderate my response. And somehow I think I managed to like convince her that, well, I don't know. But today, she gave birth 12 years ago to two bouncing baby boys, twins. And I adore those children. I who never like mix what we call it, mixed children. I don't know. That's what life has taught me. One should be very careful what you say, what you exhibit. And she happens to be my favorite daughter-in-law. I have them many, none of them Yorubas. The nearest one, my daughter-in-law that is Yoruba from a prominent Lagos family. Her mother is from Onitsha. You understand? So when I see people talk like this and talk about racism or bigotry, I just look, I laugh. We should all be very careful. That's why I look at Tamaka asking people to be poisoned. She may wake up tomorrow if she has children, and the children will just walk in with a Benin girl or a Benin boy or a Yoruba boy. What will she say? You want to tell these young people not to marry who they want?
Daddy,
Yes,
Ekalesa.
sir.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, Erasa. Àgbà ò ní tán lórílẹ̀. Daddy, do you think let's cause some trouble now? I'm a troublemaker sometimes. Let's flip this word now. Yeah, let's flip this word now. Let's just, for the purpose of our conversation now, let's just say is a Yoruba man that said, let's start doing You know, I don't want to. I can't even make that word. It's very irritating to me even to speak it out. Let's start doing this to Igbo people. Will the Igbo people on those platforms saying, let's forget about it. Let's focus on Boko Haram in the bush. Let's just forget about this war. Will they be saying what they are saying now, sir? I just put that to
Thomas, I think what Baba is trying to, where Baba is guiding us to, is that we should be a bit more circumspect in how we look at these things. I think Baba is trying to neutralize it.
Thank you, man, for helping me there.
I said it earlier. I said I want to cause trouble. I said it
I don't
earlier.
want trouble, though, I beg. I don't want trouble, Thomas. I just feel very sad since yesterday. You understand? Because I've seen so much in life, and I think we're just making a lot of mistake. Making a lot of mistake in our country, but I just know that somehow,
I'm actually
somehow.
curious to know how your conversation went with your daughter-in-law. I mean, if it's too personal, then you don't have to. But
look,
so she shut the door and said, "Oh, does she call you dad?"
Yeah, she called me. That's the first thing that shocked me.
And then she said, "Oh, Dad, I hear you have an issue, XYZ. Can you explain yourself, please?" And then you started to panic. You started to panic. Okay,
You know, young men when they are in love, they tell their partner everything. She knew, and I have nowhere to hide. And I said yes, and this is the reason because children from such marriages have identity problem because they are neither white nor black. Is that where do they stand? And I don't want that kind of children to suffer. You understand, particularly where she comes from and things like that. I try to wriggle out of it, but she was half convinced. But today, she knows more about my tradition. In their pantry, you always see a white beji and a boru. Do you know a boru?
No, I can't say.
Oh, special blend of oil they used to cook to put spread on the beji, the small tiny black beans Yorubas cook for twins. She orders it even from her cousins. They sent it to her. She cooks for those children, and she has introduced other add-ons into the beji they cook. And when she's home in Lagos, she does the same thing freely. She knows more about my tradition than some of even my own children know. So she's been a revelation.
Where she's from? She sounds Swedish. That sounds like
from Denmark. From Denmark.
Oh, she's right. Yes. You know the whitest people are actually if you don't get whiter than Iceland. I'm not sure that it's possible to be more white than somebody from Iceland.
They are pure Caucasian. They are white, nearly white, entire eye.
And Norway, yes, they're as white as white gets.
Those children today, I try to protect them and things like that. And I adore them. They're 12 years old now, 2 boys, twins. And that's it. So when people just talk anyhow, I just hope they will not be confronted by fate or happenstance the way I was confronted with my own world views. So when I look at the Nigerian space, I just felt very sorry because in Nigeria I grew up in, when did I start noticing? I don't know. I think I was grown before, maybe into my teens before I start to realize. No, it was during the war, yeah. During the war, I was like 12 years old. You understand? 12, 11. So it's then the realization started coming when we have to hide people in the ceiling, protect people from the east and things like that. I think it's then the realization occurred to me that maybe I belong to a different tribal group. These days, it has gotten worse. Worse in the sense that you can't, the children don't even eat in another person's house. Even in school, you can't send cooked food from your own home, delicacy for your child to celebrate. You have to make it through special order, something sealed. for children to take to school to celebrate their birthdays, not to talk about our neighbor. In my neighborhoods, people I grew up with, mostly because I'm Catholic, I was born into a Catholic family, baptized as an infant baptism. So you understand, in my area of the Lagos, a lot of other tribes are there. You understand, being Catholic. So I never knew. I don't know. Go to me, it's just their surname. I know that it is a slightly different and difficult. I mean, if I speak Igbo fluently today, I mean, I have the right, or Ijo language. I mean, nobody can, but I'm deaf to language learning and things like that. But I grew up with all these people. Till tomorrow, those I even met in adulthood, we are still very tight friends. If I have 10 calls every day, 6 will be Southeasterner, 3 will be Bendel. Pardon me to use that. Or 2 will be Bendel, 2 will be Yorubas. 2 will be Yorubas. I don't have a Yoruba spouse, not because I design it that way, but I don't see difference in anything. So when people like me, that's why I just kept quiet when people talk about these things on the platform. All I do is just shake my head, and I just hope it will not get worse. That's my prayer. It makes me feel very, very sad. Very, very, very sad and sober. So this is not the Nigeria I think our founding fathers planned for. What we have turned into, I don't know. I don't know. Thank you, woman.
All right, thank you, Baba. So those words were actually needed. So just going through memory lane to tell us that we've been through wars as a country, held together still, and why are we still here? So why are we still here? So we go on from you, Baba. We go on to Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, apologies for the outburst from Mike earlier on. By the way, it's just it was in the moment. I'm sure you took it in your stride, Prince.
Yeah, hello, woman. Yeah, thanks, woman. That would not be the first encounter with me and Mike. We've been there before, so
all right,
not a big deal.
All right.
Yeah. So
Let's hear from you. So the topics. Yeah. Just free flow. I mean, you've been in the conversation all the way through, so free flow.
no, the good thing about your show is that you assemble I guess including yourself, 10 people all the time on the panel. Obviously, the way we analyze situation and respond to it is going to be different, no doubt about it. And just like in most things we do in this world, be it on the job or whatever, we basically bring about 3 things to the workplace: our education, skills, and background. And these 3 things allows us to analyze problems from different angles. And that's why, I think research has been done. I think it's, I don't know, but in academics, that, the more diverse your workforce is, the better or the more creative they are. Okay, I don't know, perhaps so. But they've done a lot of research about it. So just talking about this lady from Canada, naturally, a lot of maybe I haven't detected that in me. A lot of topics that you talk about sometimes in my own space and normal world, I would not even blink an eye or even consider them as a topic or even talk about them. A good example would be that of that lady in Canada saying that nonsense. I mean, I would just ignore such a person. I mean, my emotions are almost sacred. They're quite expensive. For me to pay you attention, you must be important and have something to offer. Other than that, I'm just going to ignore you and go my way. Okay. So some random person making a big noise on the internet does nothing for me. In fact, if she was a serious person, she would not have announced such a problematic statement to the whole world. Maybe Angelica or others, even Mike, may know about somebody. I think the lady was a nurse in the U.S. She went about poisoning patients for a very long time, and they could not tell why patients were dying from that hospital. It was later detected that she was actually poisoning the patients.
Yeah,
Obviously, she didn't announce. She didn't announce it. Huh?
that white lady you're referring to,
Yeah,
right? Yeah.
correct. She didn't announce it. She went about a business, just buying people for no reason, mentally deranged or whatever reason. Who knows? So but I know the danger about someone like that lady in Canada seeing those things and influencing the young ones on the internet and doing the wrong things. I understand that, but again, in my own normal world, she'll be somebody to be totally ignored, totally ignored. She has no bearing on my life or what she does. And that's why people with leadership qualities or people that are serious about issues. You can't fight every battle. You can't fight every battle. You pick your battles and and you go about them the right way. I cannot be just invested in some random people. By the way, I got some, I think it was it TikTok or whatever I got from one man, or maybe from IG. I watch him, but normally I'm not on IG. I don't even have TikTok on my phone. Um, Facebook, I've not been on it forever. So people barely influence me. I don't. I like to learn. I love this show because of the different perspective that people offer, and I like to learn from different people. So when I ask questions, generally, I really want to learn or know how to go about things. Really. So and I don't condemn anyone. I don't condemn anyone's feeling on how they will respond to that lady or what they think about a lady. Everything they say about that lady is deserved. Okay, so I'm not questioning anybody. So, but again, we are allowed to offer a different perspective, opinion on the subject matter. Okay, mine is not about emotion; it's about what I think is right or wrong. Obviously, I'm not condoning what the lady did said. It doesn't make any sense. I'm not condoning it, and and I believe again, being in Canada, she will be dealt with accordingly, according to the law. But again, you can't be jumping up and down because some random person said this and that. And to the case of Peter B, we know that Peter B never condemns his own people. IPOB, the obedience, it only talks about other people, what they do in their own space. So on this issue, I don't even expect Peter B to say anything about it. So nothing so far is surprising to me at all. And it comments about everything else, but not about what people from the southeast do. And it's just that's a signature right there. But it gets to my point earlier about Tinubu, Vicky Dabre, and all these people, you know, you know, acting like they are such a proactive government. Um, I think they can do a whole lot more in our space. We have people there. There's so much tension between the different tribes in Nigeria right now that a lot can be done or said in our space. But anyway, we can move on to the next topic.
Prince Adi, can I ask you something before you move to the next place? And this is kind of like a general question. TikTok. Do you think African countries should start looking for ways to regulate TikTok now?
Regulate TikTok.
Yeah, it might
Social
not.
media.
It might not really be regulation because TikTok, it's if you put all of them together,
Mhm.
TikTok is getting out of hand.
Okay.
Yeah, and why they are
Add this.
getting
So sorry, Landy. Then I'll add an appendage to it. Go on.
yeah, so why they are actually getting out of hand, right, is the fact that it's too liberal, and a lot of things actually happen on TikTok, right, without no one actually looking into it. And look at what some European countries actually did. There are a lot of things that can't fly in some of these European countries, even in the US here. But now it's easier for them to push those things in Africa because they do all sort of monetization and all those things so as to really grow TikTok. And for me, I'm seeing a whole lot of things, right? You can actually now it's in TikTok now, you see the kidnappers, openly displaying money and all sort of things. So probably for me, I think at this point, African countries need to sit down with TikTok, right? If you really want TikTok to, because Africa is just their destination to push all those things. right? And probably some Arab countries, right? So I think, they need to have some conversations now before it gets out of hand.
Yeah, let me add an addendum to that, Prince. Just following on from what Larry just said there about putting some measures to control. Did you hear about the owner of Telegram? The app Telegram.
Yeah, the one arrested in France.
Yes. Did you hear about him being arrested in France? They said he was enabling criminal activities on that platform because there's no moderation. Prince?
Oh, well, that was a question to me.
No, I was
Yeah,
just
I heard.
adding on to what. Yeah. So, Karen.
Yeah, it was arrested, but is the platform is the I guess the owner of the platform. But what was he arrested for? I mean, see, that's what I fear right there, one man. I believe that if there's a way to actually uh, point or track. No, I don't know if it's tracking. What I'm trying to get to right now is that uh, I don't believe in giving the government a total complete power over our lives. Okay, if there's a better way to go about um, managing the content of the people online, I'll go for it. But we know government can be tyrannical. There's no doubt about it. Okay, especially the African government, where a lot of people don't have the resources or the recourse, to challenge them or deal with them. But there's no doubt that I think it's each government um, should put in place, the right policies to address or manage the people online. Here, sometimes they do block people on Twitter back then and Facebook for what you call this some certain content that promotes violence like that lady in Canada, and some other content that they disagree with. But in so doing, by the way, it's become political in the sense that um, some people, based on your political affiliation, if they don't like you, they block you. If they don't like you, they block you. So let's not give a lot of power to the government. I will settle for I would settle for a better way to address this matter. Quite frankly, and not leave it to there's this guy. What's his name? Robert Epstein. Epstein, right? He actually has a platform that does some kind of monitoring also, and this monitoring is actually based on monitoring the social media platforms on the abuse um, on consumers, especially the way they influence politics in America and I guess some other parts of the world. So I don't know if I answer your question, Larry. Yes, I will agree to some form of a moderation of content, but not to give it so power to the government, to interfere in our lives.
Yeah, I understand.
Please,
Compared
can you give me 1 sec, please? Yeah. Please, Daddy. Couple of months ago, a teenager here commits S. You know what I mean? Commit S. He placed his phone online and did that online. Within 2 or 3 minutes, they took it down. Nobody asked the video till now. But couple of our friends that has handle with her, they saw the video live. So I don't know how your country works. They quickly switch into action here and detect all those things. They take it down immediately. The lady died, but nobody has the video. I don't know how they do it. Yes, I don't know. Yes, I just want to put that in place. Yeah, continue, Larry.
Yeah, but that's the point that Larry was making, and also the reason why the owner of Telegram was arrested. So, and I think that's the space that Prince was. There has to be some form of moderation, or otherwise it be an unfettered space, and we will continuously speak about ladies like this Amaka lady. So there has to be some form of moderation. So who puts that moderation in place? It has to be the platform itself that puts the moderation in place, but who enforces that those moderations are put in place? And I
The
think
government.
that's where
Yeah.
France is when they are putting pressure on Telegram.
That guy of that was arrested in
France.
The Telegram guy.
Yeah, you see, politics is involved in the sense that that guy is a Russian. He was born in Russia
It's half French. It's half French.
and half French. So, and he allow his platform for people that are, to come and report as report on the war that is going on in Ukraine and that of the Gaza. So they come to report the truth, and I think the West think that too much reports that carry too much truth and which is detrimental to their own interests or their own how do I say it? What they are reporting is to the world, which is contrary to what they are reporting, and which ridicule them the way they are managing the media space. I think it's one of those reasons that you see all those ones that they are trying to charge him that he allow criminals to come in there to do this to the they surely have some other things to bring up against you, but more importantly of why they are trying to punish him is similar to what Slodom, that what's the name of that guy in Australia, just recently.
Eric Snowden.
Eric Snowden. So similar to what that guy did. So it's just that he's been allowing his platform to be an alternative platform where people can come and challenge this.
It's a free speech space now.
Yes. Yes.
You know the guy doesn't actually have a system. He is the quality assurance guy of that platform, is the general manager of that platform. That they have no HR, they have no any structure at all. He essentially runs it as a single man. He employs about 30 engineers, and that is the whole structure of it. So it's just so there is no moderation put in place to balance the excesses that free speech can be sometimes. It needs a structure, is what we're starting to see.
Yes.
Yeah, but along the way, when there's too much structure, as they are claiming, it will, government can really use that, go to the extreme of,
the platform has no moderators. The platform has. Sorry, Larry. I'll shut up and then you can come in. If you go on Instagram, if they are trying to, if they want to show something that Instagram would not allow, they will pin it on their something and then they'll send you to Telegram where everything is allowed. So that's what they do. So it's an unfettered space.
Yeah. Okay.
Agale Koko, one pastor in Nigeria, I will not mention his name. Some people released this PP. You understand what I mean? But they couldn't show it on Facebook. They couldn't show it on IG. We saw it on Telegram. They released they released the Mangbola. We saw it on Telegram. Yes, because they couldn't release it on Facebook, IG, TikTok. Live, but we saw it on Telegram. I saw it on Telegram. Yeah, one man. Yeah, you are right. There is no moderation in that place. Yeah.
So my own problem is this. If you look at the demography of people on TikTok, they are basically youth within the ages of probably, you see as small as 13, right, to like 25 on TikTok. And the problem is
I
this.
think 25 is even too old for
Yes,
TikTok. I think it's
at least
usually 13 to 23
exactly.
thereabouts, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. And the thing is this. Africa is always the target. There are a whole lot of things that you can't even do, right? In America, you can't do in some of all these advanced countries. But Africa is just the target. They go into Africa, they show them money or monetization, a lot of things and a lot of things and a lot of things goes. And that is why for me, I think the government needs to be proactive, right? There are a whole lot of things. You don't need to control, right? There are a whole lot of things that you need to sit down with some of these guys, particularly in terms of content. That there are some contents that when you sit down with them, they will understand you, right? Don't make it look like, yeah, until probably you need money from them, then that's why you bring them to the table, right? And that's the problem with Africa. Most tech companies, most of all those guys, because Africa is actually the place for them to grow their base. They were having problem in America. They were having problem in Europe. You can't even do all those things because in terms of data, Europe is always strict when it comes to that. And that's the problem that I have with African countries, right? Because when the problem starts, it starts from Africa. TikTokers, if you've been monitoring, a lot of things that you see are basically happening in TikTok. Like all this Amaka thing, there was another one the other time. There are several other ones, right? Because that space is so liberal, and that space, and people do things because of the monetization content, all sort of things happen within that space. That's why for me, I think it's not just the government, right? Probably someone that is in charge, probably, the minister, have some conversations with them, right? You need to set some standard. If they want to operate in Africa, there are standards in Facebook, there are standards in Instagram, there are standards in YouTube, right? Those are the standards. Let them maintain those standards. You won't say they shouldn't operate, but let them maintain those standards. That's what I just feel like. Prince, that you can continue, sir.
All right, back to Prince.
Yeah. We Africans, we don't have the resources for that. I mean, we don't. It's not the reason why it appears that Africa is the dumping ground for everything is because um, we don't understand the system. We don't have the right structure, nor do we understand truly what is going on out there. We don't. We don't have institutions to do the job. Do you think someone like Tinubu or his cohorts have a clue about what is really going on? They don't, just like most of us do not. So yeah, this social media, and by the way, the founders or the owners of these platforms, they know how to control content. They do know, and a lot of people. That's now, as they say, the internet doesn't forget anything. If you post something online, video or text, people screenshot, they download before it's deleted. Okay, and you can only imagine the million of contents that get online all the time and what people do. It's a tough space, but at the end of the day, um, just like Buhari was shut down Twitter back then, as powerful as this social media platforms are, they are truly at the behest of this government because they can just shut down the pipeline and boom, they're gone, they're done. Europe has a much stringent laws against these platforms, and in America, they have these platforms from Facebook and XO Twitter back then. They have the American government by the jugular for the most part. Mark Zuckerberg just came out. I know you probably heard about it, Larry. That yes, they were pressured by the Biden Harris. Sorry, I'm walking. The Biden Harris administration about moderation of content. About moderation of content. In other words, they turned the platform political. During the election, some content that was supposed to be damaging to Biden were actually suppressed. Mark Zuckerberg himself wrote a letter. This is not hearsay or some fake news. He wrote a letter and laid down or presented his points, and it's out there in the public. So this is part of the control system, and this is nothing new. It just happens to be social media is the latest form of information delivery. But the cooperation between governments and media platform or institution is always been around for a very long time. It's always been around. So uh, the guy there and the French guy they arrested. Um, Again, I'm not sure the reason why they arrested the guy, but it may lead again to the tyranny of the government in trying to regulate the social media spaces. They yeah, they will control the content to their own advantage, and the reason why the X platform now owned by this guy Elon Musk is a much freer platform for all to to share their experience or content, of course with some moderation. But the other ones is quite political, depending on which side, which is usually the liberal or the democratic side they lean to. Um, okay, I'm done with that one, man.
All right. Did you want to? What topics do we have? I mean, you don't have to speak to them because I find all these esoteric conversations a bit more engaging than Tinubu this, Buhari that. But Nigerian passports are. Let me run you through the topics. Nigerian passports are treated with disdain in foreign countries. This is the federal government lamenting. I think we've done the Otapia girl. We've done that to death. Nigeria economy is beginning to make a recovery. This is Donyo Kukwe making his journey back to APC, and the government trying to force down the prices of goods through governmental fiat. So there is that. So there's that. Let me play you this clip as well, actually. Maybe this will tease Dupsy in. Let me play you this clip. This clip is nothing other than, let me even play it and then you'll see. It's nothing of anything, no, but it startled me somewhat when I saw it. It's just another life that I certainly I'm not aware of. Probably the sort of lifestyle you live anyway, but watch this.
How many houses are this? Is it one house?
It's a one house, obviously.
One house? Yeah. Sorry, I have man as normal you. No, you be sorry. Hello. Sorry, hello. Hi, good evening. Yeah, sorry, I would love to know, please. Do you own or rent a home in Lagos?
What's with the camera?
Will you keep your mouth shut? So please, sorry, it's content, sorry.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I rent actually.
You rent? Yeah. Oh really? If you don't mind me asking, how much is your rent per year?
Am I gonna? Do I have to say it on camera? Huh?
Please, it's just content, I promise.
Actually, I pay like 200 million a month.
Sorry, 200 million naira a month?
Yeah.
Or a year?
A month.
A month?
Calm down.
I'm hot.
Calm down.
I dey hot. Sorry, sir, give me minutes, please.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I beg, no vessel. Can I go and take a tour of this house? Can I go and see your house? Sorry, million naira house per month in this Lagos. I will not let this go, sir.
It's quite messy. I don't know.
Sir, it's okay like that. Can I start front or back? Hurry
up. We run things that are we. Up in the club. Give them a run. Give this.
Is it one house?
It's a one house, obviously.
One house? Yeah. Sorry, I have man as normal you. No, you be sorry, make I check out. That's big. It's like 3 in 1, 10 in 1. I'm having headache. Let's go. I know. This is huge. Hey. Oh, this is massive. Oh my God, this house is. I don't even know where to start asking questions from. I can talk the way I want to talk, right?
Of course, feel free.
Jeez.
Feel free. I live alone actually, so you feel free.
You live alone, sir?
Yeah.
You know, I'm so glad. But my destiny is safe anyway. No matter what, my destiny. Okay, so I'm going to start from the couch because I can see how huge and very, very comfortable it is.
Thank you.
So if you may ask, right, how much is this couch? How much did you get this couch?
Are we saying the price of everything?
So we are saying the price. I'm not agreeing. We're saying the price. This particular chair, how much did you buy it?
How much did I buy this couch again? I think it's around $100,000.
The woman was too stunned to speak.
Calculating 100 million naira if I'm to calculate with that.
What? Oh my God!
Okay. How much did you get it for?
Yeah, $80,000.
8,000.
80,000.
How much do you use to put this curtain together? Is it up to 500,000 naira?
500,000 what?
Nah.
Are you playing? 500,000 naira for this?
Cutting, so it's cutting. This thing is still bothering me. You
I'm
don't
trying to
even
keep
have
it
a crowd in this house because a hand, a stone throw waiting, this thing go fall. Today I have seen what's passing me in this Lagos. Please let us know in the comment section. Do you think this house is actually worth living in for 200 million naira per month? Yes or no? Tell us.
I think it's worth it, but it's worth every penny, actually.
So it's not you I'm asking because your money is coming. I don't understand. Please, help me open the gate. Forget it. Allow me run. Murife, you too.
Oh my God, it's a baller, so.
So now, Prince, some people will say that's a skate. I would say probably it's not. But 200 million naira a month as rent, so which is 1.4 billion naira.
No, but one man, that is a lie. That is a pure lie.
That house. So I'm not sure you can say that's a lie.
No, you
One
can't
man,
rent
believe
house
as
200
mushy as
million
your
in
own.
month.
100 million.
Where is he
One man.
getting the money from?
Even like
The guy, what
I
is the
don't
guy
know.
doing for a living?
One man, I don't know when you
Come
start
on
believing
now.
as mushy.
Eh? What's that?
I said I don't even know when you start believing that lady. Ashmushi or what's her name?
No, I just saw it on
That lady
Instagram as I
can
was
lie.
looking for.
She can lie for anything. 200 million a month for where? Now even for Nigeria.
How much is that in dollars a month? Is that $20,000 a month?
How much would the rent be on that house in Lekki,
No.
Victoria Island, a house of that size? That's 200 million naira now.
Well, that amount can build that house now. So what's the big deal?
No, you cannot. Oh, you
He
can't
can.
pass. No, lie.
No, listen
Lie.
to me carefully. I did not say including the land. When I talk, people should listen to me. I said the
No,
house.
you can't even the glass in that house is half glass, half cement now. Are you sure?
What makes house
200 million
expensive?
naira is not money anymore now.
What makes a house expensive? That's what you should ask.
Is the fittings, is the electrical work, so
No. Electricals are cheap. It's not.
What makes a house expensive is relative. Some places the land are cheap. The structure itself is more expensive than the land, in most part of the United States, for that matter. And also, I was in Nigeria. I think building a house should be much cheaper compared to the West, especially the colder parts of the West, where you're gonna have insulation and some special regulation in how you design some parts of the house.
It's the
But in Nigeria,
design and the construction. That's what makes a house expensive. The fittings and the Internet of Things are not actually that expensive. Looking at
yeah,
that
true.
house, just to build the construction now, unless we are including the land. if you look at where the house is, then you can say, well, the land alone might cost up to that.
All right. I'm not sure if you're right or not. I'm looking at rents in Victoria Island. Let's see. It's about a 5-bedroom house is 70 million, etc., etc. So maybe
That's per
70 million a
annum now.
month.
That's per
yeah,
annum.
that's per
One man.
that's per annum. Yeah,
Per
now I can
annum.
see.
Not a month.
They pay an
One man.
average of between
That is
5 to
I
7
told you
million
earlier
per
on.
month. Big
That
house,
is a
five
lie.
5 to 7 million. That's what they pay. Even in Lekki, it's about that. 5 to 7
200
million
million
per
per
month.
month.
Yes.
One man pull out that house in Abuja that is going for 1 billion. Pull it out and you see what a house is. A house. Not this thing that's showing here. That house is going for 1 billion in Abuja. Pull it out. So that you compare that house and this one. You know, even this house not even reach the kitchen of that one self. Not to talking about.
That guy that was even saying 200, this one 80,000 or 200,000. Does it look like somebody who has $200,000? I beg.
I don't
No,
even
yeah,
think
you can
what
never
it
go
looks
without
like.
people appeal.
I beg you, what man, which business is he doing? Which work is he doing? What it's 200 million is about $125,000, and that's what he pays for rent in a month.
But it's a skit now. Why are you worrying yourself?
How much is that in dollars?
Simba,
Simba.
$125,000. $125,000. That's what you people used to boast that is making six grand in America, lo, per annum.
Yeah, that does.
Oh man, I don't even know where you bring all this.
One man, you disappointed us by believing this kind of thing. Don't bring this kind of
I had
thing
no
to us
reason not to
again.
believe it now. I thought it was an actual genuine.
One man, but your platform is highly rated. You shouldn't be bringing such stories here.
No, it startled me, so I decided to bring it to the fore to say, because the naira has lost its value, so I didn't really think that.
Not naira lost value, but not to that extent. 200 million is still a big
If he
money.
said
It's
he
still a
bought the
big
house
money.
200 million, we can start talking. But
Seems that he said $45,000 a month.
$125,000. Yes, Prince Daddy.
$130,000.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, that's a joke.
Prince Daddy, when they did that video, probably we should be talking about like $150,000 a month.
Really?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Did they even pay that one in Las Vegas? Did they pay that one in Las Vegas?
No. You can live in the White House where Biden is living right now. No, for real. For that amount. Are you kidding me? Yeah, that's a joke. But actually, I'm glad he showed up Sinbad because I didn't know you to be a liar, Sinbad. How come you didn't tell us that Tinubu is giving you fertilizers and soil and seeds for your farm so you can sell the food cheaper, and you guys are gouging us, gouging the price of commodities. Can you tell us more about this, Sinbad?
Where did you hear that one?
All right. Before you tell him about it, let me play out a hand over to Thomas. Yes, Simba joins you. That's Zita as well. You have Prince Daddy Larry. So good conversation still to come. Super chatters, Dupsy, Chioma. So thank you everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, one man. Yeah. All these one man, don't be fooled by all these content stupid creators going around. Yeah, they can
No,
lie to the
Thomas.
heaven. Hello,
Thomas, that
Madam
guy
Sita.
na Johnny Clausen now. Not Johnny Clausen.
200 million will build house conveniently in Nigeria. You will still have change.
And even up to now in those areas, an average house there is within that range between 150 to 200 million naira.
150, 200 million naira, a
You
whole
see
house.
what I
the
said
land.
here? They said the house cost pass like that. No size, I be talk nonsense.
She's not even there. She's not smart about it. She's not smart about it at all. And where some gullible one will still believe those things, yeah.
The guy, you know, not looking face very well. Now, Johnny Clausen now.
I don't even know who that is. So
Ah,
it don't matter.
now one of the celebrities that bought. I think he's on the. Is it 13th floor or the 9th floor? Yeah, in Trump Towers. You know, look the guy face. Now him now. Because
I don't
those are
know
the
him.
people who
It
live
don't
in
matter.
houses of 200 million naira a month. Conversion, maybe that his house there is what I think it's $300,000 a month. Yeah, I think so. So he should be Johnny Clarkson. Dara. Where the house not even reach what's it called? The basement of Trump Towers in New York, where the Gucci is. That house no reach am now. Hey, they sell on 200,000. Whether I beg, Muna know they bring that kind of topic for here. But
That's what we are saying now. Yeah. I just want to bring this topic to you guys. We are talking about social media earlier on, and I think it's going out of board. There was a lady, I won't mention his name. They were saying RRP is a Yoruba lady actress. They were saying the lady is dead. They put RIP. They even show her corpse, and the lady is alive. Now the
They have
Yoruba
done a
actress.
reboot. They have done when Thomas
can I
there is
respond to that?
the Yoruba actress. I mean the actors and the actresses. They posted another video where they were cursing the
Cousin,
people
yeah,
behind
I
those
don't know.
things.
You see, yeah,
Let me can I okay. Have you finished?
Madam Sita, why will you? What is this social media has come to?
Hold on. If na me now, I go say I dey emotional about Dangote refinery. Calm down. You
Go on, my
see,
sister.
people are seeing social media as something that is different from the media. When you say media, it includes everything: newspaper, journalism, bobo, media houses, television station, bobo, including the social media. Now, just like we have market, so is the media. It's a market. Although they are overdoing it, yeah, but the law still permits that. They call it hook. I don't know if most of you are very good with English language. You did English composition. When they tell you to write, they will tell you you must put a hook. The moment you put that hook in your introduction, anybody that reads the first 3 sentences will like continue to read. You drag that person down to the bottom line. Now, he said he put the lady's cuffs. If you look closely, that's not the lady's cuffs. Sometimes it might be the lady picture with cotton wool on her nose.
No,
Click on it.
they don't even show the curves. They just pretend it's the lady's curve. We never
Okay.
see the face. Yeah.
And sometimes they carry a casket. But when you click on it, you find out it's another burial or another story they are telling. It's actually a hook. There is nothing wrong with it, but it's taking it too far. You know, we humans are scared of death. So when you do anything and go towards towards tending to death, it's like you're overreaching. So I think it's a kind of advertisement. It's just like somebody I used to get very angry about those things before. More especially advertisements of products in the television, in the newspapers, and sometimes I feel like suing them because the way they will. Hello, something is echoing. I don't know if it's from my end.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Sometimes when they finish their drama, you go and buy that thing. I remember my cousin telling me a story of going to buy egg roll, and she opened the egg roll. What she saw inside was what's it called? Irish what did they call it?
Potato.
Ubam. The round one. That's what they put inside and rolled it again with flour. So when she pressed it, she felt that the egg is inside. And she bought like 4. On getting there, when she was in the university then, she and her friends, when they opened the 4 of them, and it was this thing that was inside. Meanwhile, the hawker has gone her merry way. So it is what it is, but it's not nice the way we shouldn't be banning everything. Look, honestly, sincerely speaking, let me be honest with you people. I am an advocate of free speech. Freedom of expression, freedom of speech. I love it. I believe people should own their words on their actions. That's me. Don't stifle them. If you think what they said is not good,
Madam
come
Zika,
with
Madam Zika,
a counter
Madam Zika,
opinion.
let me ask you this. Why are we social animal?
What did you say?
I said, why are we social animal?
What do you mean by that? What is a social
Oh,
animal?
okay. When they say social animal, what it means is that they are living in a regulated environment where everybody knows what to do, how to do it, and when to do it.
That is
So
why I said.
why are we behaving like you just want to why have everybody to lose control and we have a chaotic society?
No, that is not. That is not. Actually, if you restrict, you're definitely gonna have a chaotic society.
When we are more the way I look at it, when we are even restricted, that's when we are more behave. And if you look back to our history, let me tell you this, Madam Rita, hold on. When we look back into our old cultural society, it was well regulated,
No,
and
it was
people.
not.
Okay, you can go ahead.
If it was regulated, there wouldn't be things like, okay, I don't know where you want to use as a template. If it's way back in Africa, in our countries, in our communities, in our kingdoms, in our clans, you find out that it wasn't regulated, but people bear consequences for their actions and their utterances. There is one thing like owing your, that's why in those days they have what they call excommunication. When you say those things, you can be
That's a
excommunicated
form of
from.
regulation now. That's a form of regulation.
No, it doesn't stop people from talking. No, you should not. That is a no. That is one thing although America is that baptizing it now, that restricting people using the social media because they own them, that using it to stifle information and all those things. Look, one thing they are known for is that freedom, First Amendment of speech. Allow people to speak their mind. Let them be that idiot. Let them be that demon. Let them be that horror. Let them be that monster. Allow them to say that word. Let them own it. You find out that when people say things that come from their mind and they get a counter opinion and a counter comment, sometimes they withdraw. They will say, oh, I misspoke. Oh, I'm sorry. That's the society I want. By the way, who decides what is outrageous, if I may ask you? Who's going to
Madam
decide what
Zita,
is outrageous,
hold
if I
on.
may
You
ask you?
said you said before that people bear consequence of their action, because and the consequence is what the state will melted out to
It
them
does.
as punishment.
Listen to me.
Oh, good.
Listen to me. The important thing is that you should own it. Don't stop. Let them own it. That is the important thing. Don't stop people from saying what they want to say. Please, let them say it and own it. If they need to apologize, if they bring a counter comment, and if they need to apologize, they apologize. If they
So
need to press it up, they press it up.
the consequence that you are expecting is that is the counter comment only. That okay, people will now say, okay, what you have said
Listen,
is not good or what.
let me tell you one thing about this thing you are saying. Most humans have a very big problem, more especially these present day humans. They have a problem of common sense and truth. If you think what that person is saying is too outrageous, come out with a counter comment. You should be tolerant. In fact, instead of saying people should not speak, you should campaign for tolerance of people's utterances. If you think what the person is saying is bad, by the way, who decides what is outrageous? That has always been my issue with restriction. Who decides what is outrageous? Nobody has been able to tell me that. Who's going to decide that? Who's going to decide that?
So you are telling what you
hold
are
on.
saying now that people cannot determine what is good or what is bad.
Okay, that's a different thing. Let me give you a typical example. I'm going to say this in this global platform. We have been told a lot about Holocaust. A lot. It's a horrible story. Now somebody come out and say the Holocaust is racism. Are you listening? And another person come out and say Holocaust is man's inhumanity to his fellow man. And you say, how dare him say that? So who decides what is outrageous? Somebody said pineapple should be the topping for pizza. And you say, are you mad? How can you say pineapple should be the topping instead of this, instead of cheese, instead of this, instead of even you didn't even say ordinary thing like mushroom. You are saying pineapple. This is what I'm talking about. Forget about right or wrong. Right or wrong is a different thing. I'm talking about speech. Who decides what is outrageous? Because when you say speeches should be controlled, you are talking about outrageous speeches. Speeches that hurt people. Speeches that make people feel bad. Speeches that can cause problems. So who decides? Mark Zuckerberg or Elon Musk or Microsoft? Who decide? One man will sit down in his quiet corner and decide who speaks and who's not gonna speak. How does that work now? Don't you think the American forefathers are very smart? Let people speak their mind and let them bear the consequences of speaking it. If what they said is bad, let the people who said it's bad come and tell you why it is bad. Check it now. Don't tell people not to speak, oh. I beg you. Am I still being heard? Hello? Hello?
Well, in as much as that is your own opinion, Madam Zita. Me,
At least the number one country in the world is on my side. They believe it's freedom of speech. Allow people to speak. It's one of their founding. In fact, that everybody is running into their country is because of that thing. Look at what is going on in their
you
prison.
just said it now. You just said it now that they are also trying to regulate it now.
No,
Is that
they
not what you just said?
can't. Okay, let me tell you why they can't. Number one is India's constitution. You remember what this guy came out there before yesterday to say? Zakubo, he said he was pressured, but I don't talk to that. I don't listen to that man. That man is let me forget him. You see, let me tell you why they can't restrict it. You say something 200 years ago. Oh, sorry, 10 years ago or 2 years ago. This year, you come, you change your position or something happen. You want to go to the other side. They will flag it open to you and say, but you said this. It's not left for you to say, maybe because of so. That's why I say it. The important thing is that why would somebody own my statement now? No, Simba, you shouldn't be the one owning my statement. I said it. And that's the same thing I've been saying in this platform. Anytime I come here, I said it. And if you try to push me that my words are outrageous, I will double down. I will not only double down, I will triple down. That's a very terrible thing to do it to a human being, not to speak.
Madam Zita, just yesterday I was watching one of these content creators. He interview one guy. Sometimes ago, maybe not even long ago, maybe like a year ago, the guy released something. He said that he slept with 15 ladies at a time. You understand? So the guy now asked him to this year that, okay, this is what you said that you did. And the guy was now saying that when he heard that thing, did he believe it? That it's possible for a man to sleep with 15 ladies at the same time. That time that he was hustling and he just had to put that thing out there just to get traffic. That was why. So he is denying what he's saying.
He
That is
didn't
up.
deny it. He gave you reason why he said it. He didn't deny
Hey,
it.
but it wasn't true. It wasn't true.
Oh my God.
So you mean
Wait first. He put it out there to gain traffic. He put out a lie to gain traffic. And who is the liar? Is it Simba? I don't get this. Simba, you are not a liar now. It's the guy that is a liar. Tomorrow, if he says something again, then we say, is it not this guy? Is it not him, the way he said this kind of a thing? Check it now.
Okay, so what would you say? Madam Sister, what would you say about, okay, look at the kind of reaction. If you are saying that, okay, let anybody put whatever they want to put out there, then people should counter it with their own opinion, whatever. Now you can see that our society is so polarized to the extent that even people will close their mind to the truth, to even something that is good for the society, just because of their sentiment.
But I came here, I told you. Those
people, you understand? So even the people, so ordinarily, that content that lady put out there, some people are still supporting, not because what she said is actually right, but because she's actually speaking to their sentiment.
Hold on. Simba, you can never take that away from humans. I used to tell you people that human beings, reactions and emotions for a human being come from our sensory organ. Okay? Haven't you ever come to a situation whereby somebody is not even saying anything bad? He has not even spoken. You look at him and say, I don't like this guy's facial expression. And they say, hey, he want to address, I'm not going to listen to him. So, using that to control, using people's reaction to control freedom of speech, to me, is the most ridiculous thing anybody can do. People gonna react anyway. Either by looking at you, or by touching you, or by hearing you, or by seeing you. So they're gonna react anyway. So that shouldn't be a measure to control people's speech. They're gonna hate you, they're gonna hate you, they're gonna like you, they're gonna like you. That's normal. And you don't expect everybody to like you anyway.
You are entitled to your me. I still believe that human beings still need
Who's gonna
some
control
kind
it?
of
That
control.
is the question I keep asking that nobody has answered me.
I,
We
we
speak.
live,
Hold on.
You know,
We
let me
speak.
tell you. You know why the way we see things, the way we talk is influenced by the environment that we live. And you look at it, you look at the advantage and look at disadvantage.
That is the
And
control I'm
you,
talking
everybody,
about now. Listen, let me
so
tell you.
you live in the US where you think that everybody have should have
No be
they
where I
have
live. Oh. I
freedom.
don't know where you got that one from. No be where I live. I beg. Take go beg you.
Hey, you said US now that the
Yeah,
best
that's
country in the world.
no. I didn't
You
number one. I didn't say
number
best.
one.
Yes, and I
Uh-huh.
said what drag people to them is one of their strongest amendments. Freedom of
Well,
speech.
it actually, you know, everybody, you determine
And
what
you
you
do
want in
know
life.
that, listen, let me tell you, I used to tell people that, what do they call it? Bullying makes a man. Bullying can make you, bullying can mar you. So things people say shouldn't be controlled. I will stand by it because I've taken my time to read that their first amendment. It resonates with me very well. People should own their words. And I keep asking a question. You said it should be controlled. And I ask you a simple question. Who's going to control it? We have how many billion people on planet Earth? So who's going to control what we are going to say? Can you help me with that? Mike
You know,
Zuckerberg, Microsoft, CNN?
okay, the issue, we are talking about social media, and then you look at it, there are certain things like we're on YouTube
Or the
now, and
president
there are
of a
certain,
country? No, I'm
just
just
hold
letting
on,
you
Madam
do the
Zita.
statistics. This group of
Madam
people will
Zita.
control the rest of the world. It doesn't work
Mm.
out. Go
Okay.
ahead.
What I'm saying is that at least if on YouTube now, there are certain content that you can post, there are certain things that you can say, and there are certain things you cannot say. That's what we are talking about. But in a situation
Okay.
whereby, let me give you for example, there was a time in Nigeria, there was this popular Yoruba what they call it, actress, and it's also a celebrity that had something. I will not. Well, how will I put it now? Some kind of porn on with a guy. That guy posted it. You know, people were looking for it all over the space, and the only place that they could get the video was actually on Telegram.
You
You
see?
understand?
Thank you.
You
I
can't
love the
get it.
fact that
You
you
can't
put
get.
that. I love the fact that you put that thing.
So you
You
can't get
see?
it on
Hold
YouTube. You
on.
can't get it
Hold
on
on.
Instagram. You can't get it on. You understand?
Hold
And
on. You've
okay.
made your point. They have absolutely no right to remove it. Let me tell you why. If people like what's his name? Simeon Ekpa can use that same system to call for mayhem and it's not being removed. That's why I ask a simple question. Who decides what is outrageous? You have not answered that question since we started this discussion. So that man will sit somewhere and said, okay, I remove this. Bam, it's outrageous. Then this one is not outrageous. Leave it. Okay, this one. It's outrageous. Leave it.
That example that you gave now. You think you want to tell me that if Samuel Ekpa is saying certain, if he's in as in is in Europe now saying all
What
those rubbish.
about the Houthis? What about the
No,
ISIS? Hold on.
let me
No,
finish
hold
what
on.
I'm saying now.
Let's discuss. I'm mentioning people. What about the Houthis, the ISIS, what is this one now that is trending? The one the one from Brazil. They put a lot of things in that same place you are talking about. To you, to a normal person is
What is
outrageous.
common? Everything that you mentioned now. What is the denominator of all these things that you mentioned now? All
What do
these
you mean by
examples that you gave
denominator?
is because all those things are happening in developing countries.
No. You are not getting the point, Simba. You are not
You
getting
no,
the
that's
point.
why it didn't allow me to ask my question earlier on.
It's the same media, the same place. They put the
You
other one,
want to
they
tell
remove
me
it.
if as the ECPA is in Finland now and he says certain things. Let
That
me
is
finish
not
my
the
question now.
point.
Let me give you.
The point is where they put it and it's removed, and another person put the same thing in that place and it's not removed. That is the point. The medium of communication, that's what I'm talking about. And that's where you cannot sit down in your house and say some certain things, and then you expect somebody to say, you said it in your house.
Let
No,
me give you. Let
what I'm
me
saying is
wait, Madam Zita. We're having a conversation. Don't take absolute control. Let me also talk now. They will talk about. Let me give you an example. TikTok now that we are talking about now. The content. Is it not China that owns TikTok? But the kind of TikTok that you see in China is not the kind of TikTok that you see in Africa, and that's what we are saying. They don't allow such content in their own country. They are the one that owns that social media handle. But they don't allow such content in their country because they know that this thing is actually inimical to the development of their country. But they allow it in Africa. That's what I'm saying. That
You're not getting my point. If you get my point, we will have a conversation. You have mentioned China again. Okay, let's go to China. You have no right in China as a leader to decide who speak and who is not going to speak. What they say and what they are not going to say. That is absolutely wrong to humanity. It's wrong. Let people speak. If you think they said something that hurt you, call them and say, look, this thing you said, look at what it has. Okay, let me give you a typical example. I told you sometime my company, whereby in Nigeria, some of our contractors did something. Well, I invited to the UK for court sitting. And they said freedom of speech. I started saying some certain things. And the judge was like, hey, you don't say that kind of a thing in my courtroom. And I said, but you said freedom of speech. He said, no. Freedom of speech doesn't mean you should say anything. And now I'm telling you that thing you are saying is wrong. Did I say it again? I didn't say it again because it's wrong in his courtroom. He did not penalize me for saying it, but he called me to order. So for you to tell
So
somebody,
so if you now let us flip what you just said now. So if we now decide that, okay, if you say this kind of thing in our own country or in our own space is not allowed, so how is it different from what you are just saying?
No. What I said is that he did not punish me for it, but it was about.
If you continue saying it, he will punish you. Because he cautioned you and you listen to caution. That was why.
No. It was 5 minutes to and fro between me and him. He convinced me that I shouldn't say it in a courtroom where 25 people are seated. When I got that confusion, I shut up. So he didn't tell me how.
Why did you shut up? Why did you shut up? Why can't you? Why didn't you continue? Why did you shut up?
He convinced me. That's why I said when people say some certain things, bring a counter opinion.
I'm not sure. I wasn't sure. You are not convinced. You are scared of the consequence. That was why you stopped.
A counter opinion.
He just told you that it's not allowed. He didn't give you any other opinion. He just told you that it was not allowed in his courtroom.
He shouldn't be saying such a thing in my courtroom. And I now
yes.
said, where
so
is
is that a counter
This guy will
opinion?
not listen to me.
He told you, and if you continue, that is
It
not
be
a counter
like
opinion.
when somebody they talk to you people, when you are discussing with somebody, you pick something and then you run with it. You will not listen to the person fully. You just pick something and run with it. I told you it's 5 minutes to and fro between the two of us. He said I should not say such a thing in his courtroom. I now asked him, where is my freedom of speech? And he responded by telling me, freedom of speech doesn't mean I should say anything I want to say. And I said, why? He convinced me why I shouldn't say it, more so where 25 people are seated in his courtroom.
So what did he say?
I should tell you what happened, what transpired between why I even went to the court. I should tell you in global platform, right? Because they ask me that kind of thing.
Okay.
No freedom of speech. People should be allowed to say something. And today, if you call me, just as I have told you now, if anybody who was in that courtroom said, this lady said this thing, I will own it. I said, yes, I said it. Well, I might say, well, when I said it, he now told me I shouldn't be saying such a thing. And he gave me reasons and why I shouldn't say it. It was a 5 minutes to and fro between me and him.
Well, what my own conclusion is that we will get there. This freedom of speech. We will get to the
You
peak.
should not. You
We will
should
get
just
to
like
this. We
listen.
will get to the
If
peak,
you bottle
and then
human
we
being,
decide what we do, what to do to ourselves.
let me tell you,
Don't
Simba.
worry.
If you bottle human being, when they explode, you can't control it. Nobody should even try it. Don't you ever try to bottle human beings. Cock them. When they explode, you see, I used to tell people every day. Say, the media, when I mean the media generally, what they are doing by trying to make human beings behave like robots. The day that thing will explode, I won't be surprised when I wake up one morning, everywhere is in flames. And their kere is littered all over the world. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm telling you. Because you don't do such a thing to human beings. If there's anybody that needs freedom on planet Earth, it's a human. That's why somebody like you go waka from Nigeria, go one corner, go stay. They laugh. That's the freedom. You learn their speech. You learn their way of life. You are happy with it. Nobody is restricting you that you are a Nigerian. Where you are now, you must speak like and behave like a Nigerian. You choose. So shall it be with your speech. But if anybody thinks he can stop humans from talking, stitch their mouth. I don't even know who gave you people right that you can do that anyway in the first place. But they could have try. Remember, I sabi talk rubbish. It won't be long ago because they're getting close. The media is getting very close. It won't be long. Remember that day. You go say Zita talk am. Say media don't do too much. Say you go explode. A person will not say something. Look, Simba, do you know the annoying part of it? Let me tell you the annoying part of it. Are you still there?
Yeah.
If I say something and you feel it's outrageous, why don't you tell me the opposite to make that my thing outrageous? But you will shut me up, cancel me, verify me, go behind and make sure I lose my job or my livelihood. That means you didn't really see it outrageous. It's just that you don't like my guts. That's just the truth. Because if you think what I said is outrageous, you come with a counter comment or a counter campaign. That's why we are in the world. That's why we are human. Say something to demeaning that thing I have said. If you really believe, if you have the brain to see it as outrageous, you should have that thing that told you that it's outrageous. That your brain that told you it's outrageous. That your brain should come up with something to demean it. But if you can't, you just have to just shut it down.
Thomas, sorry, madam. Thomas, if you are listening to us, some people at the background they want to enter, because uh, so. What can we say about what this? I don't even know how you want to go about it. That it's trying to force the people to bring down the price of food when you are not even the one making the food for them.
Who said so?
I think it's one of the topic that they said that was what Tinubu is saying now.
You know, so una sabi copy. Africans never use their brain. He wants to do what did Kamala Harris call it? She didn't even pronounce it. What she called it, a price gauging, whatever she that means. I don't know. It's gouging. So where has that worked on planet Earth?
Praise Daddy, are you on the platform? Can you come and shed more light on this? Because that was the question you asked me. That he claimed that he was supplying them fertilizer, seedlings and all those things. I don't know what was the
Oh
reason
yeah.
that they gave.
I don't. Did you listen to the show from the beginning or halfway
No, no, no,
when one
no,
man was
no, no,
reading?
no. I did not.
Oh, okay.
I just went.
So one of the one man's reading was that at the beginning of the show that they're trying to the Tinubu's government is trying to punish people for price gouging, right? So they think they're overinflating the price of commodities, food prices, right? So it's trying to punish the people. So I think Angelica was opposed to it, and myself, I was like, okay, what has the government done to demand that the people, private sellers, sell their produce at a price below or whatever price they think they should be sold for? So that's how the whole thing started. But one man was making the argument that, well, the reason why Tinubu's government can demand they sell those commodities at a more as a decent price, to put it at a decent price, was because it's giving them fertilizers and I don't know they give what else goes into farming, soil and maybe seedlings and pesticides. That it gives us some supplies that go into farming. Therefore, the price should be more cheaper at the market, and the prices that the food are going for right now is price gouging, and
Was
I
it
didn't
the
think it made.
agreement? Did he have that agreement when he was giving them the fertilizer and the seedlings? What did he tell them that is for subsidizing the price
Well,
when the
that's a
harvest
good
come?
that's a good
Because I'm a
question. Which
detailed person.
Uh,
Was that
Even
the
the question, Madam Sister, the other question we have to ask them is that, okay, even his claim is right, how did he now know what it cost them? Because it's not only those things that you can consider as the cost of production. What other costs did they incur? Then how much is now the final price by the time they make the production? How did he determine that? There is now known that, okay, there
yeah.
is so
Well,
it's just.
can I mention like transportation, the lorry that would transport the produce from the farm to
What
the
about the cost
to.
of labor? What about the cost of labor and all those things?
Well, see,
no. It doesn't work that way now.
that was one man talking, but anyway, I disagree with him that look if and then you talk about some other things the government has done, and I said those things are still in the pipeline in the future that would affect the supply of commodities in the marketplace and the price will be
Let me
affected.
even bust your bubble,
Let
Prince
me say
Daddy.
something.
No, sorry, Madam Zita. Let me bust your bubble. I'm not a pessimist, too, but by next year, probably by the time we're entering next year, the price of food will actually be more than what we're experiencing now in Nigeria. And the reason being that we have a problem with rain in Nigeria this year. There are too much rain in the northern part of Nigeria where they experience a lot of flooding, which actually eroded a lot of farmland. And in the middle belt and the south, there was no rain.
No, there was rain, no, too much rain in my area, so they told me.
Madam Zita, I just came back from Nigeria. I spent 2 months in Nigeria.
Port Harcourt
For
and
the whole,
Imo State, it has
just
been
wait. What
raining.
did they do? What farming did they do in those places that you are talking about?
At least cassava.
I beg you. We
And
are
palm
talking about where
produce.
they farm. Where they farm. We are talking about Port Harcourt and Imo. Which land they remove for farming self?
No, that's the home
Um,
of palm oil, palm produce.
I beg you.
And you
Which
know
palm
when
oil are
they
they producing in
fold palm
Nigeria?
produce, don't bear fruit.
So that is another. It's not even for, it's against. So what I'm saying is this: for the 2 months I spent in Nigeria, we had rain only 3 times. 3 times, and this is the rainy season. I planted cassava, Prince Daddy. I have to replant it again shortly before I left because everything died in the farm.
Is it
The
because
the
of lack of
maize,
rain?
lack of rain. People
Okay.
planted maize, and in fact some of them were bearing fruit. Rain stop and they stop like that. A lot of farmers will run at loss in Nigeria this year. So all these things that we are saying
That thing you are
is going.
saying, self, is not even the main problem with farming in Nigeria, because Nigeria is a country that has, will I call it, in terms of land location, I would call it something mini, that you can get everything. The south, the weather is different. South side, southeast, middle belt, northeast, northwest. They have different weather conditions. So they usually, one area gets better than the other. Food is always bregede in Nigeria. The problem with farming in Nigeria is not actually this weather, it's insecurity. Like we keep saying it, farmers are not safe.
Second, Madam Zita, Simba, is that true? Is that the main problem?
Well, I don't know where she's coming from. I'm telling you what we experience. We farmers. You are telling me that the problem is insecurity.
Let
Nobody
me
is
tell you
denying
why I
that.
said it's insecurity.
Let me tell you, Madam Zita. If we are talking, is what we experience. You are telling me that weather is not. Are you a farmer?
Wait now. I said weather is not actually
I'm telling you that the weather that we're experiencing now is not what we used to experience before. You are saying no,
okay.
it's not a
Okay,
problem.
let me can I explain? Before you give me a knock on the head, just calm down. Let me explain. If my explanation doesn't go down, then you can push your hand from your gadget and give me a hot knock. You see,
Yes, Simba. Yeah, Madam Zita.
have you it seems like you say you are a farmer. Have you been to Benue and Kebbi State? Because those are the areas where I get my yam. Have you been to those areas? If you be to Benue State, you will see that they have a particular type of soil that can grow a lot of things. That's why they call themselves the food basket of the nation. This food crisis in Nigeria is something that is bound to happen. I remember in those days, if you go to Benue, they can ask you if you want a year-old yam, like the one they harvested 2 years ago. They have to make a long stay. They call it ban. Beautiful set. How they do that, and I don't know. They will bring it down. It tastes so good. And today, those areas are being ravaged with insecurity. Those people cannot go to the farming again. Some of the crops, the catch crops in Nigeria that you plant and you harvest after 3 months, Some you plant, you harvest after 4 months. Places like Benue, you can replant and replant them over the years. Such cash crop, you have to harvest them like 3 times in a year. While in some
Yeah,
areas,
you mean food crop or cash crop?
both cash and food.
No, because there's a difference between what you are talking about too.
I said food and cash, 2 of them.
That
And those people
which
were actually going nuclear, because I remember when one of the farmers gave me cucumber, he told me, you people call it GMO, he told me that cucumber, I can harvest it. And when my mom planted it in our face, what I saw was so amazing. In as much as I couldn't get the seed, the seedling to plant the next season, but it was a different species. They were developing, they were moving forward. All of a sudden, insecurity, chaos all over the place. For years now, Nigerians have not been farming. For years now. I'm not talking about people like you that want
but
to.
Africa, what you are talking, what you are saying, nobody is saying that is not contributing. We are now saying that even the little that we are doing now, we are having challenges. That's what you are. So why are you now discarding it as if it's not a problem?
Let me explain why I am saying that weather is not necessarily. Yeah, it contributes.
Whether it's not necessary.
No, it contributes. But then, let me give you a typical example. In a land that is fertile and with a little enabler, you said people planted corn, and then the weather was too bad. The corn died. Forget say me too, I don't do it. When the rain come, you can still replant the corn and still get
Oh,
harvest.
so who will incur that loss? That's what I'm talking about. So you planted something, you have already incurred some. I mean,
Simba,
you put some
loss
capital into it.
yes, loss and
Remember
time
the
to
day.
market.
Hold on. Remember the
So
day.
if you something that is supposed to wait, see now, Madam Zita, let us talk. You have been talking. You planted something maybe, and the thing maybe by the time is around 2 months when it's supposed to be fruiting, rain stop, then the whole thing got wasted. Then you planted again. Are you not going to put that cost? So if you are successful the second time, the cost, I mean, please, that am I not making sense? Are you not going to have that cost?
Okay.
Yeah,
Have you
the
finished?
cost that you of
Can I respond?
go ahead, yeah.
Can I respond?
You understand? The issue is that as you are talking about insecurity, I'm still believe that most of the food that we consume in Nigeria are still what we planted. Now, the one that we are planting and that we are even eating, we say we are having challenges with weather, and you are saying is not a problem. I
I
don't
didn't
understand
say.
your
I
argument.
said
Oh.
it is not the major problem because it happens just once in a
It,
while.
as it is now,
Whether
it's
the
going to be
weather
a major problem.
occurrences. Listen, why I said it is not the factor that have been killing food production in Nigeria is because weather challenges happens
I'm
once
not
in a
talking
while.
about,
It is
we are
not
not
a
talking about what
continuous
is
something.
responsible. We are talking about problem that we're having now. We are not talking maybe what has happened yesterday years. We are talking about what is happening now.
Okay, can I answer you for what is happening now? You know, when you are a farmer, that it's not peasant, the one you farm to eat. You are talking about people who are farming to sell. You remember when one guy came here in this platform was talking about business? I remember you, Simba, Remy, and one other guy. You guys attacked him and said you should that prices rise is not supposed to affect someone's business. If price and Ekene supported you people, that if the price, you plan your business, okay? You plan your business to fit in several things. So if you are a factory farmer and you are farming, not putting weather and other things into consideration. Why I keep saying insecurity is because the land is not free. When insecurity comes, the land is no longer free. It becomes a very huge challenge. But the weather will come and go. When the rain comes, fine, you go back and replant. When the weather is suit for you to replant, because the land is there. But insecurity,
Okay, Madam
nobody is
Sister,
going to
she
allow
allow
you to
questions.
enter the land. So if you
She
have
allow
a
questions.
farmer, a factory farmer, and you didn't put that, look, I can plant this thing and the weather, the seedling might go. I have to make provision for 3-4 more seedlings so that if this one goes, I can plant another one. Then we are not into business. That's what I want to say.
Hey, but you are
Okay.
forgetting one thing.
You people
Okay,
will die of
please, Daddy, put your question to her.
Yes. Okay, I was going to ask Madam Zita, I guess, what percentage of Nigerian farming land you think it's made insecure by insecurity? And also, just like Simba said earlier, if there's planting season. I'm not a farmer, but there's planting season and harvest time. If you plant and just like Simba said, there's no rain or too much rain destroy your crops, you have to wait for the right time again to plant because of the weather condition and the overall I guess soil to plant the right crop. So if you lose your produce due to bad weather, it's going to take time. And what happens? You're going to incur loss from all the what you call the supplies and the inputs for planting, and also there's going to be a delay uh, to recoup and plant again to get produce to the market. And what does that do? It becomes an issue of supply and demand, and things become more expensive in the marketplace. That's just simple stuff. But insecurity, I know there's insecurity in Benue State, okay, but I don't believe that insecurity is our problem. It cannot be our problem. If it is our problem, it's a lazy way. What you're saying, in other words, we have almost a banana republic where the government cannot secure simple areas such as farmland so we can grow our crops. That's what you're telling me. Insecurity, I refuse to accept insecurity as our problem when it comes to food shortages.
So I don't need to answer
So,
your
Prince Daddy,
question
sorry,
now.
Prince
I don't
Daddy,
need to answer your question because you already said you will refuse to accept it. We are not discussing. You have made
if
your
okay,
opinion
Madam
No, no,
Zita,
no.
let me
Madam,
let me.
so I
It's
don't
that's
need
not.
just
to
my
answer
opinion.
you.
That's just my opinion. You can offer your opinion. When I say
No,
I
Ma,
refuse to
ma,
we are
accept,
not going to. There is
ma,
no need
ma,
for the discussion because you said
okay,
it's
let me
not an
say my own.
open discussion.
Maybe
You
I will
said you
discuss with you.
refuse. You first asked me what
Hey, you are
percentage.
discussing now, so you don't comment on his what he said now. So let me say my own. There are certain food crop because as you know, some as you said, my okay, like maize now. The new maize, I mean the improved seedling that people are using now for maize actually takes about 2 to 3 months for it to mature. Now, some people do in Nigeria, we do in the southern part of Nigeria and even in the middle belt, you can do maize twice in a year. You understand, Prince Daddy? Twice in a year, twice in the rainy season. That means so if you can do that, it means that you can have large bumper harvest if rain fall. That means instead of doing once in a year, you do twice. Now, is it possible to do twice? It's not possible. It's only once. If it's possible, that once is possible. So that means the harvest is going to be reduced. That is one. Okay, let's say I'm a farmer. I borrow money. I to buy seedling, all the farm input. I planted this thing, and the rain stopped, and all my investment waste. Some of them might have the capital to go ahead and plant again, as you said, Madam Zita, and plant second time. Some will not be able to afford that, so they back out because they have run at loss. They can't go ahead and so no matter how you look at it, then yam, you mentioned yam. Yam can only be grown once in a year. So if you plant yam and then the rain stop on it, the production is going to, I mean, the what you are going to harvest is going to be reduced because the yam will not actually yield very well because of lack of rain. No matter how fertile that soil is, as you describe it, if there is no rain, there's nothing. Even the plant, I mean the yam cannot utilize the manure. Without
I don't know what to say, but let me say this.
without water. So
Let
I
me say
don't
this.
even understand your argument this morning, Madam Zita. No matter how you look at it,
Can
is
I try to make you understand my argument? Can I? Number one, your submission is more or less of somebody who is doing what I call peasant farming to feed some group of people. That's not where I'm basing. That's why I keep talking about the north. Because if you are a farmer in Nigeria and you go to the north, you will understand what I mean by farming. Now, if here that I am, that is as cold as hell, they can, oh, hell is not good. Hell is hot. Okay, never mind. This garden cold place, if mangoes can grow here, I know what I'm talking about. So if you call yourself a large-scale farmer, you should brace up for the challenges as long as the land is there. I repeat, as long as the land is there. But if anybody think that insecurity is not what will cause Nigerians, if they are going to produce 6 tubers of yam this year, that they are going to produce 1, and you think it's the weather. Yes, the weather can make it differ a little. If the harvest is supposed to come in March, it might not come in March. It might come in June or July. That's fine. But telling me that insecurity, that people are not allowed to go to their farm to farm at their convenience, that people's crops are not allowed to grow how it's supposed to grow, and the harvest done when due, that's not a problem in my country, then that is fine. I don't have another argument. That is fine.
Okay, well, hold on. So you talk on the both sides of the aisle, so to speak. You said people would not. Which people are you talking about? If you're talking about large scale farmers that have all the equipment, all the big land farm and security, what problem are they having? So it sounds like you're talking
Where
more
did you
about.
say security? Which security? I don't
Well,
understand what you're talking about. You
but,
said big
well,
farmers that have
if
which
you talk
security?
most of, unless you have the numbers, Madam Zita, let me land. Unless you have the numbers, I would like to say that most farming or large percentage, maybe 60% of the farm produce that we get in our markets come from small scale farmers, not like large industrial farmers like they have in the West.
Oh, really?
So if okay, tell me the numbers if you know.
My brother, you see, the only thing I can tell every Nigerian who cares to listen, and I'm sure most of them are listening to me these early hours of the morning, farmers in Nigeria are from the north, from middle belt down to the north.
The question, Madam Zita,
Hold on,
what
let me
category?
finish.
Hold on, what category of farming would you put them? Are they subsistence farming, mid-scale farming, or
may
large
God
Some of
bless you,
them are
industrial
King
farming?
large.
Daddy.
Some of them are
May
large.
God
That's
bless
why
you
they
for
do
that question.
export. Some of them are very large that you
Majority
don't
of
even
farmers
know
in Nigeria
about.
are
But
still at the
that's why they
subsistence
do a
level,
lot of export.
Madam Zita, get it this thing right. Majority of the farmers in Nigeria are still in subsistence level.
Let me say this. Nigerians are the largest producers of yam. It's not done by subsistence farming. They are the second largest producers of millet, and their millet is one of the best. It is not an export too. It is not done by subsistence farming. You want me
How
to
much of
continue?
millet are we exporting? How much of yam are we exporting? What are you talking about
Listen,
this
let me
morning?
tell you. Why can't you check it? How much of the millet? I said
It's not even what we are even producing. It's not even enough for local consumption. You are
Where did
talking
you
about
get that one
export.
from? That our minute is not enough from local consumption. Where did you get that one from?
Let me tell you, now we here in Nigeria, we are even maize, we are importing maize. Most of our companies that produce animal feed, they import maize, they import wheat, they import what are you talking? I don't know where you are getting your statistics. So hello, I can't hear anybody again.
We can hear you.
Does it?
I think Madafita left.
No, she's there, right?
Yeah. So, Nigeria.
It's an interesting topic.
When Simba, when it comes to
Yeah.
grain in Africa,
Mm.
Nigeria and Egypt augment the world. And that kind of augmentation does not come from subsistence farming. I rest my case. See you people later in the day. But next time I say something, could you people please do your research before you come and tell me how Nigerians do peasant farming to feed?
I'm telling you, I'm a stakeholder. So you are just reading on the pages of newspaper.
I have some questions. I know that a lot of Nigerians practice subsistence farming. So without no rain, for especially in the southern part of Nigeria, what kind of food shortage are we looking towards to now next year?
That's what I said. That probably this is not the first time I'm saying this.
Yes, I know.
This is not the first time I'm saying this. It happens to me. Immediately I got to Nigeria, there was a rain. I think second or third day when I arrived in Nigeria, I planted cassava, and the rain stopped for more than a month. There was no rain, and all the cassava that I planted dried off. The rain, we had rain just last week, about 2 or 3 rains. I mean, 2 rains last week. So I have to replant it again, hoping that the rain will continue, and hoping that those ones will do. But if you look at it, what about the cost that I incur in the first one? Then if this one is successful, I'm going to actually add it to it. So it's going to. So how is it coming? So at the end of the day, the price is going to be up there.
Do you think that the land belongs to the people? It's also part of why people were not able to practice extensive farming. Because when you just oppose it with Europe and America, when people go to the hinterland or maybe outskirts of the city, when they buy land, it's more cheaper, and they can now have a big land for
let me tell you, one of the major problem of agriculture in Nigeria is actually lack of capital.
Yeah,
do you
understand?
Right. It's lack of capital.
You hit the nail on the head, because the interest, even if you go to the bank, I've never seen, because I was in Nigeria working with getting contract with my boss from NPA, Papa, and I know that the finance house we go to, you see this governor of our Lagos State, I've met him twice before. That time he was an executive director with a City Monument Bank that belonged to about Tudeco. I remember we got a loan from them at nearly 36% interest. And,
imagine, can you get a loan at 36% and put it in farming?
No, it won't work. The interest is too high. So sometimes I think the commercial bank are ripping off Nigeria a lot.
But you said they have agricultural bank, right? They have
agricultural bank. How many people are they supporting? President? how many people are they supporting?
If you're talking okay, well, you can answer. If you're talking this point, is there price gouging in the marketplace, and
Yes,
do you think the
yes,
government should intervene?
yes, yes. I totally agree with you, Prince Daddy. The price gouging is too
Why?
much.
Why do you
I
believe?
will tell you why it's too much. When
Okay.
3 months ago, some
Mm.
market prices in all the markets are not similar. That is one. And
Mm.
the difference between a market in Ibadan and compared to Lagos, which is an hour journey, you can be seeing a price difference of 50 to 60,000. For God's sake, that is price gouging. Because this thing, they have to take it from Ibadan to Lagos. When they are bringing the truck from the north, it has to pass through Ibadan to Lagos.
That is an arbitrary this thing. Let me ask you. Before you start, no, just wait now. Wait. I'm not saying okay. So it's not general. You can say okay, maybe in some places, maybe there might be some kind of price gouging, but for government to say wait, for any government to say you want to bring the price down when you don't even know how much it costs to produce that thing, can government come out and say okay, this is the cost, this you understand, of producing let's say 1 kilogram of maize in Nigeria? If they can come out and say okay, this is the cost, then they should be able to say okay, you don't have rights to sell at this certain price, but you don't know even the cost. I'm telling you now.
Series of questions, because you are in the north central of Nigeria, and when we talk about food basket of the federation, it's the north central and the north, and we learned that according to government and according to the state government too, that they give them loads and loads of fertilizer, truck of fertilizers, to be distributed per local government to majority of the farmers.
Let me ask you, Remy. When you say lose and lose, wait now.
Let me ask the question, then later. So can you confirm, maybe you do not get, but can you confirm that is it true that year in, year out, government always provides a lot of incentive, subsidized seedlings, fertilizer, truck, and the rest to help the farmer? Can you confirm this one first? Yes, and then
I'm not even aware, and I've not seen any, even my friends or people that I know that are in farming that got even one thing from government. Let me tell you, when it's just like when government are talking about okay, they give them seedlings, they give them fertilizer. It's just like this rise of a thing, useless rice that they used to distribute. Let me tell you, how much of fertilizer do you think they can bring to a state that will actually cater for the farmers in a state? Tell me, how many millions of tons?
Now I understand you. It might not be for everyone.
You see, when they say they give 20 trailers truck of
you say they're deceiving themselves. They're deceiving themselves, right?
They are just deceiving, exactly.
So in a nutshell, are you saying they are lying or they never distribute nothing?
Let me tell you, if they even distribute anything, it's just like a tip of an iceberg. It cannot solve any problem. You can't just because of that I say now because you want to be using that one to regulate the price, when you did not even give 1% of the farmer what they actually needed.
So your response is quite surprising. I would have accepted what you have said, but unfortunately I won't be able to do that because we don't have, if you say we have people from the core north here today, they're from the northwest or northeast. So let's also tell us the situation. I think majority of the people in that side, they are farmers too. So they will be able to tell us, because I know that in the south, majority of us are not farmers. So you can continue. But what you just said,
let me tell you, I belong to a lot of, we have groups, we have a lot of forum where we used to discuss online, and the experience is the same. You understand what I'm saying? The experience is the same. If you are looking at, when you talk, let me tell you, what you are saying that okay, 3 months ago the price of things are like this, now the time is because you should know that that is what we experience in Nigeria. This is the harvesting time in Nigeria. When you get to August, September, October, this is the harvest time in Nigeria for most things, yam, maize, and all. And definitely because of lack of storage, a lot of people, a lot of farmers, because they even needed money to pay school fees, to do all sorts of things, they will push out most of their goods out now for sale. And if anybody is wise and you have money, this is the time the middleman comes in that have a lot of money. They will buy all those things now. They go and put it in their stores. By the time we are getting to January, February, March, that is when they will be pushing it out and they will be selling at their outrageous price. You understand what and that's why we're experiencing this now. And I also know what the law of demand and supply says. Even the supply this year is not going to be much. So even the price will not come down to the level at which we can get it at a reasonable price by the time we are getting to January, February. Because production this year is going to be very, very low. So that's what I told you people. I went to buy seed for tomato and pepper, and I bought one that is not even up to spoonful of the seed of tomato for 9,000 naira. 9,000 naira. And when I actually prepared the nursery, I was the one doing the wetting on my own because there was no rain. I take watering can. I will do it in the morning. I will do it in the evening to make sure that my investment doesn't get wasted. No rain. Ask anybody living in Lagos, Ibadan, Ilorin, all those areas. Even Kogi and all those areas.
Simbad, does Madam Zita, does she have an argument? Is it your part of the country there's no rain? What about other parts? Is it raining in other parts?
That's what it rains in the north, and it was even too excessive. That is another one. That's what I'm talking about. Flood, you hear flood in Kebbi and all those things, and it actually washes away most of their farms. You understand what I'm saying? So in one area it was too excessive, in other area there was none. So on both ways, it's not good for agriculture.
So at the end of the day, the outcome was the same. Lack of rain
It's the
and
same, exactly.
excessive rain. Okay. So yeah.
Not only farm produce, even it washes away animals. Prince Daddy, that country needs your divine intervention from the spiritualists like you.
Mike is the spiritualist. All I can do is pray.
So, what option do we have? We continue to import, right?
What I think is we still have a lot of water bodies. I think we mentioned it some times ago. I think Prince Daddy was also there. We should not be relying on rain to do farming. We should be able to farm all year round in that country.
Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. See, the fact that we don't have enough rain is, again, if maybe Madam Zita didn't understand me, that's an excuse. Insecurity to me also is an excuse. Those are the two problems that we can mitigate or solve in a much greater percentage. Irrigation. There's no serious farming nation that depends on rain. And you can collect the rain, harvest the rain also as part of your irrigation system. But you just strictly rely on rain. It shows the height of the seriousness, the lack of seriousness in that place. It's crazy. If you think if insecurity is such a problem, then secure your farmlands that produce the most crops for the nation. Why is it so difficult? Are we waiting for the white man to come do it for us? Is that a problem? Then on top of that, they say price gouging. They're going to force the tomato sellers and all these things but those sellers, they're not like the direct people that get the produce from the farm. There's so many intermediaries between them
Exactly, you are right.
and consumers.
Exactly. Yes, that's in fact you can have like 3 or 4 people in between them and the farmers.
Yeah. So I mean, so it shows. I mean, when you hear stuff like that, it shows the poor understanding of the government or those
I
in
think
charge.
where maybe they hear that some countries are doing that. Where they do that is government that's actually selling to the people, not
Exactly.
the people doing everything on their own. If government can buy from the farmer, then they can say, okay, this is the price that we are selling. That's when you can
Exactly.
regulate. But when you don't do that and you say maybe because you are giving some of them fertilizer and everything, then they should be able to sell at this price. How did you determine that? How did you determine that? Can they tell me how much that okay, basket of tomato, this how much it costs for a farmer to produce it? Or a bag of rice, how much it costs a farmer to produce a bag of rice? Can they tell me? Then if you don't know the price it costs, how do you now fix the price for them to be selling it? Do you want to sell at loss? Let me tell you, Prince Daddy, even now you discover that the same input that Nigerian farmer actually the cost of input is the same in Ghana and some other neighboring country, and you discover that they actually make more money selling in those countries than in Nigeria. Let me give for example, a crate of egg in Ghana is about 8,000 naira, and it's the same imported chicken, the same imported layers that they the same, they will incur the same cost, and meanwhile farmers in Nigeria are selling at 5,000 and they are selling 8,000 in Ghana. So the farmers in Ghana will make more money than the farmers in Nigeria, and so they can stay at business. Meanwhile, a lot of people are leaving the business in Nigeria because the price that they are selling in Nigeria is actually not favorable to the farmers. You understand? A lot of people are leaving the industry because this is no longer profitable to them.
Okay, obviously, Simba, it's not because the Nigerian farmer likes the Nigerian consumers. That's why they're selling it cheaper. Why are they selling it cheaper than a
It's
crate
because of the
of eggs?
purchasing power of Nigerians. It's low.
Okay.
Do you understand? It's not because they like them, yes, but by the time they produce and Nigerians cannot afford it, they have to sell at the price they can afford. And it's not profitable to them. So if you don't have the backup, then you have to leave the industry. And now let me give you, for example, a bag of feed that we used to buy for 4,000 naira, we are buying now for 20,000 naira. And please, that means if let's say your cost of production before used to be 4,000, you have to raise more capital to produce the same amount of egg. 200 birds will eat one bag of feed, and probably they will lay 5 crates of egg. We are selling at 5,000. And that is, I'm telling you, at market price. So that's not the farm gate. Probably the farmers will be selling at maybe 4,300, 4,400 for a crate of egg. And if they now eat one bag of feed, I'm giving you an analysis, and they produce 5 crates, and you are selling for 4,400. 4,400 times 5, how much is that? And you are buying a bag for 4,000 and 20,000. Is that not a loss?
Yeah, a lot of about what 3,000 there.
Exactly. And you are not factoring in other costs too. You have to pay your workers, the cost of petrol to power your generator to pump water. You understand? Wear and tears and all those other costs, vitamins, antibiotics, and all those things that you give to the pets. You can see what I'm just giving you one analysis now. You see?
Well, so in that analysis, that they can only absorb that loss from smaller um, smaller what do you call it, farming of the chicken, or producing the egg.
Yes,
Because
now
the
okay,
law,
like a farmer that used to have like let's say 30,000 bed now might
mhm.
be able to be raising maybe 5,000.
Wow, yeah, not good for business.
It's not good for business. There's a lot of problem. I don't know why they can't engage people that actually the stakeholders in this business and have a discussion. All this theory that people used to propagate all over the space.
Simba, a quick question. Are you saying supply of eggs is more than demand?
It's not look, let me give you for example. You know, before, let's say an average family, if they want to eat yam, they can say, okay, we want to eat yam with egg. But now they said, okay, they are not eating any longer. It's not because they can't demand for it. You understand? It's because they cannot afford it. So I cannot say that the demand, I mean, the supply is more than the demand. What I can say is that because Nigerians don't have the purchasing capacity, a lot of things that they used to consume, they have abandoned it.
Because I have somebody that is raising chicken, and though it's in a small scale, but most time he already collected a lot of money ahead. People continue to demand eggs from her, and she cannot meet all those demands. And from some people to get those eggs from her, they
Ask
pay
that I don't know the last time you spoke with the person. Ask the person and ask her what is experiencing now, and you come back and tell us on this platform. And
Yes,
don't
of
be
course, I will
don't
ask the person. I will ask the person. But what I'm trying to tell you is that
and
person,
ask her whether what she's doing now, how profitable is the business to her now. Ask her.
in terms of food, of buying the food of for the chicken,
Everything, just everything. Could you believe that? Let me tell you, let me tell you, I bought some chicken. Those are the one I use at my backyard, not for business. I just like keeping some funny chick. You know, they call them Brahma. I think they're actually from America. They used to have feathers on their leg. You understand? And they used to be very tall. If you can Google it, Brahma, that's the name of those chicks.
yeah, what
I
you call
bought
it.
I
Are they
bought I
delicious?
bought one I bought smaller ones, all the small ones, each one for 8,000 naira. 8,000 naira. Okay, you can imagine if I want to use that one for business, how much am I going to sell the meat? Even if I've killed one, if I want to sell one, can an average Nigerian afford that? If I can buy a small chick for 8,000 naira, then I will feed them. If I when they fell sick, I asked one of my boys to go and get me an antibiotics. Do you know how much they sell a sachet of the antibiotics?
I
10,500. Just a sachet. 10,500 naira. Just a
but,
sachet.
but this one you are keeping them for to consume, not for.
I'm not even it's not even consumption. I just like them. I just like their physique, the way they look. This one I think is just for luxury, not for business. It's just for luxury.
How long will you keep them until you before you slaughter them?
I can keep them for 2 years.
So do you think in terms of their growth, because I'm interested, do you think in terms of their growth in the next 6 months, can they be as heavy as those Nigerians ones of boilers or what do you call them? Yes.
Yes, they can be.
And much stronger or almost the same thing?
Yeah, they are much stronger. They are much stronger than but in fact you can't read the kind of environment I'm raising them, you can't raise broiler there. They all of them will die.
Oh, I see. So they are more like they can adjust to
They
the
are
weather. That
yes. They are stronger. They are very strong. They are very strong.
so the
So,
only time and
sorry, Remy. So I think so. The final answer to that question. So the government does not have the right to demand that they reduce the price of produce in the market because
They don't have
it's
any
not.
right at all. At all, at all. If you are the one sponsoring the farmer from the beginning to the end. Okay, let me give you for example, Prince Daddy. There was a time in Osun State during Aregbesola regime. He did that for farmers that are producing broilers. And what he will do is that he will give them broilers, he will give them the feed and all the input that they need. And he will now be the one that will buy from them at the end of the production. Do you understand what I'm saying now? He will give them all the input, and then the only thing that the farmer will do is to just to the labor and the supervision. And he has already told them that okay, if you give me this number of kilogram of meat, weight of broilers, this is how much I'm going to buy. Do you understand? The farmers look at it and they say, okay, they can only make profit from what they're. So they will be the government will buy the final produce from the farmer. So if such a government is now selling to the consumer, say, okay, this is the price I want you people to be selling, they have all that right.
What governor is that? I mean, that's a great program. What governor is that?
No. What he's trying to tell you is very simple. Government buy their final product from them, and then government cannot control the price.
No. But you mentioned one particular state, right?
Osun State.
Yeah.
That was during not now. It was during Aregbesola regime. They actually what they were doing, they were using the chicken that time. They were buying it and they are using it for their school program. Do you know about this school feeding program, Please, Daddy?
Oh yes.
So
for the primary school or secondary school students.
Primary school students.
Primary school. Okay. See that's that's a great program. That's one of the many ways, or some of the ways you can help support the farmers doing such partnership, which is great. Say in America, I guess you guys know that the government subsidize a lot of. They give the farmers a lot of money, especially in America during Trump's time. The farmers they got billions of dollars. I'm telling you, they got a lot of money, a lot. So
Prince Daddy, even in America, what they do is that when they know that okay, the farmer has produced a lot, and then the price is going to fall. Do you understand? And they know that the farmer will run at loss. They will buy at a price that will be favorable to the farmer, so that the farmer will not incur loss. Is the government that is going? You understand? You have to subsidize the selling, not even the cost, so that the farmer can stay in the business. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right. So, for example, if it's for your 100 yield, let's say your farm was affected and you only get like 50% yield. Well, they'll subsidize the loss of the 50 by the price they pay for what they get from you, right? They pay for
exactly.
But in America here, the government is conscious about weather conditions affecting farming, agriculture. So if as a farmer, it's a real business, of course, that's registered and everything. The government will pay you for the acres of land that you lost due to cold, extreme cold weather.
Exactly.
Or some other conditions.
No, but a farmer, you're on your own in Nigeria. You're on your own. And then somebody will now have the effrontery to come and be telling you this is the price you should sell your goods.
What audacity does the government have to come and tell you to sell it for a certain price? It's crazy.
I think we are making a wrong premise here, because I think what the government is trying to do is for those ones that they are selling the product in the shopping mall, supermarket, especially imported product, like the example they gave, I remember that people were arguing about is about the blender. The blender bought like for 149,000 naira in America, but in their shopping mall here, they are selling close to 1 million naira, including when you factor in the shipping and the clearing and the rest, the price is already ×5. Why? So that is what I don't think they will tell a farmer or whatever, or market woman.
No. We talked earlier. They were talking about farm produce. Who cares about blender? See, I don't care. See, when people engage in commerce, if you want to go to China, wherever, America, and buy your product and import it and sell it for whatever damn price you want to sell it for, that's your problem. I don't care about how much you sell it for. And if the government thinks that people are overpricing certain items, then they can intervene by incentivizing um, other business people through different means to get those products cheaper. But I don't believe in controlling people, business people, to sell products at a certain price, especially non-perishable commodities or items. I don't care about that. I'm more concerned about the farm produce.
Let's go back to the discussion between Simba and Madam AI. I had it for about half an hour. And Madam Hema is trying to
sorry, is the Igu is on the platform now?
Yes.
Okay.
So that Madam Hema is trying to say people can say whatever they want. That at least people can, if you say whatever you want, another person can counter you with a superior argument or whatever. But what we are trying to say here is that Nigeria is not America and Nigeria is not China. This is in Nigeria, and at this particular situation we find ourselves. If that rhetoric from that woman, and she does not have any regret, even the second day, she was talking about, I am a Canadian citizen, nobody can touch me. I can say whatever I want. But while you are fomenting trouble in Nigeria, so when you look at all this that has happened in Nigeria for the last few years, let's say under 5 years, sometimes I think it's better we just come together and break that country, okay? Because the wala to me is just too much. Just break it and let everybody go and carry their cross. And if you want to live where you are doing your business, then you have to follow the rules and regulation of that country. I don't normally support the integration or separation of Nigeria before. But this time around, I'm just fed up because at the end of the day, nothing will work. Some people want to push it forward. Some people want to push it back. What kind of country is that?
Remy, sorry, there are millions of reasons why people can submit, why Nigeria should be broken up, or why Nigeria should break up. So are you saying because some lady in Canada wants to buy? Hold on, because some lady in Canada goes on YouTube or whatever, TikTok, and wants to buy Yorubas and Edos, that should be a sufficient justification to break up the country?
I'm not saying that. But what I'm trying to say is that if a country and majority of the people cannot speak with one voice, they cannot work in unison. They only work in terms of there's no trust among them. It's the only thing that always brought them together is that let's share the money. That is exploiting majority of the people. So, and even if you bring another new set of people, the things still continue to go.
Remy, let me tell you this. You know, when I talk, I didn't see myself as a diaspora. You know, the so-called people that managed to escape, I mean, to leave Nigeria, don't let me use the word escape, that one is derogatory. To leave Nigeria and they find themselves maybe in Canada, in US, and all these European countries. And they believe that, okay, they are better than the people in Nigeria and they can see anything. The reality on ground does not reflect what you people discuss on the social media.
With you. It is the diaspora people that
the reality on ground is I have not seen people in Nigeria, everybody, the Igbos, the Yoruba, they do business together, everybody will do our things, nobody talk about that. So what is all this social media hype that we are talking?
They are the one instigating that division. And I think at the end of the day, I don't understand. Do they have a lot of free time in their hand? They are the one who
Remy, they instigated, and we are fueling it. We are fueling it. Okay, just like I said earlier, that someone wants to kick my butt. That's to say, we pay too much attention to these people. Who cares about? Just like Simba said, in Nigeria, people are moving. They're moving on, doing their own things, right? But on social media, it's like the end of the world. It's like the country's about to break up tomorrow.
Exactly, Prince Dad. It's like you're seeing Nigeria, they are walking dead. If you are that American move that everybody is just walking dead in Nigeria, it's like the way they painted is that when you walk in the street of Nigeria, people are just dropping dead anyhow. People are so hungry that they nothing to eat. They are even eating their flesh. The way they painted, but the scenario when you now talk to people on ground, The scenario is totally different. Even some people in Nigeria too, some, only few, they also painted a terrible picture. They will come here and tell you, this whatever is 200,000. And now when the price crashed, they will not come back and tell you it's so amount. I don't understand. At the end of the day, I agree that some people, especially some Nigerians, they don't want that country to grow. They don't want that country to develop. They are very happy. Anything sad news, they will be happy. But anything good news, they will be sad. So I don't understand the mindset of some of these kind of people. Because this is not the first time. Everywhere in Yoruba land, when you go to primary school, I can categorically tell you that the person sitting in front, behind, beside, just like 6 people sitting around you, 1 or 2 of them will be from the southeast. We have grown together and we don't have all these bad experiences. So, and even if you want to go away from that country, why don't you do it with a kind of go away peacefully? If that is what you want. If you want to go away with the region they gave you, and leave the rest of the region to continue to suffer.
See, we Africans.
So look, let me conclude in just 10 seconds. Because sometimes what you see and what you hear, what they do all over the world, I'm not exonerating my own brother from Yoruba land too. I'm talking about some bad elements. But most of these bad elements, I'm sorry to say, these are from their side. What they do around the world is not good. It's not good. And why only you have problem with the rest of the country? If you are not fighting the Yoruba, you'll be insulting the Benin. If you are not insulting the Benin, you'll be insulting the North. Why? Why is it supposed to be like that? Why the other people give you room to dwell in their region, to prosper, to be successful? Ask yourself, anything you sell as an Igbo man in Southwest, if the original people of the Southwest are not buying those things from your hand, if they boycott your product, will you be successful to go and build something in your own land? And then you not rub it on them every time. Did you allow the same other regions of Nigeria, do you allow them the same thing they gave you in their region? Do you give them the opportunity in your region? The truth must be told sometimes. So sorry, it's just too much to bear sometimes. Prince Dad, you can take it. You can go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, growing up in Nigeria, I mean, easily my classroom, school in Lagos, 40%, 40% from Southeast, 20% from the rest of the country. So the interaction between, the way I grew up with the Southeasterner I mean, it's always been I'm in a friendly relationship for the most part, I would say. But what is going on right now, you would think though, in what is going on in Nigeria right now is the inverse of what is going on in America. Now it's more likely that you see white kids and black kids be more accepting of each other, quite frankly. There are more, over the past, I don't know, 10, 20 years, there are more white kids that listen to what you call quote unquote black music. I'm telling you, they spend a lot of money buying rap music or black music, whatever you want to call it. And that discrimination, that racism does not really exist. Of course, if you talk to the politicians, that'd be a little bit different. But it doesn't really exist. And in today's world, you would think that the internet, the social media would actually bring, and this our youth, they're quite savvy. They spend a lot of time on social media, and they are more connected. You would think there'd be that acrimony, that division, that their grandparents or their parents experience would be much less than what is going on right now. But the problem is being, the internet, the social media, where some people they want to, create content or just blow things out of proportion and just paint a bad picture. And this past election has not really helped. Really, it didn't help at all. And some people are taking advantage of it by polluting the minds of the young ones.
But Prince Daddy, you also agree that the standard in America is already all-time low. for in the last 8 years, you will agree. The standard is already all-time low because the politics you played or they play recently in America, that is not what is known in that place. In fact, the leaders you are churning out recently in the last 8 years or something like that, it's not what is. Things have changed totally. It's all time.
Remy, it's actually you have to understand American politics and see where all these things are coming from. In the past, before what you call the last 8 years, there were more race riots, race issues across the country. Not so much more. Not so much more. Just in the recent times that there's been some shooting, and the reason why, and not because shootings are new, anyways. The police has always shot black people, but statistically in America, white people die more in the hands of white policemen than black people do. That's a fact. It's well documented. It's well documented. They kill more white people. If I saw something on I don't watch this kind of crazy stuff on social media, but I saw the worst thing, the worst killing.
You might be right about that, but profiling people in America, black are easily profiled more than the white. They are easily susceptible to.
Remy, I tell you, it's not true. It is not true.
Okay. The reason why
it's not true in the sense that because listen,
I'm not living there, and we don't have. It's only Ajaliko that is here, and we don't know whether he's sleeping or he's listening, so that other people can say their mind. But what I know is this: that will be a situation. I'll go back to my country. I'm from Nigeria, and if the situation continues to go this way, and we do not find an headway in that country, there's no big deal. If you don't want regional government, you can break the country. It's not a big deal. So man, even
what is breaking? Say we don't want to hold on.
Naturally, I don't like it. I don't really like it.
Oh, okay.
When you sit down and you look at the whole process and you look at everything that has been going on in that country since 1960. And then you see, although we have a level of slow development, at least in some areas, but when you look at it, that some people are trying to foment trouble every time. And some people, whether they really want to go away or it's just a child play or they are confused, they don't want what they want. Today they want presidency, tomorrow they want to go away. And if you want to go away, you cannot force some people who does not want to go away with you. And we live in a modern world. If you want to go away, there's a peaceful way you can table your request.
Remy, who's going away? Who wants to go away?
I don't know. They want to.
Remy, a bunch of people talking on the internet. Samuel Ekpai, my understanding, is not a millionaire.
No. They are more stronger than the people ruling them in the southeast. If a person far away here can tell them, don't go to work on social day. And
I understand.
So who is ruling them? Who is ruling? Who do they believe in? So let's be factual here. If a state governor cannot control or cannot say something and the citizen of that state can believe or listen to him, he's not in charge. The people in charge are outside. And they are the one controlling.
Well, Remy, the influencers are everywhere. There are some American quote-unquote celebrities. Hold on, the American celebrities. There are some celebrities that control millions of people, and they have zero political power as a position, but their followers are in the millions. Okay, millions. Okay. More than I don't even think some politicians, maybe the politicians, they even come close to the followership. But that is nothing new. That's nothing new.
For example, what is happening in the Southeast? Do you think it will happen in America? They wouldn't have sent their National Guard. They wouldn't have declared a state of emergency in that kind of area. Sometimes I think Nigeria, I don't know, the government themselves, I don't understand.
You know, Remy, I said it earlier, this social media of a thing, if it's going to cause a lot of problem for us. Because these same people that people are saying they wanted to go, if you go everywhere, at least this last time I went to Nigeria, I travel across, apart from Ogun State or Ondo State. I was in Abuja, I was in Oshogbo, I was in Lagos, I was in Ilorin, at least all those places. You see even the Igbos, they are still investing. You understand? You see big shop that you say this one belongs to this Igbo guy, that the guy just built it. They are still investing all over the place. If so, the body language is not actually reflecting what we are hearing on the social media. Do you understand what I'm saying? If they were to go, you will see them investing heavily in other areas, because whether you like it or not, even if you acquire property and you leave that country, you can't lay ownership on those things. By the time you say you are going back to, you are leaving that same region. You understand? So I think we should be careful about what we are seeing we are hearing or seeing on the social media. It's not actually going to help us. The body language on ground, even the way the people relate to themselves on ground, apart from maybe prior to or post, immediate post election, Nigerians have moved on. Everybody is just going about their business, struggling to survive. But all these Amaka, useless Amaka, waiting that maybe probably she's struggling to survive in Canada, wherever she is. Because let me tell you, if you see people saying that kind of thing, those are people struggling abroad. If you are successful abroad, you won't be talking nonsense on the social media. Believe me, I can say that.
The diasporans are becoming the problem. It sounds like we have. It sounds like we have a lot of time in our hands. We say a lot of stuff, and sometimes, just like you said, Simba, like two people fighting, and they settle the quarrel between them, and they move on, and somebody else that heard the story takes everything to heart, and it becomes angry and acting crazy. That is what is going on. The people in Nigeria, I think they found a way to move on, but the people in diaspora are still stuck on Peter B and Tinubu politics, and
Prince Daddy, this social media was well regulated.
Sorry, let's Igu came in and he has not said anything. Igu, are you there?
I'm here.
Can you make some contribution, please, if you want to?
Listen, Wale, don't worry about it.
No, let me please, let's allow him to talk. He's been quiet, and if you don't say anything, maybe we just keep quiet.
It's Dewale, don't worry. I just put the ego.
It's Dewale now.
I beg you. Why am I even speaking? I don't know that this guy. Where did you become ego?
Oh, Shay, I purposely put it there because lately
forget this.
Prince Daddy, can you imagine this Adewale again?
Okay, let me quickly make this before Adewale.
Remy, you can continue talking. Don't mind him. Continue talking.
I was in China when they introduced Douyin. Douyin is the one they call TikTok in abroad. They are from there. But what they did, in which I think is a good lesson for Nigeria to also, not a form of regulation totally. Before you register in China, if you're a Chinese citizen, you are registering with your ID card or your passport. If you're a foreigner, you are registering with your passport. So if they must introduce that thing in Nigeria, it's a way to call people. Once you know that you use your real ID to register, you also measure what comes out from your mouth. You won't be talking nonsense every time. So that way, everybody knows that you are using your real name. This is not a matter of fictitious anymore. That way, people measure what comes out from their mouth, and they are more responsible. They behave more responsible when they are in the social media platform. You cannot see them talking rubbish because everybody knows this is my real name. The government can contact me easily. But in the Nigerian aspect, when they close your account, you quickly go and open another with another fictitious name. The moment they start in Nigeria that you must register with your NIN number or your passport, you will see that people, even in diaspora, they will be well behaved, even they are using fictitious name. But majority of the people listening in Nigeria using it, they'll be well behaved. Because you cannot, what comes out from that mouth, I think maybe she's angry and she says something like that. But at the same time, the second day, you now came on board again and start telling you are Canadian Peking. That means you deliberately did what you have done before. That means you are not like upset. You do not regret it at all. You just think you can just say whatever you want. You don't care about innocent people doing their business in wherever they find themselves. Majority of people, they came from interland far away, and they became successful where they dwell. Even we that are in the diaspora, nobody can tell me it becomes successful in just only 1 year. It takes a lot of hard work and a lot of good planning on your part to be successful in life. It's not easy. If you want to be successful quick, then you are playing with jail. If you want to go through that route of illegal something, you'll be caught one way or the other. But if you really want to be successful, it takes you years. It's not just 1 year and then it's El Dorado. It's not easy like that.
No, if you okay, you can even what can you say about it? He says Canada picking. So it's now she is as a status symbol now that she's a citizen of Canada. Useless, 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 useless girl. Don't I will not even call her a woman.
So she has escaped to Canada. She does not care. The people in Nigeria.
So she's not in heaven, eh? She's in paradise.
Yeah, it's in a paradise. So people in Nigeria can buy themselves. But she's safe in a foreign land, and she does not have grandfather, grandmother, cousin.
Do you know? Let me tell you one thing. Do you know why? You know, Nigerians, we are very selfish and we are very, very damaging. You know, the people in diaspora, they can incite anything, they can say anything because they believe that if the die is cast and there's any problem in that country, there's any violence, there's any war, they have already escaped. And that's why they are behaving the way they are behaving. That's why they can say anything. That's why they can cause any destruction.
Real quick. Who is this guy AB on the comment section?
I don't even know him, or we should ask him to also come on board now. The link is there. Click on it. Go and say your own instead of being a
sound of insulting people on the
yeah, they like to insult people a lot, but they won't come and tell their own when they invite them.
If you are up to the task, come to the studio now. Join us and come and speak your own mind instead of abusing and insulting people on the comment section. So these are the kind of people we're talking about. They will hide behind the keyboard to abuse people. Most of the languages you see online these days is you are a momo, you are stupid, you are an idiot. I mean, if there's no etiquette or any norms in the social media, your background, your discipline from your home should have dictated to you how you should address people, even without meeting them face to face. These days we glorify, I mean, you see people, it's not empowerment, it's complete breakdown of, I won't even call it knowledgelessness, it's just stupidity. That means our society is shaped from home. And when the home is not in order, the society would not find peace, and that is what you are witnessing. How could somebody, a female, I'm not sure if that lady that's said those nonsense on the online, actually have a family. If she's raising kids, that means she's a disgrace as a parent. Because if you could go online saying all those rubbish, and I'll hear people saying, "Oh, after all, the king said worse than that." Oh, Lord, did this? Look, because somebody said it does not give you the license, the audacity to say such things, except you are not well trained from home. And unfortunately, like I think it was Simba that said, I mean, it was Remy, even without your name on that your being displayed, they can still track you down. I mean, how do they uncover our identity? Somebody track our IP. If you like, continue to use VPN, they will still track you down. Somebody that knows you would know you and hunt you and put your name out there. It's unfortunate what the society have turned to. It's not limited to Nigeria only. Nigeria is just waking up to this reality, and I think social media should be looked into, if not regulated. Because look, we can't continue to insult our ways, believing that will shape the public discussion. It's unfortunate. No intellectual discussion goes on online these days. All you see is a cheap PR. The vloggers being paid to continue to put some narratives online every day, and
Sorry,
people
Dwale,
buy.
quickly. A little bit disagree. There's so many constructive debates and conversation that goes on online. It just happens to be this few bad ones that we hear about, and I don't think those bad ones should shape the way we see the internet. I don't think so. And a lot of people, and I said it before, that see, we blame the traditional media, but worse than the traditional media are individuals that have platforms now that spread fake news, make up stories, and lie to the public. They are becoming worse, if not worse already, than the traditional media.
Yeah, but see, Prince Daddy, in terms of narration of story, they are not narrating the story for you to take their side. They are narrating the story, number one, to favor them for traffic, number two, the bottom line. So it is you, the consumer of the information being put out there, to be able to decipher if the information you are reading is actually accurate. People don't practice critical thinking these days. They,
Oh, no,
I mean,
I,
one headline
I agree with you. That's what I'm
Right
saying.
from time memorial, the media has been pushing one agenda. There's no
Correct.
editorial you will see that you will not have an agenda. And
I agree.
every reporter or every person corresponding for that media house has to toe that line. So
Hmm.
it's not new. But and at the same time, when we read those papers or or television stuff online, at least there's a decorum. There was a time China's television in Lagos.
But Adwale, see, the problem now is the micro targeting. Micro targeting. Gone are the days that the Republicans media will produce news for the Republicans and the Democrat for the Democrats. Okay, a large segment. But now there's a Yoruba person producing media for Yorubas, Igbos, Edos, and even within those groups, there are subsections that it's become so rampant and so targeted, micro targeted, and
Coming
that's why you see people acting crazy online.
coming online, just amplify what is always been happening in the print. In the print, there's no feedback, but online, give that opportunity for people to hear their view. But what I'm trying to address now is it's not even about the information being pushed out there. Even journalists from the print has been pushing their own one myopic agenda, but the engagement online is questionable. What forms the discussion online is questionable, but the engagement is so sometimes it can be a little bit how do I put this now? It's just not good for the society. It doesn't help with our social being in a way because sometimes people, if you, for example, now if you put something, I'm addressing this particular individual called AB now. He said that, oh, what about what other people say? What other people says they are responsible for it. What you put out there, you are also responsible for it. It is left for you. What is being said, as long as it doesn't affect, even if it affects you, it doesn't put money into your own pocket. It doesn't form, the basis of the discussion. You can chip in if I counter what they're putting out there, but instead of resulting into a abusive word. And I tell you what, that woman in Canada can't do half of what she was proposing. It was just ranting. But we God not let our mouth globalize us. You see what I'm saying, Prince Daddy?
I
So
totally agree with
he
you.
was
I made a
saying
point
that
earlier.
just to, I'm online, I can say things because the way she was
But
feeling.
Diwali, say you made a point. Say even without the social media, amongst friends or a certain group of people, you don't expect everyone to react or behave the same way to the same situation. You don't expect that. Some people have a culture of insulting people readily when something is not in doesn't fit the narrative or go in their own direction. They're quick to insult people. And some cultures they take their time. They're not quick to insult. They may react but not to insult. So you cannot control people based on their background, their tradition and culture, the way they will behave online. It's kind of tough to monitor. So now, but by the same time, we're not going to blame innovation or creativity for what we're enjoying. It's up to the government or the people in charge to find ways to address the situation.
Anyway, away from that discussion, let's talk about what you guys were discussing earlier about the government trying to intervene in Prowse Gallery. Uh, Earlier, when the show started, I heard about Jale Kokoro. Even you, Prince Daddy, talking about government has no reason to intervene when it comes to how much people sell their goods and services. And I agree with you. But you see, when you have an agency that is saddled with protecting the consumer, it's not just about getting the right product to the market that actually, their main goal. Sometimes they also intervene when it comes to uh, consumer having, the best deal for what they are consuming. You can imagine in Nigeria, nobody regulates price. Of course, in a free market, nobody does that. But when you have a syndicate, people that are you know, looking using what is going on in the land and decided to swindle their fellow countrymen, knowing fully well that things are hard. And that is what we call arbitrary, and government also have to step in. And you also agree
Sorry,
with me.
Adewale, quickly. See, we have Simba here, and Simba works in that is in that industry, so to speak. But the problem is that what the government is doing is shows that they don't understand the entire supply chain of how food goes from farm to the people, to the consumers. The people they're trying to punish are just the sellers or the retailers, right? But as Simba agreed earlier, the intermediaries between the consumers and the farm are plentiful. There are many of them. That's where the problem comes about. So it shows that the government it does not understand the entire issue, trying to punish the people at the end of it. That's the problem, especially when the government is not really helping them, to uh, with the inputs or help them manage their agricultural supply chain. It's kind of tough to just show up and say that they're price gouging, therefore they must be punished or put in jail. What is that?
Okay.
Soviet Union?
You remember sometimes ago when there was ballets and the chiefs were going to the market to talk to the market people? You remember there was a video one man played. Actually, I sent a clip to him one time. What they were doing, okay, what the government was doing is that they knew that some people who knew that perhaps in certain areas likelihood of that produce being scarce, and they were capitalizing on that by selling, for example, the tomato. The chief then make example of tomato and people selling at a certain price with just maybe 3 or 4 pieces on a tray, and they are selling it in an exorbitant price, I think like 500. So when you have such things being played out that way, those who are perhaps don't have access to it, or they have money but they don't, I mean, the resources is available but there's no money, they were also going to be the one to bear the brunt of it. There's no way government doesn't intervene when it comes to essential goods, especially when it comes to agricultural produce. Of course, in a free market, you don't set the price ceiling, but when government intervene, emergency is declared in a certain sector, then there's no choice that the government would not come in, and that is what you see happening here. I heard Janiko earlier saying that government should have put a condition on any goods that is being uh, brought in without uh, um, tariff or custom duty being paid on it. That's the only thing government should uh, intervene on, not just somebody who is importing a blender or something like that. And I disagree with that stand, because what is essential to you may not be essential to others. And I believe government remove tariff on agricultural produce and pharmaceutical items. So in that area, so that medicine can be produced at a cheaper cost, I agree with that. But in some other factor, what about the people that are dealing with industrial chemicals? What about people that are dealing with, second class produce that needed to be brought back to the country to you know, get to the finished produce, the product? So it's in a way government has to, because there's no way you look at now. There's an emergency on the ground, and it's a matter of national security, and government has to do whatever it is. I mean, come to think about it, here in America, you see Kamala Harris proposing, fighting against price gouging, because there's a law here too that prohibit people recruiting
Y-
price.
y-
And
Actually,
yeah,
the issue here, let me tell you, um, Nigeria, that country has a lot of problems. That country is very, very poor. Nigeria is very, very, very. When I say very, 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 very poor. When you look at, if people normally, when you are talking, normally give example of America. What Americans spend on agriculture alone, the American government on agriculture alone, is more than the entire budget of our nation, including even the states. And I hope you agree with me. And we have comparative population. Our government, all these things, they just do talking. They don't even have the financial wherewithal to turn anything around in that country. Believe me, all our expectation is just a mirage. We are just looking for miracle that can never happen in that country. For you to come,
Simba,
let me tell you this.
Sorry, Simba, to cut you short. You said something now, and that thing hit me, and I want to quickly ask you this question. You said we are poor. 1, 2, the government, they don't have the wherewithal to turn things around. So what would you suggest should be the solution? If government in for so many years cannot turn things around, what can we do? Because this statement you made now is a statement of doom for the country. And
it is, and is actually unfortunate. That is the reality.
So it cannot be turned around. Are we too?
It can't.
So you see. So, and when I made some statement the other time, somebody called himself AB, continued to insult me. I never insulted him. I just made my own statement.
Remy, I've been telling you, don't let them get to you. All these things that you allow people to say whatever, it doesn't take anything in.
It does not get anything to me, but I'm also human, okay?
I beg, it get to you. If not, you won't be repeating it. We have talked about it. Let it go. Let it go. You come here every day. People, they will still do the same thing to you tomorrow. It will not change anything.
So back to you. This is a statement true. And I ask a question. What do you think we should do as a country? What will you have done? Or what will you do if you find yourself as a leader of that country?
Let me tell you, the only thing that we need in that country, we need the citizen. With the citizen, we need to, all of us, we need to change.
What about if the citizen they refuse to?
No, just wait. I'm talking about everybody, including the leaders, the followers, whatever. When we talk about resource, when we talk about the resources, everybody will talk, Nigeria is very rich, we have a lot of resources, resources that are untapped. Even the one that have been tapped is going to the few hands of the people. You understand? I don't know what kind of government somebody that we can have that radical approach that the people that have already actually in charge of that country, that have taken over that country, will not be able to subdue somehow. You understand? We talk about all the sectors, our agriculture, even the oil and gas, even our solid minerals, and we need to invest in all those things to bring more revenue to that country. If nothing is done about increasing our revenue, not to even, let me tell you, a budget of $100 billion every year cannot even solve the problem of Nigeria. Talk less about this chicken change that we are talking about. The expectation of Nigerians can never be met, let me tell you, with all these little. How can a country like Nigeria be borrowing $1 billion, $500 million? What would that one do?
Even borrowing that 1 billion and Nigeria already shouting is too much. What are we talking here? So I'm asking a question. As a leader, what would you have done? These people borrow 1 billion. The citizens are already crying. It's too much. It's too much. And they don't have the resources. And they want their country to be like Eldorado, like America or Western Europe or whatever. And you, as a leader, what would you have done? Actually, to rule that country, it's not a piece of joke, really. You see yourself. You talk about our billion. How much is it in billion? 28 trillion naira. Or how much? How much is it in billion or in dollars?
Is it up to $20 billion? Is that up to $20 billion?
No, in a small country I'm living here, come and see their budget. Oh God. Well, and they expect things to turn around very quick. And before you open your head, they will tell you they are stealing our money. All our money is gone. Sometimes. So I don't know. So if another
I think we need to change. I think maybe because all of us who have been doing into all this belief that okay, yes, corruption is a major problem in Nigeria, but the money that we are even talking about, people are stealing and everybody is stealing. How much is even the whole money? How much is even the let me tell you, if we can even finance all our budget 100%, that 28 trillion that you are talking about is not our revenue, is our budget, which
Remember,
might not even be able to finance 50%.
every Nigerian is a thief waiting to steal from the cake. Every Nigerian.
Most of the time we don't even discuss the problem of Nigeria. We just talk about things that cannot actually move that country forward. That's what we talk about, mundane things that are not even important at all.
okay,
They are not important.
another question. Before you came back, you stayed in Nigeria for 2 months. In honesty, do you see hardworking people?
Okay, let me give you an example. Last week's no, it's not last week Saturday. I was telling Prince that day about the cassava that I planted, and the thing did not germinate because of the lack of rain. So I saw a farm where they harvested cassava. So I now went there to buy cassava stem to replant for my own farm again. So I was looking for the owner because the owner put the cassava at the side of the farm. So I saw one outside guy. And I said that okay, I should go and meet one woman that is selling food very close to that farm. So I went to the woman, but luckily, as I was approaching the woman, the man that owns the farm came. So he came with a young guy. So I was not telling him that I wanted to buy cassava stem. If you see the cassava stem that the guy is selling for 1,000 naira, maybe is not up to 20 stem. Not even long stem, short one. Then I now the two other young guys now came out, and I asked the guy, I said, okay, come. How much did you make from the cassava that you sold? He said he made 1,750,000. Just listen to me, 1,750,000. I said, okay. I said, for how long the cassava, did you planted? He said that it was 1 year, 5 days. That cassava, 1 year, 5 days. I said, okay, how much did you invested? The cost. He said about 200,000 naira. That was what he actually spent, and he made 1,750,000 in just 1 year, 5 days. So, and he told me, just hold on. He told me that one is actually like 1/10 of what he has. That he has other ones somewhere that is also ready for harvest. So I was asking him those questions. It's not as if I don't know, but because of those young guys there that are just looking at us and say, Nigeria, that even power, there is no job. And I asked them, I said, okay, look at this the land that he used for this is not up to like 2 plots of land.
Oh my God.
He said he got the stem from the IITA in Ibadan. Now, and I asked him, I said, how many civil servants can actually hand that one in a year? This is something that he planted. He did not sleep with the cassava on the farm.
You know that
Anytime I pass, I have never met him. I've never seen him on that farm. Probably he hold that farm maybe once or twice. You understand what I'm saying? And he didn't. So he said all the money that he spent was about 200,000. Wow. You understand? So, but you see a lot of youth, they would rather take into this Okada thing. Some of them will just be loafing around. In fact, I went to a bank and the banker, they were saying, "Hi, even I said, you people are, what are you people saying?" He said, "Go to farm." Even those days, we have bankers that used to farm. What do you do with your leisure time? You just work for 8 hours, you go home, you go and sleep, and you expect that the money will be enough for you to take care of all your problems. And they said, "There's no land." I even told three of them, I said, "I have land. I can even give it to you. I can give it to you free." I think like a month after when I went to the bank. And I said, I even gave them my number. They
Come and
said,
give me free land now, Simba.
I gave them my number and I said, immediately they saw me, they said, "Baba, this farmer." I said, "Okay, yes,
They
I'm the
won't
farmer."
call you. They won't call you.
I said, "But I didn't receive you people's call. I thought you people would call me." They started laughing. They are not interested. You understand? They are not actually interested. So you see, we need to reorientate let me tell you, working for government or even working for anybody in Nigeria as it is now is just a waste of time. There are a lot of things that you can do on your own and you make more money. You can imagine such a man and you say you want to, so which government work will you ask this man to go and do? And they will say you'll be paying him 200,000. He will not, because 200,000 in a year is about how much? That will be like 2 million.
Yes.
Do you understand? And he can make more, he can make times 10 of that just doing his normal work without even putting in any much effort. Planting only cassava. And I've been saying it for the last 3-4 years now. Me too, even in my house, I don't buy Gary. So I think I don't know. I think we need there is a lot of
Yeah, Simba. Remy,
I'm
before you
asking
go,
you a question.
hold on, Remy. I was
Now,
gonna drop it.
sorry. You see these lazy people, they don't want to do. Do you think if you are a leader, a governor, a president, will you force these people to work?
You can't force people to work. You just have to let them see the reason why they should work.
Oh,
You
you
can't
don't
force people
place
to work.
you are right. So then we are doomed. Okay, that is just it. We are doomed already. The people are not ready to work and we can't force them. Then the country is doomed.
Because the way, let me tell you, the way we are putting things in the social media, both way on the social media, even the print media, all the electronics media, the way we are not letting the youth to know the real problem. The only thing that we just say, okay, our leaders are corrupt, and that's what the only thing that we are telling them, and that's why they want to do protests. Is that the real problem with that country? That's not the real problem. That's not the real problem. That country is poor, very poor.
Say,
Let me
okay.
tell you, there is no country, there is no corruption. There is no country. There are some country that even our entire budgets can be stolen by one person and doesn't even affect anything because they have money.
Okay, on if you can hear me quickly, I was going to say to
Okay, please, Adi. Go ahead.
Remy's question earlier. Americans, I think the last year, 2023, the sale from America's agriculture produce and the other stuff was over $500 billion. $500 billion.
Imagine.
The state that I live, the annual budget was about 120 $20 billion. And trust me, the population is not even close. In fact, the Lagos state population is almost 6-7 times larger than the entire state. And
Which
the
state is
annual,
that?
I'll type it in the comment section.
Okay. So you are talking. So that is the budget of the state, not even the entire country.
Mississippi.
Oh no, just state. No, what country? I'm talking about one state.
Don't mind, please, Daddy. Don't mind. They will say you are living in Mississippi.
What did he say? I didn't hear what he said.
He
What
said
did he say,
Mississippi.
Diwali?
He said Mississippi.
Okay, you wish, Adewale. No,
Any of your family members live in Mississippi, they need to take him to Korodu and wash his head. Why would somebody live in the most poorest state in America?
I don't know Mississippi. I've not been there before, but
I know that's what you mean. That's what you mean by saying Mississippi now, because it's one of the poorest states.
No, it's a republic, and that's why I say it's really Mississippi.
I wish I can send a picture on the chat room. I went on the tour where I live, the city, right? They have where they produce the water. They have a reservoir and a dam.
Why are you so ashamed of saying the state where you live?
No, if I said it, you'd rather be ashamed. That's the problem. I don't want you to feel bad because you know compared to where I live.
It will oppress him, man. Please, Daddy. It will be
Compared to if I
you
show you
don't
a
want
picture,
him
I
to
do
develop low self-esteem. Don't do that, please. He's your brother.
exactly.
See,
If I show him pictures, I will
Simba,
crumble right now. It would like, why am I living in a
Simba,
freaking village in Houston?
wait now,
That's what
Simba,
you say.
wait now. I live in Texas. Okay, you say your state, Mississippi.
Don't make fun of people from Mississippi at all. It's still America. Don't make fun of people, okay?
It's from Mississippi. You know, they barely have a good road in that state. They are poor like church rat, more than church rat. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, please, Daddy.
No, I'm just saying it's that we're
No,
talking like just
please,
projects.
Daddy.
We
Please, Daddy.
don't.
Let me give you. Let's say this. Let us assume that we now have that $120 billion to invest in agriculture in Nigeria for even the entire country, not even a state. You know how much would they stole? It will still make a significant change.
120 billion, of course, in agriculture
You
alone.
understand?
Oh, come on,
Alone.
that's a lot of money.
And that's what they will be doing. And that's what they invest. You are telling me now what that's what they invest year in, year out, every year like that. You understand? Let us even have it once. Let us even have that $120 billion once. Please, Daddy. You will see a remarkable change. You understand? Then you will now see a country of about 220 million people borrowing $1 billion. $1 billion, for God's sake.
They are shouting on that it's too much. You are talking about, forget them. They are not saying us true. You are right. 1 billion, the whole population will be shouting.
All our borrowing cannot, I don't even know why we are borrowing. It can't make any change. Believe me, please, Daddy. It can't make anything. It can't move an inch.
But Remy, the borrowing, the people are not Remy, the people are not complaining about the borrowing. They're not complaining about the borrowing. I think because they don't trust the leaders. No, they don't trust the leaders. They don't know what to do with the money. That's the problem. They don't know what to do with the money.
Give you a very good example. There was a time they borrowed about 500 million naira to develop all the airports in Nigeria, 4 or 5, and also include the rail infrastructure from China. Nigerians say, House of Reps start complaining. Now, Tinubu is going back to that China to go and borrow another set of money, because the one they borrowed before, they used to develop the airport, the Ibadan to Lagos rail, also from, I don't know, maybe from one east to Port Harcourt and so many other things. So he's going there now to borrow another money, maybe also $500 million to complete from Ibadan to Abuja. That standard gauge continue. When he borrowed this money, you will see what your Nigerians will be talking about soon. They want development, but we don't have the money, and they don't want you to borrow money. How do you now manufacture the money? A budget of 20 billion naira yearly. They are already shot. And that 20 billion, we still borrow money. It's not that we raise the money by ourselves. It's a doomsday. What? We hope it gets better. Okay, gentlemen.
Why are you guys so optimistic Nigeria is going to get better? For where Nigeria can
I know the symbol already painted it bad. So what can we do? So we just have to move on.
Is it me? Is that not the reality? Am I the one that He said, Simba, am I the one that caused it?
Nigeria can't prosper in isolation. So there's no, even though I'm optimistic that things might change, maybe a little bit, but not like the way it would be in the Western world. Africa itself generally is is rotten. Look, whether you go to the north or the south, it's the same disease that is ravaging the entire continent. What I think is actually causing that is our culture. We have a culture that is kind of inimical to growth. So everything we do is always watch from, seen from a individual perspective. Greediness. What can you get? What can I get from this? So, and that has been the problem of the continent. The day a child can, lock up his father, that day Nigeria will be better, or the continent itself will be better off. Because right now, it's all about sentiment. It's all about self-interest, power, greediness. It doesn't matter whether you try to proclaim yourself as the saint. There's no saint. Like I said, every Nigeria is a potential thief waiting to steal from the soup. Because Nigeria will tell you it's only in Nigeria that you didn't do anything, you become a billionaire all of a sudden. You know, people that are even billionaire, they, they exploit other people as well. Anyway, Nigeria is not that bad. Honestly, the way the media paint it for us is as if I'm talking about the current economic situation. It's bad, but it's not that bad.
But Adewale, what I can say is that my conclusion is just when I look at the Nigerian situation this time around, that country is just on autopilot.
It's
Believe
not.
me, for that country to be surviving is beyond my imagination. Believe me. And I my conclusion generally when I look at the situation, especially the blacks, we blacks, I don't think that God actually created us. Maybe he just created us to be subservient to the white. Like, okay, I've created the human being, then who are the people that will be serving this human being? He now created us. Because if you see the kind of life that we are living, the way we reason, the way we behave, and it is to me, no, we are not the same. We are not the same. Believe me, we are not the same. We are not the same.
Okay, good night too. I came in late. Where is one man? One man is fond of giving the platform to the weird people in the afternoon. He will let them talk to Simba, no, Soli, and what's his name? Um, Ekene. People will now be arguing with each other.
Whoever is available, that's what man will take now. If you are not available, what will you? How will he go
Those
about his
are
own business?
those are his favorite these days. Once you hear
Because they are regular, they are always there for him. So
Soli
enemy.
even way before the show started, Soli would be looking around in the back, and he will come in and he won't say something nice or something good about the country. Just say, that country is about to die. It's about to, sorry, it's about to pay me. One man will be arguing with him. You are wrong. I said, okay, you are the one that called him now. He was there waiting for you.
Hey, now well, okay now. Okay, I will say good night because it's good morning here. So good night to you.
Sorry, you are not
Uh,
Saudi Arabia, all this third world country of yours. Forget. Those people in Nigeria will have been the one to tell you that, look, what is the difference between Saudi Arabia and Nigeria? Saudi Arabia is the
uh,
worst than Nigeria. The
you can say whatever you
human,
like,
human,
Adewale.
human rights is a strange thing in Saudi Arabia.
What I would just say is that come and just experience it for 1 month,
For
then you know
where
the difference.
where I can't hold
You
my
know the
wife's
difference.
hand in the public, where my wife,
You have your peace, you have everything, you
I
have your
have my peace.
security, you have your everything. You understand? Nobody will shoot you that the way they will shoot you in your America. You don't need to have a gun here. You don't need to have a lock on your door. Nobody will steal any of your things. Your car is safe. Everything, you are safe. So forget about it. Forget about it.
This is the only country where you
And
can't go out and wear
nobody
whatever
will
you like.
pursue you with tax. And nobody will pursue you with tax.
Look, I
I'm
will
proud.
take.
I'm proud of my Saudi Arabia, please.
Listen, I will take my. Oh, Adele Coco is back, I guess. Oh, it's Baba T or all this Republican. I will take my.
I'm only on this platform for one reason to say that we are tired of Dewale and his emotional lesbian takes on the matter. Dewale, listen, no, he or she calls you other way again. So all this, I don't know. Mama should be with I don't know. Come back where Dewale, listen. Come back where we're not where. Might call you interesting.
You
When you
know,
show up, I don't
my
call you.
my microphone is low, so me there's
It's
but
always low. Hold on, it's always low. We know.
Babati, you know, there's one thing. If I'm making a strong argument against your point, and you're not standing for my point, I will not shove it down your throat. I will keep calm and watch everybody.
No. Dewale, this is my thing. I want you to learn this very well. I know your personality. This is the way it is. So by me, Toba, you need to make your presence known. I mean, Nikoma, you see me when I come, somebody come by here. I just, I mean, you help with me. I'm here. You will know that I'm here. When I'm here, you know.
Yeah.
Everybody knows that I'm here. But if you don't do that way, you'll be lost in the shuffle. You
No,
must. That's just the way it is.
Babati, on this show, nobody pay us, Abby.
No, èmi ò mọ tí n bá ti wọlé mo wọlé nìyẹn tí n bá ti kúrò mo kúrò nìyẹn. That's my own
You
thing. I
know,
don't
once I come on the show, especially on a platform, even when I'm even at office or whatever, once I make my presentation, I'll put my view out there. If anybody want to counter it, I'm open for to
but
superior
they
argument.
wale
But
on
when
the
it
mother
becomes
on the
yeah, go ahead.
but I'm saying I thought you were going to host your own show like
I was
palm wine
supposed
show.
to, not for one show, the show where people will discuss the real thing. No, you know, if I'm gonna do something, I want to do it not like a half-ass stuff. I want to do it coming out, with a bang, not just, something that people like. So I know I'm not that kind of a person that always shouting it like a mic or.
The one listen, your show is more laid back.
Oh
Okay.
yeah,
So
oh
you
yeah.
can control, you can even control who comes and who doesn't come. Sorry, me, yeah, it's your show. But the
And
way
you,
late to be
and you'll be
wọlé
saying,
yìí.
and you'll be saying it too. Maybe one of these that I will give it a shot. Just
No.
maybe.
You can add no. Here's my thing. You can just give it a shot. Just have one man just run maybe some kind of weekend. Just give it and see how it goes. You get to control the narrative, the kind of topics. Then
Look
it's
at
your
look
own
at
show.
the way Dupsy used to control her own. Now, if he doesn't want you to talk,
So
we'll start with that.
so
I actually have my own channel as well, but I never.
you can just
BT, do you think that Adewale has the personality to do that?
no, you can't listen.
You'll be surprised.
I remember
Stephen.
I remember Ovie came from this platform. Mike has his own channel now that he links with one man. You wonder what they better. So you can have your laid
Simba,
back
you
channel.
will
That
be
way,
surprised.
so
Me, I don't drag things with people, but when it comes to something that I'm responsible for, I take charge. But
so
when there was a night I was listening and Michael was bringing out his shenanigan, I couldn't stand it. I had to come into the studio and give it to him. Man, you can't be doing this. You can't be doing this, and that. And I exit back again because I just don't function where there's chaos. I like orderliness, where somebody coming, then you just like a civil environment. There are a lot of people that get put off by the way we do it at basketballs. Sometimes we would have gained more audience. I believe so, but I'm not so sure. You know, right now we have like 74 or something people listening to us. You can imagine where we have more than that. A lot of people that would have loved to listen, but where we don't hear each other out. This person is talking, and the other person is, the way it becomes loud.
let me be honest with you. Your own personality, your own kind of flow, we attract a different kind of audience. Like when some people come on this show,
Yeah.
let me be honest with you. One
That's
man
good.
knows. Let me be honest with you. There are friends of mine, smart people, brilliant minds on Clubber that when they speak, people listen. But I've had them come on this program just to join. But guess what? Once they join and they hear the glass boost, they like we can't function in this kind of environment. They don't show up anymore. Try to be here. So people, if you start your own program, you will attract your own audience. Is my point. So you have to follow the glass boost. No, that's a different group of people. Your own people will come around. Unlike you will flow by.
That's a good point right there. That's a good point. Well, there will be some fellow-minded like me that will have their red wine by the right side and tune into the show and want to, give it their 1 or 2 cobbles. That's a good point, Baba T.
So
We'll
don't
see.
try to don't Maro okay. If I have my own show, it's going to be the same people. No, you will be surprised who will show up on your show. I'm telling you, you'll be surprised. Different people will just show up.
Most of the
People
time.
come here, they
Yeah.
listen, but they will never come up to speak because all they fit into that kind of bad. My first time on one man show, I used to be on the comment section. Somebody just challenged me, "Oh man, okay, come and defend this sort of topic." I have to come and defend my take on the comment section. That's the reason I come up.
Wow.
So I'm telling you, people come on this show, listen. When they like your kind of style, they will show up to your show. I'm telling you.
Somebody once said on this show that when Diwali comes, everybody will go to bed because my voice is like a radio voice. It's like a soothing voice, and everybody want to go to bed. And I said, why? Because I talk, not so high, or in a way I'm like, okay, this is what is needed. This show needed some kind of spicy stuff during the day.
Let me give you an example of what I found out. I was on this. There was a day this program ran till 5 in the morning. I think you were there, or 5:30. And around 4 in the morning, it was me, Ogbeni, Pansat. Do you know that's the best I've ever seen Pansat talk about any issue before?
Because
function
medicine is the win of.
No, but I'm saying really bang is better you go 1-on-1, 2-on-1. But
Honestly.
So that is his own kind of area where you can go back and
What
forth.
I would have preferred in the settings where you have formal settings where people are allowed to speak because I realize that people's attention span are very, very short. And when you have somebody doing the repetition of the same topic over and over, they tend to say jargons. And when you have a multitude of audience or people, who tune in and actually wanted to contribute, I would rather I do it in a way that is not that long, but make it short, just like you have it on television, that people speak for a few minutes, like a minute or two, and come back again, maybe what somebody said. But in a way, we are always so quick to jump in and interject, and people get lost in that, thought process, and that kind of, puts me off in some ways. I would like to don't speak too long, but allow others to come in, but in a way that is being organized. You see what I'm saying? Normally, in a real studio, they have a card. There's some people who is into that. They know how people, how many minutes people get to talk, and they rotate it, in a way that everybody get to hear their views. So, but when you have somebody who kept ranting for 2 hours, do you know that I've heard Ogbeni speaking on this show for like almost 2 hours? Interjection will come in between. It will lose in his track. One man will, go back to him again. He will start almost the beginning again. So it becomes a little bit monotonous and repetitive, and stuff like that can be, just like the way you have it on television, where somebody speak for a minute or two, another person come in. Because hardly on this show, I would say 1/4 of the topics one man read headlines before the show started. We don't even talk about it. We will shall find one topic that we shall pick. We hold on to it and latch on to it till the end of the show.
Like I was even trying to do something with is Spring still there? Or does he leave? I think is he here?
He's praying.
Okay. I was trying to do something with him about politics, religious, and culture. Some kind of deep dive into kind of in is so more intellectual conversations that
Yeah, I love that. To be honest with you, I love
uh,
that.
that might
I
not
love
attract the bass bulls that
I know.
uh,
In fact, you've spoken on my. I love that when you have something that is well deeply rooted and deep, and people coming with not just
no,
Tinubu will be.
the difference is that I think I had sent one man my references, books, research. That way, when you come in, you must come with facts. You can't come and do bass bulls. You do facts. So before you
Honestly,
show up, we already play the videos. We show some pages, some research projects, some about the issue. So when you come up to speak, you have to address. You can't go on a tangent to something else. It has to be about the issue, and you have to come up with facts.
yeah.
That's
Listen,
kind of
but at the moment, what actually sell in Nigeria space is politics. If you are making any discussion and there's no politics is not being discussed, then likely that people will not tune into that show. But you have to start from somewhere and define what how your platform is going to be like. Uh, but nevertheless, we can do like multiple topic ranging from politics to social, or economic, then to back to maybe health, and go back again to
yeah,
politics.
that's what I was. I've not really. Maybe towards the end of the year, things will. My time. I will have little space just to, like, to have to. I wanted to do something where I will have friends of mine that are into health come, and then we just do like a one-on-one. People come and ask questions. We interact with them. Then like that, or with spirituality, we'll bring them on, like, and we have that conversation, like something like that. Like you come up, ask questions. Like the ones I've been trying to get Simba to join a clubhouse. I'll bring those folks here, but I can't do it on the one man's main program. That would not really go. Would it fits you? It doesn't
Yeah,
fit that kind of.
you know,
But the Pan Wine show is to be. You can start your no. They will start your own YouTube channel and just link it like Mike does now,
oh,
and just to like you can start your channel now, right?
so Mike has
And
his own show now.
yeah, he has his own channel too. You didn't know that?
Oh, so he will be the one to dominate the entire show.
No, like no, like you will. What the same way OVA does, like when one man is streaming, if you notice, you will see Kaizorian at the
Mm-hmm.
beginning,
Mm-hmm.
so they can watch his show through your show. You build some audience, then you take it from there to whatever you want to do with yours.
Oh, I know.
As
OVA started from here as well. They were
yeah,
sharing the platform.
OVA. You had the Edo guy too. He has his own channel too as well.
Mm-hmm. It started from here. He hardly even
Yeah,
come on the
welcome.
show anymore.
Because he has his own channel too. Simba should have his own show, but I don't know what he's going to talk
Simba
about.
will be too bombastic. Simba is like
Simba will say, "You're all lazy. All you like just are lazy."
yeah, when discussion begins to be um half the well half the topic where people are just bringing in stuff that are not related to the topic, that's when I usually I lose interest and I'll go and do something else and I come back. But I don't know if you notice, whenever Ogbeni is talking, everybody give him time to analyze or put down his analysis simply because they see him as intellectual. But when it comes to someone like me or Ikene or even you are still an intellectual, you belong to that class. But let's say somebody like Ajale Kuku will go back to 1960 and 70 and try to make us understand that, oh, we got what we are saying, or your friend, what's his name, rational mind, you know. But I love it when we have something more, when people are making some revealing information that are No, he didn't, but it's just that, he becomes more of an enlightenment.
Like you feel like you've learned something, like instead of being
Yeah,
drained, like I
yeah,
learned something today. No,
yes.
it used to be that my first few months on this program, I used to come with notes, study, research. Like I was coming to actually have a debate with people, and I quickly found out no, some people just want to hear just to argue for no reason. It's like I just stopped doing that. Like, what's the point? What's the
You
point?
know, I heard it somewhere that the way you make yourself relevant is you keep your mouth shut, pretend as if you have no idea what is being discussed, and when the time comes for you to come in, you say one or two few words, and you earn your respect, even though you may not really have much in-depth knowledge of the topic, subject matter, but you said what you have, and people will respect you for that. But when you have people ranting for like an hour, going back the same circle, same old thing, it can be a little bit monotonous, and people lose interest. For me
Yeah,
personally,
like
just
the example like I'll give you. Somebody says Tinubu is bad or something. Okay, we know. You can solution. It's bad. We know it's bad. I think, but okay, tell us something positive. Well, how can we move forward?
there's no
Then nothing
solution.
happens. Just then that's it. I'm like, it's
Oh,
bad. It's bad. This one,
by the
okay,
by the
you
way,
get it.
Nigerians are always the best advisor. They always have that solution at hand. They will tell you this is what you should do to make this thing better. However, if you have a microscope, put their own life under the microscope, they've not even achieved one quarter of what they set for to achieve in life, or even their own purpose. But no, they have solution to Nigerian problems. As if and I will say, look, why not just do it this way? Just like, let's say, before you make during PhD dissertation, or when you are defending any project, you have your fact ready, right? So why not come out with your full chest and say, oh, this is what you've discovered, this is your finding, so that there's
Do you know why? As someone that actually wanted to do something, the only I would say I belong to some association in the diaspora here that are Nigerian associations, right? The only one that has been successful so far are the ones of the Egbas that I'm part of. And Otoku, anyone. Once you have different tribes, different people in a Nigerian group in America or abroad anywhere, it's very difficult for them to, or more. You know how the Jews, you have this very powerful lobby group, like a vote, like they
Mhm.
can influence policy or revision. Yeah. So once you have different tribes in a group, when it start, okay, ìta wà ní láti ta wà ní ibi tí mo wà ní ìsìn. O ní kí ló tún club yẹn rú? Peter Obi. I'm telling you, like, okay, we must vote. No, people said no. Like, tell us why. And when facts start to come out about this guy, we is not as clean as we can't put our integrity or behind this guy. You people, because you're not from this side, the same. Then you think you love PhD and just went out of the window. I'm telling you, like, just so it means to notice this. I only speak for Ogun State and bad people. Moments discuss or because to me, most people once you put them in an association in this abroad, though, different people forget the education. No, they're not different. But
Wow.
I'm telling you, with all the PhD and everything, they're no different. So I mean, just to seek my heritage association in diaspora, region, I'm aware we can discuss our own states. But that's what I'm doing now. I'm not even doing any Nigerian thing now. But somebody asked me, why didn't you do Nigerian medical clinical abroad? Money me like, yeah. I want them to one group, In that group, they fought. Guess what? Because of Peter being on Suja together. I'm telling you, it's just like, dude, must we all support the same person?
No. People are emotionally
I think that one happened because we don't respect one another.
no.
That's my point.
Apart from that too, okay, don't let me say no. Apart from that, people are not emotionally matured. They cannot separate things that are politics from their own life. They believe that these things are interwoven. yes, policies will affect your life, but sometimes you have to detach yourself from all these things that we talk about. I mean, at the end of the day, if we see ourselves outside, we'll stay, hug each other, talk to each other, right? Interact with each other. But people cannot separate.
You guys are conferring a lot of abilities on other people. Because you're a doctor doesn't make you a disciplined human being to control your diet or be disciplined to exercise. You may just have the intellectual ability or the brain power to be a doctor, for example. I'm just giving an example. So the same way, people can talk, but don't expect them to have a solution to the problem. Who told you that? They may have an idea, but most people don't. They just want to vent or just tell you the problem. And that's how we Africans are maybe mainly structured. That's our orientation, I would say. In the
Prince,
West, at least they teach them a
Prince,
logical.
Prince, can I even shock you? Even Yoruba association in the diaspora, it is harder to come up with something than, like, let me be honest with you. I have now, it's like, wait, if you have to do with Ogun State or Egba, that's the groups I'm joining. Even Yoruba groups in our diaspora, they have issues. You just ask, we are Jebu, we are Nkiti, we are Ondo, dude, seriously, I'm telling you, it's messed up. Just to do a project.
You know, and that is why when people are talking about let us separate, let me tell you, by the time we separate, we see our differences more. You understand?
I agree. I agree.
If you give Ogun State a country, that's when you see now be saying the Egba will be talking about Ijebu will be talking about the Yewas and even the Jebus now, you will now say we are the Remons, we are not the real Ijebu. You know, it's just our nature.
Yeah, but it's our identity. People see themselves first as the tribe person before.
But bad as much. You see, Yoruba, I mean, look, I mean, Simba, I don't think it will be as bad in Yoruba compared to everywhere else. So, should I want, how's that here? O to was in Benelo. I'm telling you, I want to forget your own. I want it to want to so I think we can manage our own. But so far, on my own experience, Prince, I have, as of 2 years ago, Egba and Ogun issues is where I'm going to join groups in that about. It has to do with Ogun State.
But if you look at it, why are you so particular about Egba and Ogun matters?
Because Enuwako ni group
He just told you. He just explained the reason why.
Enuwako ni Dewale. We come up with issues. We just issue quicker. It's easier to dialogue and come up
Is
with
Prince
ideas.
Daddy from Ogun State too?
So we don't. It's very hard to.
This guy doesn't know where it comes from now, does he?
Okay. I don't say I live in Mississippi. Now I don't know where I come from.
Ekene used to tell Emeka that you don't even know the name of your governor.
But I would take you to my family house in Abeokuta. It's a prominent
it's from
place.
Egba. He doesn't know the road. He will ask for the road when it gets to what do you call this place? Ota. He doesn't
Imo
know
State.
the road. He doesn't know the road.
Okay, no, Emeka says he's from Abia. He said he doesn't know the road to his village.
Oh man.
tó bá a ní Timber tó bá rí ẹni tí ó dúró sọ̀rọ̀ nígbà tó rọ òbí dé ní the group I was ní area wa. This person is married to a Yoruba woman.
I think.
A dẹ̀ máa ṣe one Nigeria káàkiri pé kínní òbí dé báyìí. That's when his true color showed up.
It's about identity. You know, I said it before that this election, if an Igbo man doesn't become the president, there'll be a lot of dichotomy in our social life, in the way we get interacted as Nigerians. There will be a lot of demarcations, and people sometimes might ended up, losing good friendship because I expect them to put up a fight, but there should be a limitation to everything. Some people taking this really far. if I don't know if you guys, I mean, of course, I believe you guys will be so active on social media. The Southwest are now really, they believe that well, there's a Tinubu there, so why should I be even defending Tinubu in the first place? So they're not really out there to defend their kinsman. I mean, Tinubu is, it belongs to that group. Nobody will be defending Tinubu that way. But when other part of the country they decided no, they're not gonna take this, and they are being so vocal about that, and they are having some of this thing being said online does not even help the situation. So yes, we see ourselves first as a tribe where we come from before we see ourselves as a Nigerian.
But if you look at the three major tribes in Nigeria, actually, to me, no, it's not because I'm a Yoruba. Yoruba are more liberal than others.
Oh, absolutely. Why do you think people are migrating to the southwest?
Even if you look at even Tinubu, you will not see Yoruba carry Tinubu on the head
No,
like
not
like
at all.
is a not as if is it not it's not Tinubu
No,
being the president from Yoruba is not a do or die affair
no,
for Yoruba.
not at all.
It's
Not
not.
at
Yeah,
It's not
yeah,
a
I
do
agree.
or die.
Not at all.
I
I
agree.
mean, that's
If
why
Tinubu lost that election, Yorubas will not go
you
to
won't do
to
jack.
we will have forgotten about him.
I'm telling you. I'm telling
No,
you.
it will not be. So
I'm telling
I
you.
don't know.
But it's just maybe things will shape out. It's just it's gonna take a while. I expect them to put up a fight because if you look at it, actually, the
Things will
Southwest
shape
decide.
out with this internet. I don't think so, unless
I
there's
mean,
cell
even
phone regulation or
it's not
something.
even
I don't
helping.
know.
They need to regulate that space. To be honest with you, they need to regulate that
No, no,
space.
they need to. Is you Nigerian diaspora that the problem? Your wars are the ones back home. Okay, that's the honest truth.
Hmm.
Look at the one in Canada. They can't. She even came back online. You can't do anything to me. I'm a Canadian citizen. So you are willing to just come online, spew rubbish against the country, knowing fully well that you don't owe that country anything, and you can stay back to wherever you are. That is
And that's what
wicked.
that was what I said earlier now. Is the selfish diasporans that believe that they have no stake in that country again that want to burn that country down.
Hmm.
Mm. You know the funniest thing, the
Right.
speaker said, "Oh, I'm a Canadian. They can't
And
arrest
that's why BT sometimes when you always accuse me of saying diaspora, you can see where I'm
You
coming
are
from now.
diaspora to Jare, yeah, diaspora.
what is funny is that over almost like 70 something people are still, watching the show, streaming. Wow. Big ups to, every listeners around the globe that are watching us. Honestly, this
You
is
are listening to the Dewale Palm Wine show after hours.
Diwali will fire too late. Even though it's 1 a.m. here.
Adewale, do you normally see palm wine in America?
Ah, I can't buy the one that they sell here. Said we have a cook.
Where did they get it from? Is
I,
it
I
They
don't
is
have
it
even know.
one.
artificially
No,
artificially
I don't even know. It looks
No, they
scaling
have
in the
one.
bottle.
They have one. But the way it is once you order it, they will send it from the source. They will ship it out to you.
No,
where from where?
once palm wine is more
Maybe
than
in
How
$3.
Nigeria.
long how long does it take to transport palm wine from Africa to US?
It's bottled though. It's a
Why
bottled one.
would somebody even do that? Why would
Hey, you
anybody
know,
want?
you know when we used to drink palm wine those days beating now. You drink palm wine is better enjoy when it is fresh.
No, not at all. You can have 3 days.
Ewulemu, ewuloguro.
Oh,
Okay, the one okay, let me tell you, there are different palm tree. There are these palm trees that normally grow around the riverine area. I
both of
mean,
them.
Mashi area. No, it's
Majority
not
of
both of
them.
them.
Majority of them.
No, the one Oguro is from Yoruba people call that palm tree Iko, not Okpe. Okpe is one for Emu. The Oguro that one doesn't have palm kernel fruit. You know that thing that Boy Scout used to knot their tie those
The
days.
one that I
BT.
know.
That thing that they used to put the Boy Scout that they used to put on their tie.
Simba.
But they are from different source. Oguru and Nemu, they are different. They are from different source. So they are not from the same type, the same
The,
source. They are not.
the one that I know, okay, that I've seen being tapped Majority of those palm tree are, especially those ones that produce palm wine, they are usually closer to where there's river. And the soil which they grow is quite different from the one that is on the dry land. That is why I'm not sure
You
how
mean
to different
the one? Which one are you talking about?
the palm tree, the one that produce the wine itself. Most majority of the trees are usually grow where there's closer to where there's river or lake or whatever.
That's Oguro
Usually,
now. You know the
you know,
palm wine can
I
be
know.
it can be from any palm the
No, no,
palm
no,
tree that they
no, no,
use
no,
for.
not any palm tree, not any palm tree.
I'm telling you, I don't even know. And you say you are from Ikiti and you know nothing.
Simba, you're not as local as I am. The point is that when you ferment your
Shori, let me
palm
tell you
wine,
this.
okay.
You know, when you go beside some streams and rivers, you
Mm.
know, that is where you see the one that they use to tap Oguro. You
You know
understand?
what?
So it's
Let me
not.
find the web. There's this guy is expensive, but it's borrowed but it will send the bottle like it will get it for you and ship it to you. And they,
You know the funniest thing. I'm having a thought now. What if we, all these yeah, engineers we have in Nigeria, what will it stop one yeah, engineer, perhaps maybe serving or working somewhere, a mechanical engineer in a way that can build an engine that those palm wine tuber can use to go to the top of the
You know
tree.
that there are now. There are now.
Are you sure?
Yes,
The one
but
that
you
can
know they have manufactured. You can use it to climb from, and it will take you maybe some few seconds. You are there at the top,
they have
and
it in
to bring
Nigeria.
you down. Some
I'm not
farmers are
talking.
using it,
I'm
but
not talking about
it's
the
not
one that
that
they import. Oh. I'm talking about the one that
okay.
they
Locally,
build.
locally, you are
Yeah,
talking locally.
yeah. Because
Oh
what is
no.
the essence of having an engineer that can't build anything, and they'll call themselves engineer up and down. So if they can do, look, that is one thing. Nigeria will have potential.
can
Why
I?
hasn't anybody looked
I'm sorry
inward?
to interrupt. Can I ask a question? Beyond beside the money, beside the money that we send home, Kini Wulu Nigerian diaspora. Forget the money you send into Nigeria.
You know,
Kini
let me tell you,
Wulu.
What do you mean
BT,
by Kinewo?
in our own sector, at least I've been to India several times. The first time I went to India and I look at who revolutionized the earth sectors in India is actually the Indians in diaspora, especially those ones who works in America. Most of the hospital that people used to go in India for medical check or whatever for treatment, they're actually owned by these people. Apollo Hospital was actually that Apollo is a name of the man, oh, and is a cardiothoracic. He was a cardiothoracic surgeon in US. He was one that built all those Apollo Hospital in all their geopolitical zone, and they are multidisciplinary hospitals. You understand? So most of the best hospital you see in Indians that are attracting people and bringing money to India health sector are actually owned by Indians in diaspora. You know, but our own, is
Um,
still
eh, eh, uh, Simba, before you run away with that, okay, sure. The guy built the hospital. What about the human capital?
what do you mean by human capital?
Well, the Indians, they've been in the medical field or industry for quite a while. They've been a hub for manufacturing drugs for a long time. And they have local trained doctors. So the guy built the hospital, but most of the doctors, I don't know, you can correct me if I'm wrong, are Indians that were homegrown trained Indian doctors, right or wrong.
And so what do you mean that if you set up, you can't get doctors in Nigeria to work in your hospital? Is that what I don't know whether we don't. Do you think we don't have the skilled worker to work in those hospitals?
Um, are you talking about all the ones that have jackpot like yourself, or what are you talking about?
And they also Japan now, and most of them, in fact, what they did is that also because He worked in collaboration with some of his colleagues
They
out there.
jackpot.
They brought them. They came back. They went back to their country to go and work.
Well, because listen, they saw
Now,
the
let me even
opportunity.
tell you, the way we are doing it, it just been that we are not actually, because they can work together. We cannot work together. And that's one of our major problems. You see Nigerians now flying weekly from UK. I'm not sure of that US, but from UK, because UK is closer. They come and consult in Nigeria every week. Some comes once monthly. And they make a lot of money. Non-taxable money.
Let me give Prince an example. Do you know what those countries did? They will attach themselves to a big hospital network in America, maybe CHI, Methodist, one of these huge stuff, right? So like a franchise in Nigeria, right? They will be the ones to now. I think what Prince is talking about is updating them to the latest, information, gadget, whatever. They will be the one to supply that. In exchange, you provide the workers, then you split the profit. But guess what, Prince Daddy? When some Nigerian doctors in diaspora wanted to do that in Nigeria, guess what the local doctors were saying?
What?
You know how that went. Like, we don't this foreign chain. They want to come and take over our.
Oh yeah, there's always that duality between local workers and foreign workers.
So
The diaspora.
somebody is bringing close to $100 million worth of investment in healthcare to your country. You can't give them waivers to practice in Nigeria. Are you kidding me? Somebody has
Waivers
over
for what?
15 years.
What do you mean by waivers?
Somebody has over 15 years of experience in a specialty.
Okay.
You know how somebody can go to MD without borders, right, to practice in Nigeria for some cases, right? What they were saying is that if you want people to come in to work, forget in both just your own Nigerian that didn't finish in Nigeria, make it easier for them for to get the credentials to practice in Nigeria. Don't say because they finished abroad or they don't come on. I'm not trying to brag, but they have way more advanced. Not in primary practice, so don't get me wrong. But when it comes to specialty, they're way more advanced than the best of you in Nigeria. No disrespect. So make it
But
easier for them now.
because maybe the arrogance that is also coming from abroad. I don't think there's any country that you go.
The guy is bringing money. Forget the arrogance.
Well, forget about it. Forget about money. You should also have respect. Also, now, what do you mean?
But
Is
what
money
arrogance are you
everything?
talking about?
What I'm saying? Okay, because I want to speak to what you are talking about. You say okay, so they should just waive. They should not allow them to have some kind of
No, Simba.
license or what?
No, don't they waive it for MDs without borders?
And that one is just they are not practicing permanently now.
No. Okay. The ones practicing up north, they've been there for years now. They can move in and out. That's what I'm saying. I have friends now from that one guy that finished in.
So you want to make it just because? So if you are making it for Nigerians, then other non-Nigerians who want to come should not do the same.
No, I'm saying the bigger picture here is when you create the avenue for cross training. I was born in, Secret Heart, right? Secret Heart Hospital in Abeokuta. Secret Heart. I was born in Secret Heart. What does Secret Heart do? Since it's been there since the 40s or 20s or whatever it's been there. They cross train. So you see somebody might be going to medical school in the UK or what they will come and practice maybe some of their rotation will be in Nigeria. So when you open that, especially to Christian bodies that have hospitals, when you create that avenue, it makes it easier for your own doctors. Forget the abroad here now. Is the bigger picture I'm trying to say here. I'm trying to paint here.
So, but what you are talking about, I didn't see it as a big impediment. Is it really a problem for people to come back and?
Egos, I'm telling you, ego. Like they feel like some abroadians are like, oh, I didn't study in Nigeria, so there's this attitude, like, one guy's been practicing for 35 years.
Simba, I don't see a problem with that. You don't see any problem with that?
No, it's making it
For
to
them,
look at that. That is, let me tell Prince
no, no, no,
Daddy,
no, no,
what
no.
BT is doing,
Forget
what BT
primary
is
care.
doing
Eh?
now is,
Forget
no, let
primary
me
care.
see what I want to say now. You can't stop me. Let me talk, Joe. Jagboro. I don't like people giving excuses for no, it's just, to me it's just giving excuses. I'm very sorry to say. BT, you as a doctor, if you want to bring your investment to Nigeria, if you have the money and you want to set up an hospital, I don't think that would be a problem for you. But
Nobody
because
said
all
that.
of us will fear our country, we don't we just, to me, I beg, Nigerian
No, no,
problems
no,
in
no.
Nigerians. It's just
You not listen to what I'm saying. Let me put it this way. Somebody is willing to shoulder the risk for you. They are not Nigerians necessarily, but they work with Nigerians in the diaspora. Let me give you an example. There was supposed to be a big specialty hospital in the Atlantic. You can look it up. It's a guy that practiced in Chicago. He was supposed to build this mega super. It was going to be an affiliate with what's the name of this mega? They cover Wisconsin and Chicago. I've forgotten the name of the hospital network. I used to work with them years ago.
No,
So my
Mayo
thing
Clinic.
is this. No, it's a big. It starts with an A. I've forgotten their name. They cover, because I used to work with them in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee and Kenosha. Then on the weekend I would go cover in Chicago, on the side of Chicago. So they have a whole hospital network, but it works with them. So the plan was have some kind of franchise where they can cross train. So they will have some kind of stuff in Nigeria. Then you can have all this. They offer corner market in India. That was the point when it comes to cardiology, right? You cover that market. So people can go to Nigeria, so go to India for all these surgeries and procedures and stuff like that. But instead of, okay, they made a mistake. They were not going to partner necessarily with the locals where they can cross train them and bring them in and say, okay, even though you went to Ibadan or you went to Benin, you can come work with us, but we have to train you. They felt like they can bring the Nigerians in diaspora back home to practice. Those back home didn't feel too like you come to take over, even though we're not up to standard, but they had some kind of
this.
class with them.
Sorry, this
No,
story that
BT,
you are
are
saying,
you
is
saying
that what?
they were more territorial, the Nigerian doctors?
Not in terms of building. Of course, you had the economic collapse, you had issues with that. But in terms of agreements signed with foreign bodies like your HCAs or your child health, that fell through because they they wanted to have some kind of collaboration with locals, but the Nigerian diaspora felt like they were not up to when it comes to specialty
But BT,
they had issues.
what are the requirements for you to come and set up a hospital? All you
Okay,
need.
so if I okay, let me just narrow it to what I do, because for full disclosure, I do my own specialty in cardiology is what we call interventional cardiology. That is
Okay, like
what I do.
cat.
Yeah, like interventional. So yeah. So if I have to set up, of course, you beyond what I practice, you must have a very strong med-surg unit or cardiovascular unit that can handle post-surgical cases. So beyond just doing anything invasive, somebody must be able to monitor that effectively, right? Two, you must have a very, very level 1 to 2 trauma or surgical that can handle.
And it's already been done in Nigeria. We have hospital that have it.
No, but that's my point. Affiliation, because you're going to look for
But
parents.
BT, if you have interest in such a thing, don't just stand on what maybe people tells you or what they have experienced. Why can't you come down on your own? The people that have done it, how did they do it? How is it being done?
No, the
Rather
guy that
than
did
just,
it. No, no,
all the that Equa Atlantic, there is nothing that they wanted to do on that lake
no.
apart
Let
from even
me.
the hospital that is working. Oh. They might have
No,
another issue not related to medical there. Oh. Because
one
most
person
of the
has.
investment on that Equa Atlantic has been standstill, not even only in the hospital alone.
No, no. One person did it in Nigeria, though. There's this cardiovascular center or hospital in the VI, but it's more to, if you look at their
Even there is
budget,
one in Abuja. There is a Limi hospital in Abuja because my friend that has a myocardial infarction, we flown
yeah,
him from Ilorin using a air ambulance when he had an attack, and he was rescued in that hospital in Abuja. So there are a lot of things that is going on. People are doing it and they are being successful in it. So I don't like.
no, the
Don't
one I
give this.
know, no, no,
You
you
can do
asked me,
it if you have the means. You have the people. Let them come down. The
no,
locals, you
no,
don't
you
need the
asked me
locals to
now,
agree with you to do
Simba,
anything. You need you
Simba.
what? Oh God.
The, hold on now, let me clarify so you know. The one that you asked me, do I know anybody that done it? The one I've seen is, but their own doctor pool is from the UK. So half of their staff are not even Nigerians. Like even their consultants are not even Nigerians. They have some, but most of them, I think one is from Chicago too. This white lady from Chicago for pediatric or whatever. So they are pulling the foreign stuff. What you're saying is that is it possible to have some like a mixture? Some come from
No,
Nigeria
I'm
here.
not even. I'm not. No, it's Prince Daddy that said that the Indians they are
Oh, okay.
people trained. Me, I'm not even. I'm not disposed to whether what I'm wanted is whether it's diaspora or whatever. Let them just bring it. You understand? Is Prince Adi that said though that the Indians they have people that have already trained in their country, that's why it's successful. I don't know. That one is not only that's not the only reason. But if you want to do, you can bring people up from abroad to come and be working in your hospital. Meanwhile, people do mission things now, even without granting license.
Yeah,
People are paid to see
there's
people.
this cardiovascular surgeon, a
Yeah,
friend of mine,
Simba,
that
when it
went
comes to
to.
India, you have to what they they have a large population, and also they have the manpower for most industries, like qualified candidates or human resources. You got to keep in mind in the 80s, especially in the 90s and the early 2000s. The reason why IT offshoring and outsourcing was so successful in India was because they had qualified professionals to do the job. Most of the people that worked there were not
Let me
trained
tell
in
you,
India.
they don't just have those qualified. It's the people in that the Indians have been traveling far
No,
before
no, no. Well,
Nigerians.
when it comes the
They
IT,
they
don't
they
before
let me
diaspora.
tell
Hold on.
you, they
No,
did
the
they own the
IT.
knowledge? Did they own the knowledge?
No, no. See, that's the point. The IT was a long-term plan investment in IT and computer science by their former prime minister. This plan that developed the IT space or this tech space in India did not start overnight at all. It took them over maybe 30 years or even longer to get that crop of qualified people. So it was more like an
Let me
opportunity. So hold on,
Okay.
when the time came that America saw the opportunity to get cheap labor for quote unquote quality workers, India was ripe for that mission. And that's why most of the big companies from Dell to IBM and all those big American computer companies, tech companies, they
Prince Daddy.
offshored and outsourced in India. So
Prince
it was the
Daddy. So
manpower
if you
that
say
invest.
30 years, let me tell you, me, one thing I don't want us to be doing is so whatever you want to do, let us do it. Don't let us be giving excuses.
Okay,
That
so
I'm not giving excuse, man. It's good to understand.
Just hold on. 1999, when we started this democracy, was just like yesterday. 1999 now is about 25 years. You understand? It was like yesterday. If you don't start doing anything now and you are looking at the time, you will never do anything in your life. The best time
Simba,
was
I get you.
yesterday. The next best time is today. You understand?
okay.
So
See, but can we ask a question at those of us that want to do something? So just give me some response. So let me tell you the group. Okay, so you know the plan. Let me just give you a brief idea. So I'm interventional. I have a friend that finished in TERFs. Is a cardiothoracic, right? Actually, he went to Nigeria for one of those missions, right, in Inewi with a group of the MD that they went there for some surgeries, right? They were performing the surgery.
Good night,
We
guys.
have some
Good
other
night.
people
Good night,
from the
everybody.
West Coast. Okay, Louis?
Good night. I have to go to bed. Good night.
Okay. So see, but I'm giving you the group of people that we've kind of talked about this, okay? So we have within that cardiovascular specialty, we have people, right? That so now for each level of practice within that specialty, right? Simba, can you hear me, Simba? For within that practice, right? For each person that we talk, we engage, they want to do their own thing, but that hospital has to have requirements that meet each and everyone's specialty minimum requirement, right? In Nigeria, if you want to set it up, I can't say because I'm one part of cardio. The guy that is just general practitioner might want something different. The cardiovascular, everybody requires something to, for their own. So the issue now is this: do we partner with the foreign based here in terms of the building and the planning and the operations, or find a way to build our own hard Nigerian ones, or bring back the older, because some of them they have parents that are also MD2 that want to retire back home but still want to practice, even nurse practitioners too. That's I don't know what the role of MPs in Nigeria, if they use them as much like they do in America here. So this kind of things is what we're trying to figure out. How can we bring? So that's my question to you.
The way let me tell you, the way the Indians did their own, you understand? I think they work in collaborations, and I think they come in groups, and they set up the hospital, brought all the equipment and everything they needed in those. Let me give my experience when I went to India. Actually, the first time I went to India, I took my younger brother there for a brain surgery. He had a brain tumor. And this hospital, when we got there, I think specifically is Apollo Hospital, New Delhi, in their capital. We got there. Even if you look at, hospital is a business, and there are so many, you can, in fact, there are so many ways you can make money from the hospital, apart from even the medical. Their accommodation is just like a five-star hotel. The accommodation I got for that we got that day, it was a single room with a bed for the patient and a bed for me as a carer. You understand? And we have all the facilities, all the tests and everything was done in that same room. The only time they took him out of that room was when he was going for MRI. And within 3 days, they prepared him for the surgery. He had the surgery on the third day of arrival in India, and he was discharged this to the ward, because immediately after the surgery, he was taken to the ICU. If you see the ICU, all the departments have their own ICU. It's not a common ICU. You understand what I'm saying? The neurosurgery department, they have their own ICU, and in fact, it was a 15-bedded
So
ICU.
okay. So let me be open to you.
So so whatever you need to make your practice easy for you
No.
is
Let me break it down so you know what's going on here. Like you said, you have like in America here for cardiovascular, when we do anything post surgery, we first go to what we call SICU, surgical ICU. Before you go to, we have surgical ICU, we have medical ICU. What is happening is that some people that we have this talk with, they are very adamant with that kind of setup. Sort of here.
what kind of setup
what the kind of setup that they are used to in America, they're not willing to adjust to the people they
is
used
it
to.
different from what I just described that I experienced in
No,
India?
like you said. I'm just giving an example of we have surgical, they kind of segment it differently. So what is happening that is a way to say it is still is the same thing, just term different. When somebody's so used to something and you want to expose them to something else, is that our top parties in the UK, for instance, Nielsen, they might see things differently than the guys in the US. And also there's also this ego thing that also comes to play, even within diasporas too. I went to this school, you went to Canada, you went to UK. There's also that part. I'm telling you, I'm being honest now.
Okay, so So the resistance that you're experiencing, is that a real resistance or just artificial
No, it's
resistance?
something that can be solved if somebody that
They
is
are not major things now. It's just all these ego things that we just bring. I train in UK. I train. I'm more superior. And those are mundane things that we should discard all those things now.
Simba, I agree with you, but you want to. My whole point is, we have to be a team if this will work. That's my point. But I want local input as well. I
In
don't
fact,
want to.
let me. Can this one happen in Nigeria? Let me give you for example. When my brother was being operated in India, the tumor was actually sitting. It was a cerebral tumor, very huge one, was sitting on the area that controls the heart. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when this doctor knew that if he does a lot of manipulation and he actually touches it, the guy can go into cardiac arrest. He invited another senior surgeon who came to the theater and they did the surgery together, and the surgery was successful. You understand? Can you imagine somebody that had a craniectomy done? When immediately after the surgery, he was taken to the ICU, and I followed them to the ICU. When I got to the ICU, the doctor said, "Talk to your brother." I was looking at him. I said, somebody that just had brain surgery was coming out of the theater. I said I should talk to him. I called him. The guy talked to me. And the following morning, less than 12 hours after, when I got to the ICU, I met him. He was eating. And that was when he was discharged from ICU less than 12 hours after brain surgery. I think what we need as Nigerians is to actually calm down. Everybody have to calm down if you want our country to move forward. Work together. We should leave all this ego and more superior. You are more superior. It doesn't take anybody anywhere. We have to work together. If we think you know certain things, I can humble myself and learn from you, and everybody will learn together so that it will move our country forward. But all these things that we are doing now is not going to work. That country needs a lot of majority. You started this BT, and apart from say everybody just we are the ones sending money home that is sustaining the country, and you are right by asking that question. Is that all we can offer to that country?
No, because Simba, I've made the reason why I pushed forward is like when my friend from Turfs went
And
to.
you know the funny thing, BT, sorry. You know the funny thing. As poor as we think that Nigerians are, if you have that facilities in Nigeria, you make a lot of money. Nigerians that can pay.
Especially for what I do, because mine is not as expensive as
Can you
yours.
imagine if I didn't tell you this story? He's a friend of mine, he's a doctor. He had myocardial infarction. And we flew him from Ilorin through a air ambulance. In fact, when I used to tell people that this is what happened, they said, "Where do we even get the air ambulance?" But they're available. There are certain things, that country sometimes the people are abroad because we have been away for long. We don't even know the facilities that are on ground in that country. We
Okay,
just
so
think
can
that
I,
it's
Simba,
one jungle out there that people are just surviving by just God's grace.
so can I? Because I don't know how well they allow the scope of practice for no if they have anything that do you know what a nurse practitioner is, Simba?
For
They are, they,
nothing.
they are what we call mid-level providers in America. They can do, I mean, they have advanced training more than a regular nurse. Probably maybe 2 or 3 years advanced course training in mostly primary care, but they can do it. So we make use of them here, where they would do some of the work of the doctors because they're trained by the doctors to do it. And then we just
Let me. I think if you want to seek my advice, yeah, if you want to come with that kind of thing, it has to be like a package. You
yeah, yeah.
understand? You have to come down with all these people that you think will help you, so that then by the time you have them working, then you can start training some people. You understand
I'm
that you can
saying
be recruiting locally.
but I'm saying the licensing. Is what I'm saying. I don't know what the Nigerian Medical Board thinks about. I don't know what they're about using, because I have met some, because I have an uncle that
What do you mean by you have not even seen nurses that are even doing the work of a doctor in
no,
Nigeria without
no,
even
I'm
any
not saying that
training?
they don't. Now, I have an uncle that retired back in Nigeria that has a clinic now. I'm saying that on paper, do you have what is called like a nurse person that actually went to school? That they were in America, they actually go to school to be trained to do it, as even though they call them advanced practice nurses. I don't know
I
what they
think I think what they needed is just if they have the certificate, you can your the way they grant license in Nigeria is according to what you have. Do you understand? If they have the certificate, it is your certificate that will determine your level of training and what you can
okay, so
handle.
from the abroad
It's
now
like
they
a
can just
privilege. It's like a privilege. You understand?
okay. Yeah,
Privilege that okay, this is you know that they have a list of all the things that you as a doctor, as a nurse, and you
scope of
tick
practice,
this is
yeah.
what you can do. One, yes, scope so if you tick that you can, then there are certain ones that they can grant, there are certain ones that you cannot grant, and once you tick it and you can do it, then it becomes the scope of your practice.
Yeah, but what
Okay,
I'm
good.
saying is
I have to
America,
run. So, quick question.
it is well defined, is what I'm saying. But Nigeria, I don't, I'm just trying to. It's a gray area. Sorry, please, go ahead, Prince.
Yeah, quick question, and probably especially for Simba because he practiced in Nigeria, right? How do you describe the Nigeria's drug supply chain? Now, meaning where where and how do you get your drugs to the hospital, especially the government hospitals?
Actually, the government hospital they buy from the companies directly, and
Local
the
companies?
company. No, most of these multinationals they have representatives. They have their this thing in Nigeria. You understand?
Okay, okay.
So they have representative that moves around the hospitals. So and they are the one that usually supply. Even majority of the private practitioners, even local, I mean, and even pharmacy stores, they get their this thing from their this thing. Even when you get there, you see all the reps of most of these companies there. Pfizer, GSK, all these Indian companies, Java. There are so many of them like that. So they get directly from the companies.
Okay, I see. So the reps go to each hospital or clinic
Yes,
to,
yes. Advertise their products.
okay. Now, for the government, let's use Lagos. So Lagos has, of course, a network of clinics and hospitals, right? So do they
Mm.
have like do they have like a central warehouse where they
Okay,
store
like
the?
I practice in Quara for some times, and what they have what they call the essential drug project is like a parastatals under the Ministry of Health. They are the one that will get all the not only even the drugs, all the consumables for the hospitals
Okay,
and distribute
disposables.
it yes, and distribute it among all the hospitals under the state.
Okay, so they have a centralized warehouses
It's
for the
centralized, yes,
pharmaceuticals.
it's centralized. So yes, before they will not distribute it to different hospitals.
So okay, good. So I'll do the, unless they have an electronic system. So how would a clinic or hospital request for drugs? Meaning, how do they manage the inventory for demand into the clinics?
So like in the pharmacy, they have the head. You understand? So they take, let's say, they supply you with A, B, C, D, and with this quantity. By the time your whatever you have is actually decreasing, before it finishes, you send your request to the central store for them to supply more. Do you understand? And they make accounts. It's
Okay,
like a
okay,
revolving.
they sell what they call a par level, and when it gets to that point, they make a request to the central location for
For
replenishment.
supply is placing exactly.
So, in your knowledge, how efficient is that system?
To me, it's efficient. The only thing is that they also work. They work within their own budget also. You understand what I'm saying? So there are certain medications that they can say is not on their list, maybe because of the cost and all those things. So it's not everything that you needed that they might actually supply. So sometimes the patient has to go outside the hospital to go and get some of the things for themselves.
That's good. They are making progress. We have to shut down. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing.
How can you
Yeah.
just cut off? How can you just come like that?
No,
We're
no,
having a
no, no, no
conversation and just
respect, no respect.
no courtesy,
I don't
nothing, no
understand.
courtesy.
I've already wrote in the private section to you guys now. That is problem. Nigerians, you don't read.
Okay,
That's Nigerians
we're
problem.
not even talking about Nigeria. Talking about some real serious stuff. Maybe a couple more minutes. So last, like, yes,
Yeah,
Simba, since
that's all right. Let me
Thomas
give
trying to
you
throw us out.
yeah, no problem. Me, I'm going to
No,
serve
no,
my
no, no,
God.
no.
I'm going to church.
Thomas,
Yeah.
we're trying to I was trying to tell Simba that remember some of the people that have interest in this are not even people that were even born in Nigeria that parties are born. They were like American trained and they are born in the diaspora. So we have to find a better way to communicate. Part of
Baba,
it,
see,
of course,
if you have your
is
money, keep your money to yourself. Forget about. If you are not, I'm not discouraging you, but if you are
no, no,
not
no, no,
there,
no, no, no. Thomas,
physical,
No, he's not
forget
doing that.
about.
Thomas, you don't know where we are coming from. It's not that kind
Yeah.
of business that you say you go and set up and say
it's
somebody will be
not
managing
that
for you.
kind of
It's
thing.
not that kind of thing.
It's a
Oh,
demand and
yeah.
supply, like the one in Lagos that I saw where, like the Simba was talking about, where the demand for it comes up, they fly you in, you do your thing for a while, you fly back.
Oh, you fly back. Yeah,
It's a
yeah.
scheduled thing. But somebody has to be in the day-to-day running of that place. And somebody, healthcare is more than just surgery and procedures. There's also the admin side of healthcare.
Yeah, healthcare
Yeah.
management
It's
administration.
beyond just the medical. There's
You
somebody
know,
has
you
to
know
run
the
for it.
you know, BT, you know the funny things. You discover that most of the big hospitals in Nigeria are not actually owned by medical personnel.
Mm,
By
mm.
business people. Okay, so
Believe me.
Simba, Thomas got it close. So the lastly in the line of the question was asking. So did you deal with a lot of expired medications, and did you have issue with storing certain kind of medication in certain conditions for
Okay,
efficacy?
well, yes. We used to have. What they used to do is that I think some of them they were able to actually return it back to. I don't know the kind of agreement they used to have with some of these companies. So they recall it and send it back to the company. But some of
Yeah,
them will not actually
manufacturer.
accept it.
They always do that here as well. They will send it because
So some will
medication.
be
Yeah.
Simba, let me say it. I know you don't want to say it. There has to be a crackdown on fake doctors in Nigeria. I don't care what part of the country they are from. You see that video director now that his kidney failed and they tried to do it again and it was unsuccessful. The alarming rate of fake
what is this?
fake medication in that country, that issue has to be addressed. And
No,
it
I
is
don't understand. Which person are you talking about?
no, there was this particular guy that his kidney shut down. And he's a pop, I think he does music video or something. And he tried to do a kidney. I think his brother gave him a kidney. Thomas, if you know him, TJ
Yeah.
Moki,
Yes. Yes.
he
I
does.
saw that. Yeah. I saw that
But they
news.
said the did not. It was not a successful procedure. But I'm just saying that the alarming rate of fake. I think he said it was maybe from fake something that he took or something, right? From that's what they were
Where
saying.
did they? That's what I'm saying. That if you look at what me and Prince Daddy were discussing, if you are following that kind of program, it's not likely that you get because whatever you know your source. Do you understand? If you get this thing from a company and they can't supply you fake. But if you are going to the market and go and be sourcing your drug from the market,
Alaro
whatever
go.
you get, so a reputable hospital. If I have my own hospital now, I won't go to Onisha market or go to Alaba market to go and be
Go
getting my
and get the
medication.
Okay,
medication.
okay.
No.
Timba, in America here, it's not the hospital that supplies the meds. You have your pharmaceutical companies like your CVS, your Walgreens,
Hey, that's
that
what I'm
are
saying. That's what
licensed.
I'm telling Prince Daddy. That you even in Nigeria, even if you go to big pharmacy store, you see all these company rep loitering around because they want to sell. Do you understand what I'm saying? You see them loitering around those for the owner of those pharmacies store, talk less of a hospital. So if I have my own hospital, why can't I get my drug from directly from all these companies instead of now? It's some people because they want to cut cost, they will now go to one Onisha market or one market and go and be
That
buying.
Prince, that's a very gray area that needs to be looked into. Where because they give you prescription, you can just go anywhere without any like here now. If I had any order for you, Tom Simba, before you leave my practice, I have to then call that pharmacy or
Yeah, or
send
they
my
have like this barcode
yeah,
now on the
verification
medication.
where yes,
Yeah.
where I had to verify with them. Then they will say, okay,
Majority of the good medications, even anti-malaria, antibiotics, they have this scratch, like a scratch card,
Scratch card,
something
yes,
on it
at the back.
that you
You
can, you just
confirm
use
there.
your nail, you just use your nail to scratch it. There is a number there that you can call that will tell you whether that medication is authentic or not. Yes, there are
I
many
think
of them in
so.
Nigeria.
no, no, no,
Simba,
no,
you know,
no, 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 no. Simba, I'm not saying that the doctor is himself or herself has
Mm.
to like. Let's say I send you to. Let's say I give you antibiotics now to take. I give you prescription. I will not give it to you. I will say, where is your pharmacy closer to your house? Now I say, okay, CVS, so. Before you get there, my office has to contact that pharmaceutical company to verify.
it's all done electronically. They
Yeah,
place the prescription.
on the
We
computer.
are not,
They have to respond.
we are not at that level now. What can you? So I
They
mean,
have no. But it goes back to my earlier point that some of us that practice abroad are not willing to. If it's not that system, they don't want anything lower than that. That's what I'm saying. Some
hey,
of us,
but let me tell you, that one is not a major problem. If you want your medication for your patient, you can have a partnership with any reputable pharmacy, and you tell them this is where you are going. You understand? That one is not a major problem. It's something that is surmountable.
Simba, another great question. Yeah, see, okay,
You
we know
understand,
Nigeria.
BT? If you
yeah.
say, okay, this also pharmacy, there,
But
this is what
you know
we
how
are going
people
to
that
be
they will
using.
say they want to go.
They will not say you are there. Let me tell you, it will be easier for you. Our people respect doctors, though. They see them like doctor, like gods. In fact, whatever you ask them, they will take it like a word from the Bible. It's not like America that they will even be asking you questions.
Simba, quick question. The do you did you experience short short expiration dates for drugs, and also because Nigeria is a third world country, do you think this um, drug manufacturers or suppliers they they give you the same quality of drugs as they would in America or Europe?
Hmm. Hmm. I think I cannot vouch for that. There might be that some the kind of drug that you have there might be more. I mean, more. No, I agree with you. I agree with you.
Simba, why can't the government of Nigeria? There are some drugs that they can sign partnership deals with, like Canada, very cheap. That you just instead of fighting all these boys that are bringing in fake drugs, there are countries that sign deals with Canada that can produce some cheap drugs for you that you will bring in. Then you control the flow of that particular drug that nobody can sell from different companies.
BT, if the drugs are so generic and cheap, why can't we manufacture those damn drugs in Nigeria?
It's a very good question. I'm not saying that, but I'm like in the meantime, while you're trying to figure out your situation, my own concern is that you have too many fake drugs, everything around the country, killing people, and the
Well,
government
see,
is just
okay, see, BT, just like you know, it's something I have experience in, by the way. So, drugs in America, they have what they call the NDC numbers, right? the National Drug Code that they track drugs. So every manufacturer, and by the batch number and the NDC number, before they leave the manufacturing plant, they can track those drugs, where they go, when they went out, and in case of recall, by the batch number, they can tell where those drugs are and send out a notice to withdraw those drugs from the
Do
shelf.
we have that in Nigeria, Simba? Do we have something similar to that to track drugs?
So wait, okay, well,
You
go ahead.
know, let me tell you, draw it will be that's what I just mentioned earlier. If you source your drug directly from the manufacturer, it will be very easy for you to track. But if you go to one Onisha market to go and buy from maybe one drug dealer, it will be very difficult for you to say. Okay, let me give for example. During my training, there was a time the hospital got this consignment of furosemide that we are using, and we are not getting the required benefit. I mean, from the drug. And I went to the director of pharmacy and I said that the full semen that you are supplying these days are not working. The man said, "Pardon?" I said, "It's not working." He said, "But he has not gotten any feedback from anybody. That is only me." And I said, "Okay, go out there and ask the people that have been using it." And all of them are saying, yes, they are having the same experience, but they are not sure, and that's why they have not reported. So, and they have to, so I made them to actually, they withdrew all that consignment and return it back to the manufacturer
Manufacturer.
that they got it from. Do you understand
Hold
what
on,
I'm saying?
Simba. How are we able to detect the inefficacy of that drug?
You know, furosemide now is a diuretics. You expect that by the
Okay.
time you are giving the
Okay.
patient has to, you understand?
I see. That's what it's okay. So the question I was asking earlier about expired drugs and getting drugs from these companies, that if you don't have an electronic tracking system, so to speak, and you don't track the drug code, the NDC number, I'm not sure what they call it over there. Um, it's going to be difficult and easy, because you can't trust this Indians or wherever the drugs are coming from. They, in Nigeria and third world
Okay, you
countries, they're
mean
more
you mean
likely.
you mean they can lie about the expiring date?
Of course, they give sure they're gonna mix. See, okay, a good question also. Now, at the hospitals, do you dispense drugs do you receive the drugs in large quantities, like in the big bottles, or they come in single units?
They come in cartons.
Okay, but like, so when you dispense to patients, do you take them out of a big container or bottle and give to patients?
Okay. I don't know. Okay, like maybe you have a
No, no,
bottle
no.
that
Let me clarify with Simba. So in America, we have what we call a pixel system. Okay, a pixel system is what you will put all the drugs in. So when you now put the patient name in there, their medical number, so it will every drug used to that patient during administration, it will attach it to their medical number and record, so you can track where every dose of that medication is given, to what patient, what time, what floor, who prescribed it, where, when, and how. So they have what is called a pixel system in all hospitals. It's like a dispensary system where the nurse or whatever will go there, put them on the doctor. So if I put an order for to give medication now, it goes to the pixel
BT,
system,
you
right?
talk, BT, you're talking about the final distribution state of the drug supply chain. Me, I'm
Right.
talking from the warehouse. When it comes
Oh,
to the hospital pharmacy or storage, when
mhm.
those drugs come in, do they come in bulk, or you can dispense
No,
them
they
in
come
single
to
units?
in America. In America, they come in. It's bulk purchase, but it comes. They have to also look at their own inventory, expiration date, what they need before it expires. So they know what they need for the period of time, but they know which department needs more. So, for instance, now if you have a surgical floor in that hospital, they're going to need more pain medication, pain IV on that floor, right? So the demand for IV med and pain is going to be high. So they can track what they need. The whole point is that they can track what they need. So before they even order, they know how much they need because they can track. That's what they do in America here. So the pharmacy will bulk purchase all those things. They have different manufacturers that they deal with. They have different manufacturers.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm not sure how detailed that is. I mean, by the time you dispense the drug to the patient, of course that will reduce the level, the inventory level at the clinic level, at the clinic or the hospital
No, they
level.
restock it. No, America here, they what they have is that they restock, like they restock. Let's say they get like 100 bottles or something, and they use 50. They don't wait for the other 50 to finish before they restock again. It's like
Okay,
constant,
so
constant.
they replenish rather by average usage.
Yeah.
No.
So they have what we call like a half. Like let's say they use if they use half. Once they get to a number, they don't wait for the whole thing to come down, right? Before
I got you. Okay.
so they must always have, like for us now, for pain management now, they must always have a certain of them available no matter what. So once you reach that number, they have to be stocked again.
Okay, I get it. So no, we'll report that number when it reach that part level of replenishment.
The pharmacy, the pharmacy, because each hospital has a pharmacy department. Like the reason why it works better in America is because most of these hospitals they are hospital networks. They don't have one standalone medical center doing it. So let's say, for instance, now you have MD Anderson or St. Luke's. They have about 30 hospitals in the area. So all of them are coordinated at the same time. So it makes it easier, right? So they can track, okay, this is what we need to do. So they work in their own department to make sure that you have the supply. So it's the pharmaceutical company, the pharmacies that work with the suppliers to stock. So they actually sign contracts with these companies. You must ABC, and they also have government watching as well. Because when it comes to, let's say, your level 2 or like your
Schedule 2
NOCO,
drugs.
yeah. So the government, you must have your DEI to verify how much NOCO did you get this week. How did you use it? So there's document. They also have to submit documentation to the government when it comes to those kind of hard medications. So
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. So everybody's tracking it. So like if anybody has HIV now or syphilis, you must report that as well. They need to know who he is, where that is how they bust all this Asian massage rules. By the way, I forgot to tell you. So if let's say somebody comes to the hospital now or to your clinic and they have HIV or syphilis, whatever, whatnot, and they track where the credit. If the same people keep going to the same massage area to get happy ending, and they kind of match the same place, they will post that parlor. So that's how they track everything they know. So that's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, it's a more robust or advanced system of tracking
Yeah,
the
so
flow
I'm
of
telling somebody
medication.
that some of my friends here are not willing to compromise that effective system to go work in a different system that they don't feel like they're comfortable in.
That's ridiculous. I mean, I'm not
I
telling
know,
them
but
to.
you
I will
those
tell them
ones.
to
No, no,
step
no,
down
no,
on their.
no. Prince, it's not people like me that were born in Nigeria. It's people that are Nigerians that are born in America. It's a different
No.
mindset.
It's a black problem. Okay, because I tell you right now, and I've heard, for example, I went to an eye doctor for glasses or whatever, but I like to talk, just get an idea about what people do. Anyway, talking to the lady, she talked about how she was able to go to Kenya, right, and was able to teach people, students that did not really go to you know school to learn um, to learn the way she did. She was able to teach them basic things on how to is it test high problem or no
And do refractive errors and all those things.
well something like that. My point here is that and this is a well trained eye doctor and she was able to understand her environment and reduce her what can I say convenience or whatever to
No,
accommodate the
Prince Daddy,
environment.
what BT is saying to me, I'm very sorry, is just an excuse. If they are not
I
ready, they
don't
are not
agree.
ready. They
Hold
just
on
to
now.
go,
Simba, Simba, Simba,
because if they are
Simba.
looking for a perfect system
Environment
before they can
convenience.
come, is not is they are not ready. They are
They're
not
not
ready.
ready
They didn't start like that.
because
Yes, so
the most
nobody, anybody
advanced
that's giving
doctors.
that is not ready.
I agree. The most advanced doctors they go to the most remote areas of the world, and under strenuous conditions, not
If the
absolutely under perfect
Oyinbos,
conditions,
even the whites, if the
they
whites
perform
can
surgeries.
come and be doing the and be working, then you are black and you are giving
No, you
excuses and
guys
say,
don't. No, guys. I just told you that a friend of mine that went to turf went to Inewi, right? And he did is a cardiothoracic surgeon, and he was doing it there. So someone, I'm not saying everyone that I'm talking to about it that we talk together is opposed to it. I'm giving you the challenges within the space. Some people are already there
Well, I mean,
doing the
those
work.
are valid challenges. I would say you have to look for buy-in and the people that fit the criteria of what you're looking for in
Yeah,
partners
obviously,
or doctors.
Prince. You will start from people that you know first, right? That's how it works. You start from people that you
Sure,
know,
sure, yeah.
then
Uh-huh.
then you talk to more people that might have different ideas that will buy into it, right? Like I'm more comfortable now talking to people like my good friend and some, even though he's gone back to the UK again. He said we went to primary school together. He finished in the UK, went back to Nigeria. He's back in the UK again, but he has interest in that as well. So you first start with people that you know. I'm telling you that from people that I know, that is, you can say it's not, they're not serious, but at least they are the ones that I know that I've known for years. Now, if I talk to other people that are comfortable doing it, then it's a different ballgame. But you start with people that you know first. Abi Simba, you start with Abi. Since one month,
yes. Yeah, you are right. Prince Dad is also right. You know the idea is coming from you. They are not disposed to it, and that's why they can't just tell you no, and that's why they are raising the bar for you. You know that there are certain criteria that you might not be able to, and that's why they are giving that one as an excuse.
so the Owonikoko Noni to
But
raise.
but see, but Victor, opposed to the idea about somebody coming in and actually taking on the business that is the operation of a hospital and get yourself and your cohorts to be part of the system to help you know provide the
No,
services needed for the hospital. Are you?
no. I'm not. I'm not opposed. No.
Okay. Yeah.
I just believe that Nigeria is still a virgin land. Is
Simba,
Remember the
Simba.
name now.
Nigeria is a
I remember
virgin
the
land
name
with
now.
promiscuous people,
Simba
huh?
and Prince. So the Simba. The plan is we wanted to partner with this network called Aurora. Aurora Health. Aurora Health has multiple healthcare networks. Okay, so those that wanted to come, they felt like if you partner with a big company like that, and they'll be more comfortable in that space and they can frustrate and do other things with that. So that was the idea. But some of us like, it must be Nigerian, or we don't want, it's it's discussions. I just talk to people, they want it to be Nigerian only. We don't want this, So like that. So that's just what it is. But
Do you know that
the
Prince
Indians,
Daddy, the
yeah.
Indians, when they started, do you know that they were even paying some of these doctors, some of their doctors in hard currency when they started?
In
They
Nigeria
are
or where?
paying them. No, in India, I'm talking about when the Indians started their own. They were paying them what actually they were getting outside where they were working outside the country.
But Simba, what percentage of their staff, that is the medical staff, is
I can't.
actually comprised?
As at the time I went there, I cannot say this is the percentage of people from abroad and people that they actually recruited locally. I
Yeah.
cannot say.
So
I can't say.
yeah, I think they have a large
But
percentage
from
of
what
their
you
staff
just said,
being.
let me tell you one thing about health is something that once you have the basic knowledge, is something that people can learn fast. I'm very sorry to say. Yes, once you have the basic, you are the one giving example of somebody who's an ophthalmologist who went and trained people that are even barely have secondary school certificate.
Yes,
Do you
yeah,
understand?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So talk less of somebody who has now even maybe finished as a nurse
I
or
don't
as a
mean to
doctor.
disrespect the primary care doctor in the building tonight, but we're discussing specialists with big egos here. I don't think some cardiologist is going to be teaching some guy in the village about how to fix a heart. So I'm sorry, no disrespect, sorry. Yeah.
But it's already been done. So why
No,
can't we learn from?
don't Simba, you should know this thing now. All these specialists have ego. You know how it is.
No,
Cardiology,
what I'm saying, get
different
what I'm
breed of
saying.
people.
The
You know
hospital
it.
that are doing it presently, how are they doing it? You can learn from them now. They will, once you are on,
I am not
once
disagreeing
you
with
are
you,
once you
my
are on
brother.
ground,
I
once the
am not
problem comes,
disagreeing with
there will be a
you.
solution.
Okay, I am not disagreeing with you. Okay, let me give an instance now. Somebody went to turf. If you know what turf is, you know he wants to be one of the best in his stuff. He's leading the top of his class. He's gonna have egos. Come on, Prince. You know what I'm
Are,
talking about.
are we
Come on.
better than the Indians? I beg you, forget about
I
this
am
Jerry.
no
The Indians
Simba.
are
Stay with
not,
me.
are they not better
It's
than us?
not. No. Stay with me, Prince Daddy. You know what I'm talking about. He's top of his class. He's a black
Mm.
guy that led all the Chinese and Asians and is the best. The ego is. I'm just. If I even go humble compared to them, because let me be honest with you, I'm like the kind of. I'm just
But
saying that.
BT, that ego is reserved for the business world. That's not really
That's
a good
what I'm
attitude for a
saying.
doctor.
That I said earlier that my point to them is that
It
you
should
want
be
to
an
hospital.
exemplary doctor, whereby and it sounds like he's a very brilliant person. Nobody can challenge that, which is great. But it would be a good example by him being humble, okay,
Yeah,
in his
no, no, no,
practice.
no, 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 no. Oh, Prince Daddy, I just told you, I was shocked when they sent me a picture of on WhatsApp. He's in Inewi doing surgery. I was shocked that you of all people. I was shocked. I told you like it's the guy. He went to Inewi with some doctors, American doctors, white doctors, by the way. So Inewi of all places performing surgery to this. They had this program they were doing organization that they work with that brought them to Nigeria. So he went with them to Nigeria. I'm like, wait a minute, this guy that always be forming Voltron all the time is now doing this. So
Okay.
so on that part, doing surgery for people, I think he's gone to Nicaragua and all those places before. But to see him in Nigeria is for him to just understand that for us to own something, there has to be the business side of it. But he's feeling like it will be better if we partner with an established American healthcare system as opposed to us being the one to set it up. So that's just the
Why
difference.
did he? Why didn't he? So he didn't want to take responsibility or what?
Some people they want to come there and just walk and go. They don't want to have to deal with the
Yeah,
business.
yeah,
That's what I'm
yeah. That is
saying.
true.
Judging responsibility.
No.
Right.
Some people are just not. They're not set up for that. I have to respect that. Some people are not set up for the daily operation of a business. or an institutional enterprise. They just want to come there, offer the expertise, and they're gone. They don't have that DNA in them. You know, not everybody can be a doctor and be a farmer and a pharmacist like you, Sinbad. You know, so um, you know, it is true. So I can respect that. I can respect that.
Simba, the main thing now is the admin side of it being run by the one that
Let me give you. I have a during my residency, I used to go and do locum in one private hospital in Warri. They call it Lily Hospital. This hospital was actually, owned by doctors, three doctors. One of them is an obstetrician, one is a radiologist, while the third one was actually just an ordinary MBBS holder who now venture into business. He now went to, what's the name of this business school in Lagos? Is it Lagos Business School or what they call it? He was actually the one handling the business aspect of the hospital. And the hospital has been doing fantastically well. They also recruited some other doctors to actually make them to be more committed. They gave them some shares in the hospital. You understand? For them to have this ownership, this thing feeling, also not saying that they've just be giving them salary. So, and they sold shares and they have board. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's a business. It can be like a liability company. It can be a public liability company. But to me, the hospital is working. They have board meetings. They have all these things that they do. So we should just, so even the business aspect, you can recruit people that can handle the business. There are people that goes out there that do the advertisement and all those things, and the way they, catering department. You can have different department, and the different department can function on their own, and they can even have an autonomy. You run each department like a business. Even accommodation can be run as a business. The feeding can be run as a business.
Give me version anything. So that particular hospital, somebody gave me a contact where I'm gonna do something with them in Nigeria, just 3 months.
You're gonna do that in the backstage. We have to go. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah.
You know this guy.
Yeah,
I can beg you for any alone. I'm telling you.
we have to go. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
To our listeners,
Thank you,
to
Thomas.
viewers, our lovers, our haters, we love you all. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
These recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened, first of all. One party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is, you have force of arms. You also have force
My convoy is 5 vehicles. And you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house then, when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter B left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know. The man that he's now fighting, you know? Remember? Yes, I know. Of course. Did he talk about, what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No? Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No? Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No? But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.